Annoy. The neighbor's noise, which continues until late at night, is extremely annoying for everyone in the apartment. Boy. The boy was laughing happily while chasing a soccer ball in the park. Destroy. The huge typhoon completely destroyed the beautiful cityscape in just a few hours. Employ. The new factory plans to employ hundreds of local residents. Enjoy. On weekends, he enjoys listening to his favorite music and slowly sipping coffee. Joy. When she heard the news of the birth of her grandchild, her heart was filled with great joy. Toy. As a child, he loved to spend hours playing with wooden toys. Enjoyable. The weekend hike was blessed with good weather and was a very enjoyable experience for the whole family. Loyal. He is a loyal person who will never betray his friends, no matter how difficult the situation. Royal. He serves the royal family. Loyalty. He pledges unwavering loyalty to the Lord he has served for many years. Employer. He is a very conscientious employer who puts the welfare of his employees first. Employee. The company introduced a new vacation policy to increase employee satisfaction. Toiletry. In preparation for the trip, I packed toiletries such as toothbrushes and shampoo in my bag. Employment. As the economy recovers, employment opportunities for young people are gradually increasing. Unemployment. The unemployment rate is falling. Noisy. His room faces the street and is very noisy with the sound of traffic until late at night. Avoid. To avoid accidents, you must always pay attention to your surroundings while driving. Unemployed. Due to the effects of the global recession, many people have lost their jobs and are now unemployed. Oil. We use oil for cooking. Soil. The kids played in the mud and soiled their favorite white t-shirts. Coin. To commemorate the 100th anniversary of the founding of the country, the government issued a commemorative coin made of pure gold. Join. He joined a local book club to find more people with common interests. Appoint. The president recognized his many years of achievements and appointed him as the new branch manager. Disappoint. He didn't want to disappoint his parents, who believed in him and supported him. Joint. New energy development is being promoted through joint projects between the two countries. Point. He used graphs to emphasize the most important points in his presentation. Appointment. He made a hospital appointment in advance for a regular checkup. Disappointment. He felt a great disappointment when the ending of the movie he had been looking forward to was mediocre. Choice. He is at a crossroads in his life and is struggling to make the best choice for his future. Voice. She has a very beautiful voice. Noise. I cannot sleep because of the noise outside. Allow. Whispering in the library is not allowed as it disturbs other users. Cow. On the ranch, a cow is leisurely grazing on the grass in the meadow. How? He explained carefully how to operate the new machine. Now. It is more important to live this moment now to the fullest than to regret the past. Plow. The farmer began to plow the hard soil with a tractor in preparation for spring sowing. Nowadays. Nowadays, many people use social media rather than newspapers to get information. Towel. After taking a shower, he dried himself with a clean, soft towel. Voucher. He received a voucher for his favorite spa from a friend for his birthday. Cloudy. The sky was cloudy all day today, and we couldn't see the sun. Flour. He bought the finest flour at a nearby store to make homemade bread. Flower. A beautiful flower bloomed in the garden. Hour. Takes 1 hour to finish it. R. This is our classroom. Power. As a leader, he has great power to lead the team to success. Shower. I take a shower every morning. Tower. We climbed the tall tower. Powerful. He is a very powerful leader. Outage. Due to the heavy thunderstorm, the entire neighborhood suffered a power outage for several hours. Cloud. The mountain peak was covered in thick clouds, and nothing could be seen from below. Crowd. A large crowd had gathered in front of the venue to wait for the famous artist to appear. Loud. He gave a speech in a very loud voice that reached the back row of the venue. Overcrowd. The apartment is clearly overcrowded, with too many people living in one room. Proud. As a father, he feels very proud that his son passed the difficult exam. Loudly. He began to speak loudly on purpose to convey his opinion to those around him. Brown. She is wearing a very nice pair of brown shoes. Down. He walks slowly down the stairs. Noun. In English class, I learned how to use nouns, which are words that represent the names of things. Renown. He gained international renown in the scientific community for his long-standing achievements. Town. This is a small and quiet town. Founder. He is respected in the industry as the founder of the technology company. Boundary. A river flows as a natural boundary between the two countries. Download. He downloaded the new software onto his computer from the official website. Council. The City Council approved the budget for the construction of a new library. Counsel. He sought counsel from an experienced senior when he faced difficulties. Counselor. Students with concerns sought advice from a professional counselor. Downsize. To overcome financial difficulties, the company decided to downsize some of its departments. Announcer. The veteran announcer read the news in a calm voice. Announcement. There was an official announcement. Downstairs. He went quietly downstairs to brew some coffee in the kitchen on the first floor. Fountain. The large fountain in the center of the park is a place for citizens to relax. Mountain. His hobby is climbing steep mountains to enjoy the breathtaking views every vacation. Accountant. He is good with numbers and works as an accountant managing corporate finances. Downtown. On the weekend, they went downtown to the busy area to enjoy shopping. Counter. He went to the counter in front of the kitchen to give his order to the staff. Encounter. The encounter with local people during his trip gave him a new perspective. Downturn. The sudden downturn in the market forced many investors to change their strategies. County. As the sheriff of the vast county, he is responsible for maintaining public order in the area. Around. He runs around the park every morning to maintain his health. Bound. As long as you follow those rules, you are bound by their restrictions. Found. She founded a new school to realize her ideal education. Ground. He is a person with practical ideas who keeps his feet firmly on the ground. Pound. The stone weighs about 1 pound. Round. He had a pleasant dinner with his family around a round table. Sound. In the silence of the night, a faint sound of the river flowing could be heard from afar. Surround. The old castle is surrounded by high stone walls and a deep moat to prevent intrusion. Wound. He suffered a deep wound on the battlefield, but miraculously survived. Lounge. While waiting for departure, he spent his time reading a book in the airport lounge. Announce. The company plans to announce a smartphone with groundbreaking new features next month. Account. He gave a detailed account to his boss about the reason for his lateness. Amount. She makes it a point to save a certain amount of her salary every month. Count. Children count loudly from 1 to 10 when playing hide and seek. Discount. The shop is selling all items at a 30% discount for its closing sale. Mount. He mounted his new camera on a tripod to take photos of the beautiful landscape. Hourly. Buses to the city center run on an hourly basis from that station. House. Our house is new. Mouse. The mouse hid under the table. Spouse. When his overseas assignment was decided, he completed the procedures to relocate with his spouse. Household. She is an efficient household manager who handles all chores perfectly. Housekeeper. She handles all household chores perfectly as a housekeeper for the busy family. About. He began to talk enthusiastically about his future plans. Doubt. There was no room to doubt his sincerity, and everyone believed his words. Drought. Since it hadn't rained for months, the crops withered due to a severe drought. Out. He forgot his keys and was locked out, so he waited outside for a while. Shout. He gave a loud shout to get his friend's attention in the distance. Throughout. The rumor spread throughout the town in no time. Without. He left the house without eating breakfast because he was in a hurry. Outdoor. Since the weather was nice, they enjoyed outdoor activities such as camping and hiking. Outdate. Technology evolves so fast that even the latest devices outdate in a few years. Outfit. She chose her favorite outfit for tomorrow's party. Outcome. Many people waited breathlessly for the final outcome of the tin selection. Outline. He explained the outline of the plan. Outlet. He enjoys painting as an outlet for his stress. Outlook. Despite concerns about a recession, analysts remain optimistic about the company's future outlook. Output. The factory significantly increased its monthly output by introducing new machinery. Outside. It is warm inside the building, but it is very cold outside with snow falling. Mouth. He was so surprised that he stood still for a while with his mouth open. South. Many tourists travel south during the winter in search of a warmer climate. Browse. He browsed through the new arrivals at the bookstore without deciding on anything in particular to buy. Housekeep. She handles the daily housekeeping for her large family by herself, including preparing meals and cleaning. Fundraise. Students held a fundraising event on campus to help underprivileged children. Unauthorize. By having his original privileges revoked, he was no longer able to access the system. Wooden. He lives in an old wooden house. Sugar. I put sugar in my coffee. Cookie. She baked some crispy chocolate chip cookies in the oven for afternoon tea. Bulletin. In the middle of the news, a special bulletin announcing an emergency was broadcast, causing tension in the studio. Fully. He fully understood the risks of the plan, but still agreed to go ahead with it. Woman. The woman was kind. Durable. This material is very durable and can withstand long-term use. Security. The security at the bank is strict. Rural. Away from the hustle and bustle of the city, we spent the weekend in the lush rural scenery. Assurance. The Prime Minister gave the public strong assurance that the economy is on track to recovery. Insurance. He has taken out expensive life insurance to protect against future contingencies. Tourist. There are many tourists in Kyoto. Duration. The film had a long duration of 3 hours, including intermissions. During his vacation, he took a leisurely trip to the historic city that he had always wanted to visit. Tourism. The island is famous for its beautiful beaches, and its main source of income is tourism, with visitors from all over the world. Jury. At trial, a jury of 12 people carefully considers the evidence and reaches a verdict. Curious. The children stared at the box, curious as to what was inside. Cushion. He sat on the sofa and relaxed with a soft cushion behind his back. Could. If we had more time, we could have solved the problem. Good. He is a very good person who is trusted by those around him. Should. To stay healthy, we should eat a balanced diet every day. Wood. He prepared for the cold winter by chopping wood for the fireplace. Would often go fishing in the nearby river on weekends. Goods. Port warehouses store large amounts of goods imported from overseas. Book. He reads a book in the library every day to deepen his knowledge. Cook. She cooked nutritious meals for her family using fresh ingredients. Hook. I put the fish on the hook. Look. He combed through job sites looking for a new job. Cookbook. She made traditional sweets using an old cookbook inherited from her grandmother. Bookcase. One wall of his room is lined with a large bookcase filled with old history books. Booklet. At the Tourist Information Center, I received a small booklet introducing the city's highlights. Bookstore. He stopped by his favorite corner bookstore to look for a new novel. Full. I'm so full I can't eat any more dessert. Pull. I pulled the door handle hard and entered the closed room. Wool. In preparation for the cold winter, I bought a warm sweater knitted from sheep's wool. Assure. He repeatedly assured the anxious family that the surgery would be a success. Brochure. At the travel agency, I was given several colorful brochures to help me choose my next vacation destination. Ensure. The company has implemented a strict inspection system to ensure the quality of its products. Insure. In case of an accident or illness, he insured himself to cover expensive medical expenses. Mature. She is mentally more mature than her age and always makes calm decisions. Poor. He grew up in a poor family, but through hard work he achieved success. Pure. This is pure water. Reassure. He gently patted the anxious child on the shoulder and reassured him that everything would be okay. Secure. Please secure the door firmly. Sure. He was sure his answer was correct and raised his hand confidently. Tour. We went on a tour of the city. Unsure. She was unsure which way to go, so she checked the map. Poorly. Due to his lack of preparation, his presentation was given a poor rating by the audience. Surely. With all the preparations we've made, I'm sure the project will be a success. Push. He feels he needs one last push to make his dream a reality. Foot. We decided to stay overnight in a small village at the foot of the mountain. Put. He put the book he had finished reading back on the shelf to return it to its original place. Football. I watch football with my friends on Sundays. Footwear. To enjoy mountain climbing safely, it is important to choose the right footwear that fits your feet. Punctual. He is a very punctual person and has never been late for an appointment. Anew. He decided to forget all his past failures and start his life anew in a new city. Blue. The clear blue sky without a single cloud stretches out into the distance. Clue. Police are working to identify the culprit using a few fingerprints left at the scene as a clue. Crew. Aircraft crew undergo rigorous training to ensure the safety of passengers. Do. He cleared up the household chores that had piled up over the weekend and was ready to do his new job on Monday. Due. The report is due this Friday, so he is rushing to write it. Few. Only a few guests attended the party, and the atmosphere was a little lonely. Flu. In winter, vaccinations are recommended to prevent the spread of flu. Into. He got out of the car and walked quietly into the old library. New. I bought new shoes. Pursue. He is single-mindedly pursuing his childhood dream of becoming an astronaut. Renew. I went through the process of renewing my driver's license before it expired. Review. I reviewed the textbook before the exam. Shoe. I bought a pair of new shoes. Sue. He decided to sue the company for damages for his wrongful dismissal. Through. He made his way through the dense forest, pushing his way through the lush vegetation. To. Studies hard every day until late at night in order to realize his dreams for the future. 2. He was very tired, but he had too much work to do to rest. View. The view from the hotel room is great. Who? He introduced everyone to the people who made this wonderful project a success. You. He has complete confidence in you to accomplish this difficult task. Zoo. On the weekend, my family and I went to the zoo and enjoyed observing the rare animals. Fuel. In preparation for the cold winter, I prepared a large amount of fuel for the wood stove. Renewal. I headed to the driver's license center in the morning to renew my driver's license. Jewelry. For her special occasion, she wore luxurious jewelry featuring pearls and diamonds. Ruin. A sudden storm instantly ruined the crops that had been painstakingly cultivated. Fluent. Thanks to his many years living abroad, he can speak French fluently. Mutual. They met through a common hobby and are now best friends bound by mutual trust. Future. He is starting to save and invest little by little now for his future. Student. He is an eager student. Studio. She paints in her studio. Reviewer. Film reviewers praise the film's visual beauty, but express dissatisfaction with the script. Sewer. An inspection of the city's sewer facilities was carried out to prevent flooding during heavy rains. Cooler. A cooler to keep drinks cold is essential for a picnic on a hot summer day. Culinary. She trained in France and acquired advanced culinary skills and knowledge. Newly. In the park, newly planted young trees are shining in the spring light. Truly. He truly regrets his mistake and has offered a heartfelt apology. Presumably. Seeing as she hasn't arrived yet, the train is presumably delayed. Human. We should strive for a society in which all humans have equal rights. Consumer. Companies conducted large-scale surveys to understand consumer needs. Humor. No matter how difficult the situation, he never forgets his humor and makes those around him laugh. Rumor. Rumors spread on social media that the popular actor was retiring, but he denied it. Numerous. On the beach, countless seashells had fallen, covering the sand. Cumulative. Small efforts made every day will result in big cumulative results over the course of a few years. Accumulate. He is saving money little by little every month to fulfill his dream of traveling around the world in the future. Tuna. He thinks that eating fresh tuna sashimi with wasabi soy sauce is the ultimate luxury. Uniform. As a police officer, he wears a neatly ironed uniform every day. Communicate. I can communicate with him in English. Community. The volunteer group carries out a variety of activities for the local community. Opportunity. Not wanting to miss this golden opportunity to work overseas, he immediately decided to apply. Universe. Scientists continue to research the origins of this vast universe. Unit. The apartments are equipped with a kitchen and bathroom for each unit. Unite. Two opposing political parties temporarily united to face a common enemy. Reunion. To commemorate the 10th anniversary of graduation, a class reunion was held, bringing together old friends. Union. Employees formed a labor union to demand improved working conditions. Junior. He is a junior employee who has only been with the company for 2 years, but he is extremely talented. Stupid. He regrets making stupid mistakes that he would not have made if he had been more sober. Pupil. The skilled craftsman trains his devoted pupils to pass on his skills to the next generation. Coupon. He used a coupon he found in a magazine to buy the newly released coffee at a discount. Supermarket. On his way home from work, he stopped off at a large supermarket in front of the station to buy ingredients for dinner. Supervisor. On-site supervisors are constantly patrolling the site to ensure the safety of workers. Supervise. The site supervisor constantly supervises to ensure that the workers follow safety rules. Duplicate. He made a duplicate copy of the important document in case he lost it. Blueprint. Have released detailed blueprints for the construction of a new library. Euro. He exchanged his Japanese yen for euros at a bank for his trip to Europe. Usage. Excessive smartphone usage can reduce the quality of your sleep. Producer. He is a movie producer. Exclusive. This high-end club is an exclusive venue available only to select members. Inclusive. The price for this accommodation plan is all-inclusive, including meals and drinks. Exclusively. Is available exclusively to Platinum Card members. Institutional. The university has long played an institutional role in contributing to the development of the local community. Crucial. The free throw in the final minutes of the game, when every point mattered, was a crucial moment that determined the outcome. Contribution. He has made significant contributions to the local community through his many years of charitable work. Distribution. Logistics experts were called in to ensure smooth distribution of relief supplies. Evolution. Living organisms have adapted to their environments over the course of millions of years and have undergone unique evolution and development. Institution. The university is the most important educational institution in the region, with a history of over 100 years. Pollution. In order to reduce air pollution, many countries are tightening exhaust gas regulations. Resolution. His New Year's resolution was to read for an hour every day. Revolution. The Industrial Revolution fundamentally changed people's lifestyles and social structures. Solution. He presented original solutions to complex mathematical problems that no one had ever thought of before. Revolutionize. This new invention has the potential to completely revolutionize the way the world communicates. Suitable. Formal parties require you to dress appropriately for the occasion. Beautiful. The view of the mountains from the window is very beautiful. Commuter. During the morning rush hour, station platforms are filled with commuters. Computer. I bought a new computer. Recruiter. He is a recruiter sent to university job fairs to secure talented personnel. Pharmaceutical. The pharmaceutical company has successfully developed a vaccine against a new infectious disease. Beauty. The beauty of nature makes us forget the hustle and bustle of the city. Duty. Citizens have basic duties to obey the law and pay taxes. Approval. He has submitted a proposal for a new project and is waiting for approval from his boss. Removal. Work has begun to remove the old buildings, and a new park is planned to be built on the site. Movie. I watched an interesting movie last night. User. This app is user-friendly. Musical. She has a great musical talent. Music. I listen to music to relax. Enthusiasm. She is incredibly enthusiastic about her new hobby of woodworking. Enthusiast. He is a huge railway enthusiast and spends his weekends traveling around the country photographing rare trains. Unusual. This winter has been unusually warm, causing flowers to bloom earlier in many places. Usual. He left home at the usual time and had a cup of coffee at a cafe in front of the station. Conclusion. After months of discussion, the team finally came to a final conclusion. Confusion. Insufficient signage caused confusion among passengers inside the station. Unusually. This winter has been unusually warm compared to previous years, causing flowers to bloom earlier in many places. Usually. He usually gets up at 6 a.m. and goes for a jog for an hour before going to work. Tube. She used a tube of paint. Conclude. After months of negotiations, the two companies finally concluded their discussions by agreeing to merge. Exclude. He listened to everyone fairly without excluding any particular group. Food. In the areas affected by the earthquake, there is a shortage of supplies such as drinking water and food. Include. The price of this tour includes not only accommodation but all meals. Mood. The soft light streaming in through the window created a calming mood throughout the room. Smooth. The lake's surface was windless and smooth, reflecting the surrounding mountains like a mirror. Smoothly. Thanks to advanced preparations, the introduction of the new system went very smoothly. Proof. To prove his innocence, he presented solid evidence of his alibi for the night of the incident. Roof. The strong winds of the typhoon caused part of the roof of the house to peel off, causing a leak. Proofread. Before submitting your paper, you should proofread it multiple times to check for typos. Huge. The stadium is equipped with state-of-the-art facilities that can accommodate huge numbers of spectators. Nuclear. Is considering building a new nuclear power plant to alleviate its energy shortage. Cool. The wind is cool today. Fool. He is good at telling jokes and making people laugh, but he is by no means a fool. Pool. It is fun to swim in the pool in summer. Rule. We have decided on some basic rules to ensure our communal life runs smoothly. School. Every morning he drives his children to school. Tool. This is a useful tool for the task. Assume. He assumed the other person was the culprit, even though he had no solid evidence. Boom. With the spread of the internet, the IT industry welcomed an explosive boom. Broom. He picked up his new broom to sweep away the leaves that had accumulated on his front porch. Consume. In modern society, we consume enormous amounts of energy and resources every day. Costume. For a Halloween party, he made his own pirate costume. Resume. The break ended and the meeting resumed where it had been interrupted. Room. This room is very spacious. Whom. He wrote a letter addressed to whom? His most respected teacher. Afternoon. He likes to spend his afternoons reading in the quiet library. Balloon. The birthday party venue was beautifully decorated with colorful balloons. Moon. The moon is very bright tonight. Noon. Every day at noon he goes for a walk in a nearby park without fail. Soon. He quickly left the room saying, "I'll be back soon." Tune. He tuned the strings on his guitar properly and began to play his favorite tune. Group. We traveled in a group. Soup. There's nothing like a warm soup packed with vegetables. Troop. After completing their training, the troop marched back to base in an orderly fashion. Abuse. Abusing power is a serious problem that undermines the very foundations of democracy. Excuse. He gave a plausible excuse for being late. Transportation disruptions. Introduce. At the party, he introduced the new member to everyone. Juice. Every morning he squeezes fresh oranges to make vitamin-packed juice. Loose. This clothes is a little loose. Produce. Is rich in produce, including fresh vegetables and fruits. Reduce. In order to protect the environment, the government has launched a campaign to reduce plastic waste emissions. Reproduce. The copier beautifully reproduced the fine details of old photographs. Use. This tool has a very useful use for repairing broken machinery. Useful. This multi-purpose knife is extremely useful for camping, outdoor activities, and many other occasions. Boost. As a result of the new advertising campaign, we were able to significantly boost sales of our product. Boot. On cold winter days, warm boots are essential for going out. Commute. Every morning he commutes to work, spending an hour on a packed train. Compute. Using the latest supercomputers, complex weather forecasts can be computed in a short amount of time. Dispute. The two neighboring countries have been embroiled in a bitter dispute over territory near their border for many years. Fruit. Fresh fruit is good for the body. Pollute. Chemicals discharged from factories pollute rivers and have a negative impact on the local ecosystem. Recruit. To accelerate technological innovation, the company recruited talented engineers from around the world. Root. Plants have roots that go deep into the ground and absorb water and nutrients from them. Route. We chose a new route. Shoot. The film crew woke up early to shoot a beautiful sunrise scene. Suit. He bought a new well-tailored navy blue suit for an important interview. Suitcase. He packed his clothes and documents into a large suitcase in preparation for a long business trip. Absolutely. He is absolutely convinced that the plan will succeed and has no doubts whatsoever. Recruitment. The Human Resources Department has begun full-scale recruitment activities for next year's new graduate hiring. Booth. Will have a dedicated booth to introduce their latest technology. Tooth. He had an appointment with the dentist because he started to have pain in his back tooth after eating too many sweets. Truth. He believes that no matter how difficult the situation, one should never lie and should tell the truth. Youth. He spent his youth in the countryside. Approve. The board of directors formally approved the budget proposal to build a new branch. Improve. By practicing every day, he dramatically improved his tennis skills. Move. He decided to move to another city to start a new career. Prove. He presented conclusive evidence to the court to prove his innocence. Remove. The surgery was successful in safely removing a small tumor in his stomach. Improvement. The introduction of the latest system has resulted in significant improvements in operational efficiency. Movement. I felt a sudden movement behind me. Accuse. He publicly accused his colleague of leaking confidential company information. Amuse. He performed magic tricks, much to the amusement of the children who had gathered. Choose. From among the many options available, he chose the path that best suited his future. Confuse. There are so many buttons with similar names that it's easy for first-time users to get confused. Cruise. To celebrate their retirement, they went on a luxury cruise around the world. Lose. Due to his carelessness, he lost his precious house keys somewhere. News. The news is surprising. Refuse. He firmly refused to accept the contract under the unfair terms. Whose bag is here? Newsletter. The association publishes a monthly newsletter that summarizes the latest activities and information for members. Newspaper. I read the newspaper in the morning. Newsstand. On his way to work, he stopped at the station newsstand and bought the morning paper and a magazine. Unused. At the back of the closet lies unused camping equipment that has never been used since it was purchased several years ago. Distractor. Test questions contain distractors that resemble the correct answer, but are incorrect. Entrepreneur. As a young entrepreneur, he is launching new IT services one after another. Incur. Unplanned investments carry the risk of incurring large losses. Infer. From the look on his face, I could infer that the news was not good news for him. Occur. He closed his eyes and waited quietly until a good idea occurred. Per. The participation fee is set at 5,000 yen per person. Prefer. I tend to prefer tea to coffee. Recur. Without proper treatment, the disease may recur after several years. Refer. For more information, refer to page 15 of the manual. Sir. Sir, you left something behind. Stir. I stirred the soup slowly with a ladle to ensure the flavor was uniform. Transfer. He will be transferred to the London branch next month. Hurricane. A massive hurricane made landfall, causing devastating damage to coastal areas. Referral. Because he needed specialized treatment, his family doctor referred him to a large hospital. Currency. Before traveling abroad, you need to have some local currency. Currents. Severe thunderstorms are a common occurrence in the summer in this region. Current. He always checks the current news and keeps up with social trends. Currently. He is currently at work. Verbal. To avoid misunderstandings, verbal agreements should be put in writing as well. Urban. In recent years, housing shortages due to population concentration have become a serious problem in urban areas. Purchaser. The new purchaser of the land plans to build a shopping mall there. Merchandise. The store is filled with fascinating merchandise from all over the world. Merchant. He showed a talent for trade at a young age and is now known as a successful merchant. Purchase. He has been saving for many years to purchase a new car. Virtually. Using modern simulation technology, any situation can be virtually recreated. Burden. His large debts have become a huge burden in his life. Murder. Police are pursuing a suspect in a gruesome murder that occurred last night. Further. It was determined that further investigation was necessary to determine the details. Furthermore. This project is over budget and furthermore understaffed. Perfectly. He did it perfectly. Surface. The surface of the lake reflected the surrounding scenery like a mirror. Encourage. The teacher gently encouraged the student who had lost confidence. Hurry. He hurried to the station so as not to miss the train. Worry. There's no point in worrying too much about the outcome, so all I can do now is do my best. Courier. To ensure the safe delivery of important documents, I requested the services of a reliable courier. Emergency. It is recommended to stockpile emergency food and water in case of an emergency. Urgent. He received an urgent call from the hospital and immediately rushed out of the house. Urgently. The situation is deteriorating rapidly, so we need to take urgent action. Merger. The merger of the two companies will create a new company that will be the largest in the industry. Surgery. He is scheduled to undergo surgery next week to fully repair his knee injury. Circle. The children sat in a circle. Circumstance. Due to an unexpected change in circumstances, we were forced to cancel our travel plans. Circus. A circus came to town and the square was filled with the cheers of children. Circuit. Electricians inspected the electrical circuits in the old building to ensure safety. Worker. He is a worker in the factory. Circulation. Taking a walk every morning is effective in improving blood circulation. Circulate. I kept the fan running to circulate the air in the room. Early. I woke up early. Terminal. Although he was suffering from a terminal illness, he never gave up hope until the very end. Permanent. He likes his current job and has decided to stay there permanently. Permanently. He liked the city so much that he decided to move here permanently. Terminate. Due to the breach of contract, the company terminated his employment contract. Affirmative. If you agree with the proposal, please give an affirmative response. Determine. Are trying to determine the cause of the accident from evidence left at the scene. Journalist. He is a famous journalist. Journalism. He entered the world of journalism to expose social injustice. Alternative. Solar power generation is attracting attention as an alternative energy source to fossil fuels. Alternatively. You can get there by train, but alternatively you can take the bus. External. The device comes in a rugged case to protect it from external shocks. Internal. The company brought in outside experts to investigate whether there was any internal fraud. Journal. Every night he makes it a rule to write down the events of the day in his journal. Furniture. When I moved, I bought all new furniture for the living room. Furniture. When I moved, I bought all new furniture for the living room. Furnish. To furnish the new office, we ordered a large number of desks and chairs. Attorney. I hired a trusted attorney to help me with a complex legal matter. Journey. In order to rediscover himself, he embarked on a journey around the world with just one backpack. Thorough. The police conducted a thorough investigation of the scene to determine the cause of the accident. Thoroughly. To prevent accidents, the safety of the machine was thoroughly inspected. Purpose. he decided to embark on a long journey to find his purpose in life. Interpreter. He serves as the president's personal interpreter at international conferences. Interpret. He provided instant interpretation of complex diplomatic issues at international conferences. Diversity. Accepting people with diverse backgrounds increases diversity in an organization. University. He plans to major in engineering at university and hopes to become an engineer in the future. Rehearsal. The final dress rehearsal took place on stage in preparation for tomorrow's performance. Universal. Freedom and equality are universal values for all humanity. Person. He is a very honest person and hates lying more than anything. Personalize. It is important to personalize the service to meet the needs of the customer. Personally. I personally oppose the plan, but I intend to abide by the organization's decision. Versus. Today's final match will be between the defending champions, Team A, and the promising newcomers, Team B. Purser. When I became ill on the plane, the purser responded promptly. Anniversary. Today I'm having a family meal to celebrate my parents' 30th wedding anniversary. Personal. This is my personal opinion and does not represent the company's. Thirsty. He had been walking in the scorching heat and was extremely thirsty. Commercial. The film was a commercial success but received mixed reviews from critics. Controversial. The new policy has become a highly controversial topic among the public. Certify. This document certifies that he has earned a valid degree. Courtesy. When visiting another country, you should show at least a minimum of courtesy to the local customs. Certain. I am certain that he will play an important role in this project. Curtain. She closed the curtain. Certainly. Can you help me? Yes, certainly. Uncertainty. To alleviate his uncertainty about the future, he started investing. Advertisement. He saw an advertisement for a new smartphone in the newspaper and became interested. Dirty. The kids played in the mud and got their favorite clothes completely dirty. Conservative. The politician has conservative views and is cautious about radical reforms. Servant. At the old mansion, the faithful servants who had served the family for many years welcomed them at the gate. Nervous. He seemed a little nervous before his first big performance. Service. This hotel is loved by travelers from all over the world for its attentive service. Server. The restaurant server kindly explained the recommended wines to us. Excursion. This weekend we are planning a day trip to the mountains. Version. The problem will be fixed by updating the software to the latest version. Disturb. He is concentrating on his work, so please do not disturb him unless it is an urgent matter. Superb. Not only was the food at the restaurant delicious, but the service was also superb. Verb. When constructing an English sentence, it is essential to choose the appropriate verb that corresponds to the subject. Church. I go to church every Sunday. Research. He continues to conduct research on new energy technologies in his university laboratory. Search. He searched every nook and cranny of the room to find the missing key. Bird. I heard the chirping of a bird singing with a beautiful voice from the forest. Word. He is a man who values his word and always keeps the promises he makes. Surf. His hobby is surfing on the beach every morning. Emerge. After passing through a long tunnel, a vast grassland emerged before our eyes. Merge. Two small rivers merge here to become one big river. Urge. Driven by an impulse, he ended up buying an expensive watch that he hadn't planned on buying. Clerk. He asked the hotel clerk to carry his luggage to his room. Work. He takes pride in his work and is unwilling to compromise on even the smallest details. Workforce. Many companies are struggling to secure a skilled workforce that can adapt to digitalization. Workplace. In order to increase efficiency, it is essential to create a good workplace environment. Workshop. He attended a hands-on workshop over the weekend to learn woodworking techniques. Girl. The girl is playing the piano. World. Scientific advances allow us to instantly connect with people on the other side of the world. Worldwide. News of the innovative product spread worldwide and attracted a lot of attention. Confirm. Just to be sure, I called to confirm that my flight reservation had been completed correctly. Firm. He has firm confidence in his decisions and is not swayed by the opinions of those around him. Term. The term of this contract is valid for 2 years from next month. Firmly. He stood by his beliefs and spoke out firmly against his opponents. Burn. The campfire burned brightly, illuminating the surrounding area with warmth. Concern. The ongoing destruction of the environment is of grave concern to future generations. Earn. He works hard every day to earn a salary to support his family. Learn. He takes programming classes on weekends to learn new skills. Return. He will return to his hometown next month. Turn. Turn left at the corner and you'll see a large park in front of you. Turnover. The company improved its employee benefits package to reduce staff turnover. Nurse. As a nurse, she is dedicated to caring for patients. Purse. She took out a small purse from her bag and paid with some coins. Rehearse. To ensure the success of his speech, he rehearsed the content many times in front of the mirror. Reimburse. The company reimbursed him for all travel expenses he incurred during his business trip. Reverse. He took one last gamble to reverse the situation. Reimbursement. To settle the business trip expenses, I attached the receipt and applied for reimbursement. Burst. The balloon suddenly burst, causing the children to jump in surprise. First. The moment he scored his first goal, the stadium erupted in jubilation. Thirst. He quenched his thirst with water. Firstly, let's confirm the procedure carefully. Alert. While driving, you need to remain alert to changes in your surroundings. Dessert. After the main course, we enjoyed a sweet dessert made with plenty of fruit. Hurt. He fell while exercising and hurt his leg, making it difficult for him to walk. Insert. When using an ATM, insert your card into the slot. Shirt. He is wearing a new white shirt. Skirt. She is wearing a red skirt. Birth. He witnessed the moment of the birth of a new life and felt deeply moved. Earth. Seen from space, the Earth shone beautifully blue in the darkness. Worth. This painting is said to be worth several hundred million yen. Birthday. Today is my 20th birthday, so I'm planning to celebrate with my family. Earthquake. The area is preparing for a major earthquake that is expected to occur in the future. Worthwhile. It was a lot of hard work, but the sense of accomplishment when it was finished was worthwhile and more than made up for it. Curve. The road curves here. Deserve. His many years of dedicated effort deserves the highest praise. Nerve. Even in front of a large audience, he spoke confidently without losing his nerve. Observe. Scientists carefully observed and recorded the results of their experiments. Preserve. In this area, there are many activities to preserve the historic townscape. Reserve. It's a popular restaurant, so you need to reserve a seat in advance. Serve. They serve delicious food. Workbook. To solidify his math foundation, he works on his workbook every day. Ago. It happened 3 years ago. Although the plan was risky, they decided to go ahead with it. Below. The basement is located below ground level and is cool even in summer. Blow. A strong wind is blowing, causing the trees lining the road to sway violently. Flow. Due to the heavy rain, the river is flowing much faster than usual. Go. He decided to go overseas in search of new opportunities. Grow. In the spring, the tulip bulbs planted in the garden begin to grow rapidly. Hello. He said hello to me. No. He is the only person who knows the solution to the problem. Low. The area is at a low elevation and is prone to flooding when heavy rain falls. No. He gave a clear no to the proposal. Oh. Feels a great debt of gratitude to his friend who helped him when he was in trouble. Pro. She made her debut as a professional tennis player in her teens, and has since traveled the world competing. Row. He rowed his boat towards a small island on the other side of the lake. Sew. She carefully sewed her favorite torn shirt back together with a needle and thread. Show. He invited his friends over for dinner over the weekend to show them his new house. Slow. His movements are very slow. Snow. There is a lot of snow piled up on the mountain. So, it was so cold outside that he decided to put on a heavy coat and go out. Though he was feeling unwell, but he still managed to finish the job. Throw. He threw the ball with all his might and landed a strike in the catcher's mitt. Tow. A large tow truck was called to transport the car, which had broken down on the road, to a repair shop. Undergo. Before any new system can be implemented, it must undergo rigorous testing. Poetry. He loves poetry. Poem. Wrote down a short poem for his loved one, expressing his honest feelings. Poet. He is attracting attention as a young genius poet who expresses the beauty of nature with his unique sensibility. Nobody. Nobody is there. Global. Climate change is a global issue that requires international cooperation. Mobile. Smartphones have given us mobile means of communication on the go. Modem. To connect to the internet, you need a device called a modem, which converts signals. Clothing. When hiking in winter, it is important to wear appropriate layers of clothing to prevent body heat from escaping. Mower. He used an electric mower to trim the lawn on weekends. Sofa. When he gets home from work, It's his daily routine to sit down on his favorite sofa and relax. Profile. He details his background and hobbies in his profile section on social media. Yoga. To maintain her health and mental well-being, she practices 30 minutes of yoga every morning. Logo. The new brand logo is a simple yet striking design. Programmer. He is a skilled computer programmer, involved in developing complex systems. Program. I wrote a new program. Snowy. On a snowy morning, the children were delighted to build a snowman. Locally. The restaurant uses only fresh, locally grown vegetables. Local. When I travel, I enjoy exploring local markets that aren't listed in guidebooks. Focus. The focus of the meeting was narrowed down to next year's budget proposal, and specific discussions were held. Broker. He searched through a real estate broker for an affordable office property in the city center. Relocate. Due to the branch closure, he will be relocated to a local sales office starting next month. Okay. That plan is okay. Relocation. Due to the company's relocation overseas, he moved to London with his family. Locate. I used a map app to locate the nearest subway station from my current location. Slowly. He walks slowly. Portfolio. He has a diverse portfolio that combines stocks and bonds to diversify his investment risk. Diploma. After 4 years of rigorous study, he proudly received his diploma at the graduation ceremony. Moment. The moment he saw the beautiful scenery, he was so moved that he was at a loss for words. Homeowner. He saved up his savings over the years and finally became a homeowner. Component. This complex machine is made up of thousands of tiny components. Opponent. In the final, he faces the strongest opponent he has ever beaten. Bonus. Due to the company's strong performance, a special bonus was awarded to all employees. Donut. She has a sweet tooth, especially chocolate-covered donuts. Owner. He is the owner of this shop. Toner. My printer ran out of toner, so I ordered a new cartridge. Ownership. At a young age, he acquired ownership of the land and decided to start farming. Donate. He donated some of the money he had saved over the years to help underprivileged children. Open. Please open the door. Reopen. With restoration work now complete, the public library is scheduled to finally reopen next month. Appropriate. At formal occasions such as weddings and funerals, appropriate clothing is required. Inappropriate. Using such language towards your boss is extremely inappropriate behavior for a member of society. Showroom. He visited a car showroom where the latest models were on display in order to buy a new car. Grocery. On his way home from work, he stopped by a nearby grocery store to buy ingredients for dinner. Associate. She still keeps in regular contact with her former associates. Postage. Sending this parcel overseas will cost a considerable amount of postage. Postal. Change of address procedures can be done by mail using postal services. Poster. On the wall of his room is a large poster of his favorite movie. Emotional. The final scene of the movie was very moving, and many in the audience had an emotional reaction. Promotional. To coincide with the launch of the new product, large-scale promotional events were held throughout the city. Social. In modern society, social networking sites have become an important social communication tool. Emotion. He hid his emotion. Motion. This machine is in constant motion. Notion. She had always questioned the old notion that women should stay at home. Ocean. The ship sailed across the vast ocean for several weeks before finally arriving at its destination port. Promotion. His many years of achievements were recognized and he finally won promotion to manager. Negotiate. Both sides continue to negotiate tenaciously over wage increases and shorter working hours. Notify. The recruiters plan to notify each candidate of the results of the final interviews by the end of this week. Photograph. She took a photograph of her family. Motivate. The teacher tried to motivate the students. Total. The total cost is $50. Totally. His opinion was totally different from mine. Notice. There was a notice posted on the bulletin board announcing that the entire facility would be closed next Monday. Protest. Thousands of citizens opposed to the proposed tax increase held a massive protest in front of City Hall. Motor. The motor makes a loud noise. Voter. Voters lined up at the polls early in the morning to choose their representatives. Motorcycle. On weekends, he likes to ride his prized motorcycle along the coast. Automotive. He has loved cars since he was a child and now works as an automotive engineer. Protein. In order to build muscle efficiently, it is essential to consume high-quality protein after training. Photocopy. He made a photocopy of the contract and kept one for himself. Photocopier. To prepare materials for the meeting, I printed 50 copies using the office's latest photocopier. Photo. He took digital camera photos everywhere to record his travel memories. Oval. The conference room had a large oval table that could seat about 20 people. Moreover. He is a highly capable engineer and, moreover, has excellent leadership skills. Over. The storm passed over in a few hours, and a rainbow appeared in the sky. Overall. Although some divisions posted losses, the company's overall performance exceeded last year's. Overcharge. Taxi drivers sometimes target tourists and overcharge them. Overdue. The deadline for submitting the report was last week, so it's already overdue. Overhead. Streetlights shine brightly overhead, illuminating the road at night. Overcome. She overcame many obstacles and finally secured her ticket to the Olympics. Overlook. From the hotel window we could overlook the beautiful ocean. Overnight. The app became a huge hit immediately after its release, and he became a millionaire overnight. Overpay. He overestimated the value of the antique and ended up overpaying at the auction. Overseas. To broaden his business horizons, he decided to get an MBA from a university overseas. Oversee. The manager's main role is to oversee the progress of the entire team. Overtime. I had a ton of work this week, so I worked 3 hours of overtime every day. Overview. At the beginning of the meeting, an overview was given to give an overall understanding of the project. Nowhere. I lost my keys, and no matter how much I searched around the house, I couldn't find them anywhere. Coworker. He worked closely with trusted coworkers to make new projects a success. Disposal. Proper disposal methods must be followed when dealing with hazardous waste. Proposal. He submitted a proposal for a new business model to the board of directors. Closure. Due to poor business performance, the long-established department store finally faced the day of closure. Exposure. Prolonged exposure to UV rays can have adverse effects on the skin. Approach. We have attempted a logical and scientific approach to this complex problem. Coach. He is the coach of the basketball team. Code. He wrote new computer code. Load. He carried a heavy load and carefully climbed the steep mountain path, step by step. Mode. To improve his concentration, he turned off notifications on his smartphone and switched into work mode. Road. This old road is a historic route that was once traveled by many merchants. Unload. When the truck arrived, the workers began to efficiently unload the cargo. Clothes. He picked out the cleanest clothes from his closet in preparation for his interview tomorrow. Folk. He is an avid collector of old folk tales passed down among the local people. Joke. He told a funny joke. Smoke. There is cigarette smoke in the room. Stroke. He suffered a stroke, but thanks to prompt treatment he survived. Spokesperson. A government spokesperson expressed confidence in the effectiveness of the new economic policies. Bowl. She filled a bowl with fresh salad and placed it in the middle of the table. Coal. Old steam locomotives ran powerfully on large amounts of coal. Control. The pilot had complete control of the aircraft and landed it safely in the severe storm. Enroll. To improve his skills, he has decided to enroll in a night programming class starting next month. Goal. He practices hard every day to achieve his goal of becoming a professional soccer player. Hole. There is a fence around the area to prevent people from falling into a deep hole dug in the ground. Pole. To hold the flag high, we erected a sturdy metal pole in the middle of the yard. Poll. Recent polls have shown that the approval rating of the current government is gradually declining. Role. In the film, he plays an important role as the protagonist's best friend. Roll. The children were running happily after the roll ball that was rolling down the slope. Soul. The music touches my soul. Toll. To travel on the expressway, you must pay a prescribed toll at the exit. Whole. He was so hungry that he ate a whole big pizza. Golden. He seized the golden opportunity. Folder. He organized the scattered documents and put them into color-coded folders for each project. Holder. She carried a cup of hot coffee in a special holder. Shoulder. He set off on his long journey with a heavy backpack on both shoulders. Soldier. He became a soldier to protect his country and endured harsh training. Enrollment. The university has begun the enrollment process for new students starting next year. Cold. As the cold winter wind blew, he continued walking with the collar of his coat turned up. Fold. He carefully folded the letter into thirds and placed it in an envelope. Gold. This ring is made of pure gold. Hold. She held on tightly with both hands to avoid breaking her precious treasure. Old. He has an old car. Comb. She carefully combed her hair in front of the mirror before leaving the house. Home. I am going home now. Homeless. Many people who lost their homes in the earthquake are forced to live homeless lives in evacuation centers. Homemade. She baked a homemade cake filled with fresh fruit for a friend's party. Homework. The teacher gave the students a lot of homework to finish by the weekend. Alone. He lives alone. Bone. He suffered an injury that broke a bone in his leg, but he is recovering well now. Loan. I took out a loan from the bank. Own. He dreams of one day owning his own company, and is currently training diligently. Phone. He is talking on the phone now. Postpone. Due to bad weather, the planned outdoor concert has been postponed until next Sunday. Stone. He picked up a stone by the river. Tone. His tone was very polite. Unknown. The island may be home to many unknown plants and animals that have yet to be discovered by humans. Zone. This is a no parking zone. Only. Only person who knows the secret. Cope. She successfully copes with the pressures of work and balancing her family life. Hope. No matter how difficult the situation, it is important to keep trying and not give up hope until the very end. Scope. The scope of this study aims to cover market trends over the past 5 years. Slope. The slope of that ski resort is steep. Soap. After washing your hands, it is important to rinse off the soap thoroughly with water. Hopefully. Hopefully, we will have sunny weather for tomorrow's sports day. Close. If you don't keep the windows tightly closed, outside noise will leak into the room. Diagnose. Doctors use the latest testing equipment to accurately diagnose the patient's condition. Dose. The exact dose is printed on the medicine package. Closely. Security camera footage was closely analyzed to identify the perpetrator's characteristics. Coast. I spent the weekend away from the hustle and bustle of the city, relaxing on the coast where the gentle waves litter the shore. Host. As the host of the party, he took great care of all the guests. Most of the participants were in favor of the new project approach. Post. He posted the letter. Postcard. From her travels, she sent postcards with beautiful landscapes printed on them to her family. Mostly. His claims are mostly correct, but there are some factual errors. Boat. A small boat is floating on the lake, and a fisherman is spending time leisurely. Coat. Put on your coat because it is cold outside. Devote. He decided to devote the rest of his life to helping poor children get an education. Float. The lightweight plastic container floats on the surface of the water without sinking. Note: to avoid forgetting, I took notes the important points of the meeting in my notepad. Promote: the company promoted the new product with a large-scale campaign to spread the word about its appeal. Quote: he quoted famous philosophers to support his argument. Remote: the village is located deep in the mountains in a very remote location and has no electricity. Throat: I think I have caught a cold, as I have had a strange feeling in my throat since this morning and it is difficult to speak. Vote: the people cast their precious vote in the election to choose their representatives. Both: she can speak both English and French fluently. Growth: the economic growth of the region has been fueled by the attraction of new factories. Compose: he composed a new symphony to express the emotions welling up inside him. Dispose: when dealing with hazardous chemicals, they must be safely disposed of in accordance with prescribed methods. Enclose: along with the letter, I am enclosing a printout of a family photo taken last weekend. Expose: he exposed corporate corruption that had been hidden for many years through thorough investigations. Impose: the government has decided to impose a new luxury tax on the people in order to close the budget deficit. Nose: she has a high nose. Oppose: many residents strongly oppose plans to build a huge factory in a quiet residential area. Pose: global warming poses a very serious threat to the survival of humanity. Propose: as the leader of a new project, he proposed an efficient workflow. Suppose: seeing that she hasn't arrived yet, we suppose that the train is delayed. Those documents on the desk are scheduled to be distributed at tomorrow's meeting. Login: to access the website, I entered my username and password to complete the login. Draw: she draws landscapes in her notebook every day for her future dream. Flaw: the diamond is very beautiful, but under a magnifying glass, you can see a slight flaw. Law: to protect the safety of citizens, everyone must equally obey the law. Withdraw: he withdrew some cash from the bank ATM because he needed to cover a sudden expense. Withdrawal: he headed to the bank to make a large cash withdrawal. Drawback: that latest device is very high performance, but its high price is its only drawback. Broaden: he went on a solo trip abroad during his vacation to broaden his horizons. Auditor: an external auditor scrutinized the company's financial statements to check for any irregularities. Audit: the accounting firm audited the company's financial statements for accuracy. Officer: the police officer gave a stern warning to the driver, who committed a traffic violation. Often. He likes reading and often goes to the library on weekends to look for new books. Office. I am at the office now. Offer. He offered to help me. Wallet. When he tried to pay at the register, he realized he had left his wallet at home. Caller. Since he was in a meeting, he told the caller that he would call back later. Sauna. He refreshed himself by sweating in the gym's sauna to relieve the day's fatigue. Horrible. He felt horrible after seeing such a tragic sight. Origin. Scientists are developing the latest observation devices to explore the origin of the universe. Authority. He is a world authority in that field and has authored many papers. Majority. As a result of the vote, the new bill was passed with the approval of the majority. Minority. In that country, there are laws to protect the rights of the linguistic minority. Priority. He makes spending time with his family his top priority over work. Storage. Since my smartphone storage was full, I deleted unnecessary photos. Moral. A leader is required to have high moral standards, not just obey the law. Forum. On the Internet forum, active exchanges of opinions are taking place regarding the usability of the new product. Foreign. He likes to travel alone to foreign lands to experience new cultures. Warranty. The appliance comes with a 3-year warranty that covers repair costs from the date of purchase. Orange. I ate a sweet orange. Forest. We walked through the deep forest. Explorer. The explorers who set sail in search of unknown continents overcame numerous difficulties. Historical. The museum exhibits precious materials that tell the historical transition of this region. Historic. This meeting between the leaders of the two countries is a historic event that marks a major step toward peace. Inventory. The shop manager performed an inventory after closing to check the stock of products. Story. My mother told me a story. Editorial. This morning's newspaper editorial severely criticized the government's new economic policy. Auditorium. The auditorium of the new hall is designed to maximize acoustic effects. Historian. The famous historian deciphered ancient manuscripts to solve the mysteries of a lost civilization. Storeroom. Old furniture no longer in use is stored together in the basement storeroom. Cautious. The investor maintained a very cautious attitude toward market fluctuations. Automate. The factory fully automated the assembly line to increase production efficiency. Automobile. In the late 20th century, the spread of the automobile dramatically changed people's lifestyles. Autumn. The leaves turn color in autumn. Daughter. His daughter is gifted in piano and won an international competition. Water. He drank down cold water at once to quench his thirst. Auto. The latest electric vehicles drew a lot of attention at the auto show. Author. The author is traveling across the country to promote their new novel. Authorize. The City Hall officially authorized the charity event to be held in the square. Lawyer. He decided to consult an experienced lawyer to resolve the complex legal issues. Plausible. He explained the reason for his lateness, and the content was quite plausible to everyone. Abroad. He decided to work abroad starting next year to gain experience in international business. Broad. From the summit, a broad plain could be seen stretching as far as the eye could see. Broadcast. The historic news was broadcast in real time through media around the world. Off. He made sure to turn all the light switches off before going out. Software. He developed new software. Dog. It is his daily routine to walk in the nearby park every morning with his dog. Log. The captain recorded all the incidents during the voyage in detail in the log. Talk. They spent hours in the cafe talking about their future dreams and recent events. Walk. He walks in a nearby park for 30 minutes every morning before work for his health. Chocolate. I love sweet chocolate. Walkway. A beautiful walkway is maintained along the coast where you can walk while enjoying the view. All. The meeting started on time once all the participants had gathered. Ball. Children are playing with a ball in the park. Call. He noticed his friend in the distance and called his name loudly. Fall. The leaves of the trees in the park are changing color, signaling the arrival of fall. Hall. Many spectators flocked to the massive concert hall even before the performance began. Install. He had a hard time installing the new software on his computer. Mall. On the weekend, I went shopping with my family at a huge shopping mall in the suburbs. Small. It is a very small box. Tall. He is the tallest in his class and plays as the star of the basketball club. Wall. He carefully pasted a poster of his favorite artist on the wall of his room. Almost. The construction is progressing well, and almost all of the planned schedule has been completed. Ballroom. People in glamorous dresses were dancing elegantly in the spacious ballroom. Also. He speaks English fluently but is also proficient in French and German. Alter. He decided to fundamentally alter his lifestyle to suit his new job. Alternate. He enjoys reading and jogging on alternate weekends. Faulty. The recalled product had faulty wiring that could potentially cause a fire. Hallway. He passed through the dark hallway and headed toward the lit living room. Always. No matter how busy she is, she always remembers to thank the people around her. Fault. The main cause of the accident lay in a design fault of the machine. Salt. A small amount of salt was added at the end to enhance the flavor of the dish. Lawn. One of his pleasures on the weekend is neatly mowing the lawn in his garden. Laundry. On the weekend, I ran the washing machine from early morning to deal with the piled-up laundry. Online. He checks the news online every day to stay informed about the latest information. Launch. The spacecraft was launched high into the sky with a roar after a perfect countdown. Along. They walked slowly along the quiet shoreline while listening to the sound of the waves. Belong. He is proud to belong to this team and works hard every day. Long. Years have passed since he left his hometown, and he longs to be reunited with his family. Song. She sang a beautiful song. Strong. He achieved a strong physique that surpassed anyone's through daily rigorous training. Wrong. He admitted that his judgment was wrong and apologized. Strongly. The committee strongly opposes the construction plan, which would lead to environmental destruction. Alongside. The small boat was anchored alongside a massive cargo ship. Anymore. He is not here anymore. Before. He looked through all the materials before the meeting started. Bore. The lecture was such a bore that the students lost their concentration. Core. That is the core of the problem. Door. Someone is knocking on the door. Drawer. He found an old photo he thought he had lost in his desk drawer. Explore. Young scientists started a project to explore the unknown regions of the deep sea. Floor. I cleaned the floor and made it tidy. 4. He is working hard for the future of his family. Ignore. As a result of ignoring the warning, he got involved in big trouble. More. He is not satisfied with the current situation and is striving to absorb more knowledge. Nor. He doesn't drink alcohol, nor does he smoke, leading a very healthy life. Or. For lunch you can choose either pasta or a sandwich. Poor. She poured the carefully brewed tea into the cups for the guests. Restore. Experts worked hard to restore the historical building to its original beautiful state. Score. He achieved the highest score on the exam and won a scholarship. Shore. The waves are hitting the shore. Soar. The demand for the new product increased, and the company's stock price soared. Store. He stores food and water in his garage in case of an emergency. War. The history textbook records the horrific war that once took place in this region. Your. Is this your umbrella? Or does it belong to someone else? Fortunate. He feels fortunate to have friends around him who help even in difficult situations. Fortunately. The car was badly wrecked, but fortunately, the driver escaped uninjured. Unfortunately. He did his best, but unfortunately, he was unable to achieve his goal. Fortune. He built a huge fortune in business. Affordable. The shop is popular with young people because it offers high-quality clothing at affordable prices. Ordinary. He is not particularly gifted. He is just an ordinary young man found anywhere. Coordinate. Multiple departments work together to coordinate tasks to make the large-scale event a success. Extraordinary. She displayed an extraordinary talent, entering university at the age of only 10. Coordinator. As the event coordinator, she perfectly handled communication between parties and schedule management. Border. Near the border between the two countries, guards are patrolling 24 hours a day. Disorder. The garden after the storm was in a state of complete disorder, with broken branches and scattered leaves. Order. The library staff returned the returned books to the shelves in the correct order. Accordingly. As the situation is changing constantly, we need to revise our plans accordingly. Northern. We live in the northern region. Organizer. As the event organizer, she managed the entire schedule perfectly. Organize. She organized the cluttered documents clearly by date. Mortgage. He took out a 30-year mortgage at the bank to purchase his own home. Beforehand. To make a presentation successful, it's important to prepare the materials carefully beforehand. Forecast. According to the weather forecast from the meteorological agency, it will rain heavily tomorrow afternoon. Orchestra. With a signal from the conductor, the orchestra began playing a grand symphony all at once. Doorman. At the hotel entrance, the doorman welcomed guests with a smile and opened the door. Format. Please change the format of the document. Formally. After months of preparation, the two countries finally formally concluded a new trade treaty. Normally. He normally wakes up at 7 a.m., but today he woke up exceptionally early. Informative. The lecture was a very informative opportunity to learn about the latest science and technology. Formal. Attendance at the banquet required formal attire, such as tuxedos and dresses. Informal. The weekend party is an informal gathering, so a relaxed outfit is fine. Normal. It is a normal thing. Foreman. The site foreman gave precise instructions to the workers and kept the construction moving smoothly. Performance. His piano performance was wonderful. Enormous. Completing that project requires an enormous amount of energy and time. Former. As a former president, he still gives lectures all over the world. Performer. The performer on stage captivated the audience with an overwhelming performance. Formula. In the math exam, he remembered the formula for calculating the area of a complex shape. Corner. He sat in an old chair placed in the corner of the room and began to read. Morning. I go for a run every morning. Corporate. He is in charge of drafting contracts in the legal department of a major corporate entity. Incorporate. The new design incorporates a wealth of the latest technology. Abortion. Intense debate continues in that country over the legalization of abortion. Portion. She keeps her meal portions small for the sake of her health. Proportion. Whether you succeed or not is in direct proportion to the amount of effort you put in. Portable. This latest computer is very lightweight and portable, making it ideal for travel. Shortage. Due to the record-breaking heat wave this summer, a serious water shortage occurred in various regions. Shorten. Since he ran out of time for the presentation, he had to shorten his explanation. Importance. Health is of great importance. Important. He considers spending time with his family the most important thing in his life. Quarter. He quartered the apple and shared it with the children. Reporter. The reporter broadcasted live from the scene. Supporter. That politician has many supporters who enthusiastically back his policies. Quarterly. The company provides quarterly financial reports to increase management transparency. Portrait. The museum displays portraits of great people who left their names in the country's history. Forward. He courageously stepped forward and voiced his opinion. Absorb. This special sponge can absorb spilled liquids incredibly quickly. Aboard. After confirming that all passengers were aboard, the ship slowly set sail. Accord. After months of negotiation, the two countries finally signed a peace accord. Afford. After saving up, he was finally able to afford the new car he had long desired. Award. In recognition of her years of contribution to science, she was presented with a prestigious international award. Board. I will write the agenda of the meeting on the board and share it. Cord. He used a strong nylon cord to secure the luggage. Record. He set a new record in track and field. Reward. After overcoming rigorous training, he gained the ultimate reward of winning the championship. Toward. He continues to move steadily toward his goal, step by step, to realize his dream. Ward. Nurses are dedicated to caring for children in the hospital's pediatric ward. Cordless. He bought the latest cordless vacuum cleaner to make cleaning easier. Boardroom. Important company decisions were made in the luxurious boardroom on the top floor. Fork. He used a silver fork skillfully to eat his pasta. Conform. To work smoothly within an organization, one is expected to conform to the local rules to some extent. Form. When applying, please fill in the necessary information on the prescribed form. Inform. If you are going to be absent, please inform the person in charge in advance by email or phone. Perform. As a world-renowned pianist, she has performed brilliantly on many stages. Reform. The government carried out a fundamental reform of the tax system to revitalize the economy. Storm. A storm is approaching. Transform. The spread of digital technology has dramatically transformed the way we communicate. Warm. Drinking warm soup in front of a fireplace on a cold winter day is a blissful moment. Warn. The teacher repeatedly warned the students that the rising river was dangerous. Course. He chose the best course of study for himself to achieve his future goals. Divorce. His parents' divorce had a significant impact on him when he was still a child. Force. He never tried to force his ideas onto others. Horse. His hobby is going to a ranch on holidays and riding a horse across the grasslands. Reinforce. The old pillars were reinforced with steel frames to increase the earthquake resistance of the entire building. Source. The reporter refused to reveal the source of the information, protecting the subject. Court. He testified boldly in court to prove his innocence. Escort. Police vehicles escorted the distinguished guest from the airport to the hotel. Import. This country relies heavily on imports from overseas for much of its food. Port. Huge cargo ships from all over the world gather at that natural port. Report. He made a detailed report at the meeting. Resort. He firmly refused to resort to violence as a last measure. Short. The meeting time was so short that we couldn't have a sufficient discussion. Sort. He sorted the pile of documents by type, picking out only the important ones. Sport. I like playing sport. Support. Thanks to the support of many volunteers, the event was a success. Transport. With the development of logistics networks, fresh vegetables can now be transported to the market quickly. Shortly. The meeting will begin shortly, so please return to your seats. Fourth. With determination in her heart, she stepped forth boldly into a new world. North. They took advantage of the long holiday to travel to the North region, where abundant nature remains. Across. She noticed her friend on the opposite side and called out loudly across the river. Cross. He crosses the street using the pedestrian crossing every day for safety. Loss. The company suffered a huge financial loss due to the failure of the new product. Exhaust. Black exhaust is billowing out from the tailpipe of the old truck. Ought. We ought to respect each other to create a better society. Cloth. She spread out a beautifully embroidered cloth to decorate the dining table. Because. He went out with an umbrella because it was raining. Clause. After reviewing the contract in detail, he found a clause that was disadvantageous to him. Pause. He paused for a moment before speaking. Double. It is double the price. Trouble. He was having trouble understanding how to operate the computer, so I helped him. Rubber. Rubber is used on the soles of these shoes for grip, making them safe even on rainy days. Suburb. To leave the bustle of the city, he decided to build a house in a quiet suburb. Publicize. The company actively publicized its new product launch using social media to inform the public. Publisher. She revised her manuscript many times to find a publisher who would release her novel to the world. Public. The government decided to seek the public's opinion on the introduction of the new tax system. Publish. She decided to publish the novel she had been writing for years through a reliable publisher. Sudden. He was puzzled by the sudden change in plans but quickly regained his composure and responded. Suddenly. The clear sky suddenly turned dark, and a heavy thunderstorm began. Bloody. History textbooks record bloody conflicts over the throne. Study. I study English every day. Another. These shoes didn't fit, so I asked the clerk if they had another size. Brother. I played soccer in the park with my brother today. Mother. My mother loves cooking. Other. He decided to carefully consider other options, not just one method. Otherwise. He said he would come on time, but if otherwise, we intend to leave without him. Southern. They traveled to the southern region. Buffet. The hotel breakfast is served buffet style, so you can freely choose what you like. Suffer. He has been suffering from severe unexplained headaches for many years. Luggage. He packed everything he needed into a large piece of luggage for his trip abroad. Struggle. He struggled to adapt to the new environment, but eventually made friends and succeeded. Budget. He is setting a strict budget by cutting down on food expenses for next month's trip. Lucky. I'm very lucky. Color. In autumn, the mountain trees beautifully change color to red and yellow. Colorful. The market was filled with vibrant fruits and spices, making for a very colorful scene. Stomach. He felt an uncomfortable pain in his stomach because of extreme nervousness. Plumber. Since the faucet was leaking, I called a local plumber to request a repair. Summer. The long-awaited summer vacation has begun, and the children are excited to plan a trip to the sea. Summarize. At the end of the meeting, the facilitator briefly summarized the key points discussed. Summary. He condensed the key points of the long report into one page and distributed it as a summary at the start of the meeting. Tunnel. The train passed through a long tunnel piercing the high mountain and entered the snow country. Runner. He trains every morning as a runner in the park, aiming to complete a full marathon. Funny. He is a very funny person and always makes everyone laugh. Money. He saved money for the trip. Sunny. We were blessed with sunny weather over the weekend, making it perfect for a picnic. Couple. The young couple was talking harmoniously on a park bench. Upper. He lives on the upper floor of the building. Supplement. He takes a vitamin supplement every morning to compensate for nutritional deficiencies. Muscle. He has gained strong muscles through his daily training at the gym. Justify. To justify his lateness, he cited train delays as the reason. Customize. He customizes his smartphone home screen freely to suit his own usability. Customer. The clerk greeted the customer with a smile and carefully explained the features of the new product. Accustom. He made an effort to accustom himself quickly to the rules of his new workplace. Custom. An old custom of offering a dance of gratitude during the harvest season remains in that land. Justice. We seek justice. Cluster. In one corner of the night sky, a beautiful cluster of stars looking like scattered jewels was visible. Frustrate. The repeated delays of the plan frustrated all the project members. Discussion. A lively discussion was held among all members to decide the direction of the new project. Shuttle. A shuttle bus connecting the airport and the city center runs every 15 minutes. Button. Please fasten the button on your shirt. Butter. It is his daily routine to eat freshly baked toast with plenty of butter spread on it. Nothing. I have nothing. Oven. She baked a cake in the oven, and a sweet aroma filled the kitchen. Cover. He sought cover under the eaves of a nearby building to protect himself from the sudden rain. Discover. He discovered a highly valuable historical first edition at a second-hand bookstore he happened to stop by. Lover. He is a lover of reading. Recover. After undergoing major surgery and several months of recuperation, he finally recovered his strength. Coverage. The news program provided in-depth coverage of the election results. Discovery. Scientists succeeded in the discovery of a new species of creature, never seen before in the deep sea. Government. The national government decided to introduce new economic measures to curb inflation. Governor. The governor of the state announced a new education support budget proposal at a press conference. Govern. The newly elected president vowed to govern the country with highly transparent politics. Recovery. He underwent major surgery but showed a remarkable recovery at a speed that surprised even the doctors. Puzzle. He sat at his desk all night to solve the puzzle of that complex mathematical formula. Cousin. At the new year, relatives gathered and he met his cousins for the first time in a long while. Dozen. He bought a dozen eggs at a nearby store for breakfast. Club. I am in the university soccer club. Pub. Let's go to the pub. Subsequent. After the initial earthquake, numerous subsequent aftershocks occurred over several hours. Subsequently. He graduated from university and subsequently found a job at a famous local company. Subsidize. The government decided to subsidize purchase costs to promote the spread of eco-friendly electric vehicles. Substitute. A young player participated as a substitute for the star player who was out due to injury. Substance. His speech was eloquent, but it lacked any real substance. Subway. To avoid city traffic jams, he uses the subway every day to commute to work. Much. He is too busy with work to take much time to spend with his family. Such. I had never seen such a beautiful sunset in my life. Touch. The sculpture is very delicate, so you must never touch it with your bare hands. Blood. At the scene of the accident, there were traces of blood on the road surface, telling of the violent collision. Flood. Record-breaking heavy rain caused the river to overflow, bringing a severe flood to the nearby residential area. Enough. He was able to save enough money to travel around the world. Rough. The ship rocked violently because the sea was rough. Stuff. There is stuff on the table. Tough. By enduring rigorous training, he became tough both mentally and physically. Roughly. It is roughly $100. Bug. He found a serious bug in the software and created a patch for it. Drug. The research team succeeded in developing a groundbreaking new drug to treat the incurable disease. Plug. I inserted the smartphone charger into the electrical plug. Rug. He laid a thick wool rug on the floor to keep his feet warm. Unplug. To prevent damage from lightning, I unplugged the TV cord before going out. Ugly. Due to urban development, beautiful historical streets were replaced by ugly buildings. Luxury. As a reward for his hard work, he stayed at a luxury hotel over the weekend. Judge. The judge carefully reviewed the evidence presented and delivered the final verdict. Judgment. The court scrutinized the evidence presented and delivered the final judgment. Luck. He was in a tough situation, but in the end he had the luck to escape the crisis. Truck. A truck is carrying goods. Fluctuate. Crude oil prices fluctuate wildly every day in response to changes in the international situation. Structure. The architect designed a building with a solid structure that is resistant to earthquakes. Structure. The architect designed a building with a solid structure that is resistant to earthquakes. Structural. Although the building is old, no structural defects were found, and it can still be used. Construction. Construction of the new shopping center, scheduled for completion next year, is underway in front of the station. Deduction. He identified the culprit through logical deduction from the scant evidence left at the scene. Destruction. The massive typhoon brought catastrophic destruction to the coastal villages. Induction. An induction training was held for new employees to explain the company's philosophy and operations. Instruction. He followed the clear instructions from his boss and completed the project without delay. Introduction. This is the introduction of the book. Production. The car factory significantly improved production efficiency by introducing the latest robots. Reduction. The company is strongly promoting paperless operations to achieve cost reduction. Reluctant. Because he knew the dangers of the plan, he was very reluctant to participate. Conductor. As the conductor of the orchestra, he brilliantly brought together hundreds of performers. Instructor. Following the advice of the gym instructor, he began weight training with the correct form. Introductory. In the first year of university, introductory lectures are held to learn the basics of each specialized field. Productive. He organizes his daily tasks every morning to have a productive day. Deluxe. As a reward to himself, he stayed for one night in a deluxe suite at the hotel. Conduct. As the orchestra conductor, he conducted the performance with brilliant baton technique. Construct. They joined forces to construct a sturdy bridge to cross to the opposite bank of the river. Deduct. The amount after deducting income tax and social insurance premiums from your salary is your take-home pay. Instruct. He instructed the new staff in detail on how to operate the latest software. Dull. The knife I forgot to sharpen had become quite dull, and I couldn't cut the tomato well. Culture. One of the joys of visiting a foreign land is experiencing its unique and rich culture. Agricultural. In this region, latest technology is introduced to carry out efficient agricultural production. Cultural. It is a cultural difference. Ultimately. Despite facing various difficulties, he ultimately succeeded in achieving his goal. Multiple. He is a versatile person, managing multiple projects simultaneously. Consultant. He is a management consultant. Bulb. The light bulb in the living room burned out, so I need to replace it with a new one. Bulk. He packed the bulk of his belongings into cardboard boxes in preparation for the move. Sculpture. A magnificent sculpture of modern art carved from marble is on display in the center of the museum. Adult. He is an adult now. Consult. He consulted a specialized lawyer to resolve legal issues before starting his new business. Result. As a result of rigorous training, he succeeded in breaking his personal best record. Become. After rigorous training, he finally became the professional chef he had admired. Come. Great news came to him, and the whole family shared in the joy. Drum. On the night of the festival, the sound of a powerful drum echoed from the distance. From. He received a letter from a distant foreign country, and fondly remembered his old friend. Gum. He always chews mint-flavored gum while studying to increase his concentration. Some. Since there are still some vegetables left in the refrigerator, let's make soup tonight. Some. As a result of his savings so far, he has accumulated a considerable sum of money in his bank account. Somebody. Somebody is knocking on the door. Number. Since the number of participants far exceeded expectations, we changed the venue at the last minute. Someday. He works hard at his training every day to fulfill his dream of owning his own shop someday. Comfortable. The sofa in the hotel lobby was very comfortable, making the wait time no trouble at all. Uncomfortable. Since he didn't know anyone at the party, he felt uncomfortable the entire time. Comfortably. The new sofa is very soft, allowing 3 adults to sit comfortably. Comfort. Her warm words of encouragement provided great comfort to him in his despair. Somehow. With very little time left until the deadline, he somehow managed to finish all the work. Accompany. He was anxious about his first trip abroad, so he decided to have a friend accompany him. Company. He works desperately every day to fulfill his big dream of starting his own company. Sometime. I'm busy now, but let's talk over tea sometime soon. Something. There is something wrong here. Somewhat. Since I slept well last night, I feel somewhat better this morning than I did yesterday. Someone. He heard the footsteps of someone approaching from across the room and tensed up. Somewhere. He misplaced his keys somewhere and has been searching the whole house frantically since morning. Jump. Hearing the surprising news, he instinctively jumped up on the spot. Pump. Use the pump to fill it. Assumption. He made the assumption that it must be him without sufficient evidence. Consumption. Due to the recent rise in health consciousness, more people are cutting down on their sugar consumption. Fun. Going to the amusement park with friends on the weekend is the most fun time for him. Gun. The police officer held his gun ready just in case, while cornering the suspect. None. I have none of the options. 1. There were many apples in the box, but he chose the biggest one. Run. He runs in a nearby park for 30 minutes every morning before work for his health. Sun. His son started following in his father's footsteps as an engineer after graduating from university. Sun. The sun peeked through the clouds, easing the freezing cold. Ton. The massive cargo ship crosses the Pacific Ocean carrying tens of thousands of tons of goods. Luncheon. A formal luncheon was held in a luxury hotel hall to celebrate the company's founding anniversary. Refundable. There is a cancellation fee for this ticket, but the remaining amount is refundable, which is reassuring. Under. He took a break under the shade of a large tree in the park to avoid the strong sunlight. Wonder. Looking up at the countless stars shining in the night sky, I feel a sense of wonder at the vastness of the universe. Wonderful. That is a wonderful idea. Underground. A massive underground water storage facility has been built beneath the city. Underline. To avoid forgetting important points, he drew red underlines under key passages in the textbook. Thunderstorm. In the afternoon, the sky suddenly turned dark, and a fierce thunderstorm with heavy rain and lightning struck the city. Undertake. To save the company, he undertook an extremely difficult project that everyone thought was impossible. Sunshine. Bright sunshine streamed through the window, warmly illuminating the room. Country. He decided to leave the bustle of the city and live quietly in the nature-rich countryside. Countryside. Tired of the hustle and bustle of the city, he refreshed himself by spending the weekend in the quiet countryside. Bunch. He gave her a large bunch of flowers to express his gratitude. Lunch. Let's go for lunch. Lunchtime. When the clock struck 12, the office employees all took their lunchtime break at once. Fund. He struggled to raise the fund to establish a new charity. Refund. Since the purchase product was defective, I contacted the store to request a full refund. Once. He did his best not to miss a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Once. He did his best not to miss a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Front. He put on a brave front in public to hide his fear. Hunt. A lion is hunting for prey. Month. He stayed there for a month. Monthly. The magazine is published monthly and provides the latest fashion information. Among. He was among the crowd. Tongue. He tried to speak an unfamiliar foreign language, but his tongue got tied and he couldn't pronounce it well. Young. He is still very young. Hunger. After a long journey, he was overcome with intense hunger and sought food in a nearby village. Hungry. He hadn't eaten anything since morning, so he was very hungry by dinner time. Uncle. My uncle lives in Tokyo. Junk. He decided to get rid of the junk, such as old appliances, that had accumulated in his garage. Functional. The design is not only beautiful to look at but also very functional, with usability in mind. Function. Let's try the new function of this machine. Malfunction. A minor malfunction in the system caused the entire factory line to stop. Cup. I drank a cup of tea. He plucked up the courage to step up and take action himself to seize a new opportunity. Upcoming. He plans to present his research results at the upcoming international conference next month. Disruption. Power outages caused by the fierce storm brought serious disruption to the city's infrastructure. Disrupt. Technological innovation significantly disrupts existing business models and creates new value. Interrupt. An urgent phone call came in during the meeting, temporarily interrupting his explanation. Bus. He commutes to work by bus every day and spends the time inside reading. Discuss. The entire team gathered to discuss the budget for the next project in detail. Plus. 5 plus 3 is 8. Thus. He studied hard, thus he passed. Us. They invited us. Industrial. This coastal area has become a massive industrial zone with numerous factories. Adjust. He decided to adjust his daily rhythm to get used to the new environment quickly. Disgust. He felt strong disgust at the politicians' despicable actions and turned off the TV. Dust. She wiped the dust off the long-unused shelf and cleaned it thoroughly. Just. He arrived at the station at just 12 o'clock and was able to catch the train as scheduled. Must. You must finish your homework. Trust. In order to build good human relationships, it is essential to have deep trust between each other. Adjustment. He made several adjustments to his lifestyle to adapt quickly to the new environment. Brush. Before going out, he carefully brushed the dust off his suit. Rush. He rushed along the station platform so as not to miss the last train. But he did his best, but unfortunately, he was unable to achieve his goal. Cut. He proposed to cut the budget by 20% for the new project. Shut. She firmly shut the heavy window to keep the cold wind out. What? He was so surprised that he couldn't believe what he had just seen. Above. The view from the summit spread out above the clouds and was breathtakingly beautiful. Glove. He put on thick wool gloves to protect his hands from the cold. Love. He shows his deep love for his family through his daily actions. Of. The desk is made of high-grade oak and is very sturdy. Lovely. Today is lovely weather. Husband. Her husband works as an engineer, and they enjoy gardening together on weekends. Agree. They had many discussions and finally agreed on a budget for the new project. B. Being honest and being authentic is the first step to building trust. Degree. He studied hard for 4 years at university and finally earned a degree in economics. Disagree. I disagree with his opinion, but I appreciate his enthusiasm. Fee. The lawyer charges a fixed fee per hour for the consultation. Free. At the event, the first 100 people were given free original stickers. Guarantee. This product comes with a 1-year manufacturer's guarantee, and if it breaks down, it will be repaired free of charge. He is very kind. Key. This is the key to success. Knee. He twisted his knee during a soccer game and was unable to walk for a while. Me. He strongly warned me not to tell anyone about the secret. Referee. In a soccer match, the referee gave a yellow card to a player for a foul. Sea. We swam in the sea. Sea. When I looked out the window, the mountains in the distance were shining red in the light of the setting sun. She is my friend. Ski. I ski in the mountains in winter. Tea. She made some warm tea. Tree. The tree is very tall. We should work together. Idea. That is a great idea. Theater. Over the weekend, we went to a large theater in town to see a hot new movie. Realtor. We consulted a trusted local realtor to help us find a new home. Museum. Over the weekend, we visited the National Museum, which displays ancient Egyptian artifacts. Keyboard. As a programmer, he is particular about finding a keyboard that feels best to him. Rebate. If you purchase within a certain period of time, you will receive a portion of the purchase price back as a rebate. Creature. The deep sea is home to some of the strangest creatures we have ever seen. Creature. The deep sea is home to some of the strangest creatures we have ever seen. Feature. The smartphone's biggest feature is its incredible camera performance. Feature. The smartphone's biggest feature is its incredible camera performance. Teacher. She is a very kind teacher. Freedom. Freedom is invaluable. Leader. He is a great leader of the team. Reader. She is an avid reader. Leadership. She demonstrated excellent leadership. Needy. The charity provides food assistance to needy families. Media. In modern society, the role of media in conveying news is becoming increasingly important. Medium. He chose oil painting as the medium to express his ideas. Ingredient. The most important ingredient in this traditional soup is fresh local herbs. Immediate. Upon receiving news of the accident, he took immediate action. Immediately. Immediately after the accident, an ambulance rushed to the scene. Video conference. A video conference was held in the afternoon to discuss details with branch staff. Either. Let's go either way. Neither. Neither of the two proposals presented met my expectations. Defect. A serious defect was found in the product during pre-shipment inspection, and a decision was made to recall all products. Seafood. At a seaside restaurant, we enjoyed fresh seafood caught that day. Illegal. Capturing wild animals without permission is an illegal act that is strictly prohibited by law. Legal. It is wise to seek professional legal advice before entering into any agreement. Paralegal. A paralegal prepares legal documents and conducts research under the supervision of a lawyer. Eager. He is very eager to get involved in the new project. Vehicle. Electric vehicles will become an important vehicle for realizing a sustainable society in the future. Regional. To expand its market, the company developed products tailored to the regional needs of each country. Region. The region is blessed with abundant nature and attracts many tourists. Procedure. To ensure safe surgery, strict hospital procedures must be followed. Strategic. To stay ahead of the competition, the company made the strategic decision to expand into overseas markets. Recall. He can recall events from decades ago as vividly as if they happened yesterday. Seeker. As a seeker of truth, he embarked on a journey to sacred sites around the world. Speaker. He is an excellent speaker at the conference. Secret. He never revealed the secret to the project's success to anyone. Equally. The two are equally talented. Equal. All human beings have equal rights under the law. Frequency. In recent years, the frequency of abnormal weather events has been increasing in this region. Sequence. The film captivated audiences with its thrilling action sequences. Frequent. The weather in this region is changeable, with frequent thunderstorms in the summer. Frequently. The weather in this region is changeable, with frequent thunderstorms occurring in the summer. Freelance. He is not tied to any particular organization and works as a freelance journalist. Realize. He finally realized his lifelong dream of owning his own home. Dealer. He has been in business in this town for many years as a used car dealer. Dealership. He booked a test drive of the latest model at his local car dealership. Ceiling. He lay on his bed, gazing intently at the ceiling of the room, lost in thought. Ideally. Ideally, everyone should have equal opportunities. Agreement. The two countries signed a new agreement to remove trade barriers. Disagreement. At the meeting, serious disagreements arose among members over budget allocation. Female. The research team achieved impressive results, focusing on female leaders. Premium. This limited edition watch is highly rare and commands a premium price on the market. Cleaner. She loves chemical-free, eco-friendly cleaners. Machinery. The factory is equipped with huge machinery for automatically assembling products. Scenery. The snowy scenery seen from the top of the mountain was breathtakingly beautiful. Meaningful. Through her volunteer work, she gained meaningful experiences for her life. Convenience. In modern society, while convenience is pursued, the burden on the environment is also increasing. Inconvenience. The sudden power outage caused great inconvenience to the residents in their daily lives. Convenient. A new supermarket has opened right next to the station, making it very convenient to go shopping. Conveniently. The hotel is located very conveniently, right next to the station. Senior. He is one of the most experienced senior managers in the company. People. There are many people living all over the world with a wide variety of cultures and languages. Sleepy. After lunch, when I'm basking in the warm sunlight, I suddenly feel sleepy. Query. He sent an email query to the person in charge about the specifications of the new system. Recent. I learned about the amazing discovery in the recent news. Recently. I recently started a new hobby, mountain climbing on weekends. Resource. Recycling is essential to conserve the Earth's limited natural resources. Seaside. During summer vacation, I usually spend time with my family at a seaside villa, where I can enjoy the pleasant sea breeze. Researcher. She is a prominent researcher investigating the impacts of climate change on marine ecosystems. Increasingly. In recent years, people's interest in environmental issues has been increasing. Eastern. We headed to the eastern region. Completion. Construction of this huge dam has finally been completed 10 years after it began. Appreciate. She deeply appreciates her friend's help during a difficult time. Species. It is said that there are many unknown species that have yet to be discovered in the Amazon rainforest. Heater. Because it is very cold in the winter mornings, I turned on the electric heater as soon as I woke up. Liter. For his health, he tries to drink at least 2 liters of water every day. Meter. The 100-meter race runners all started at once with the sound of the starting gun. Retailer. The rise of major online retailers is forcing local shopping districts into stiff competition. Retail. He has been in the clothing retail business for many years and is very familiar with the needs of his customers. Repeatedly. He repeatedly recited the contents of his important promise so as not to forget it. Mosquito. One summer night, I was woken up by an itchy mosquito bite. Evil. The hero in the story stood up to an evil wizard who wanted to take over the world. Evenly. By spreading butter evenly on bread, it will taste good no matter where you eat it. Even. He has a very calm personality and maintains an even mental state in any emergency. Previous. As decided at the previous meeting, we will start a new project next month. Previously. He had previously lived in the city and was familiar with its streets. Preview. Prior to the film's release, a special preview was held for those involved. Visa. Before traveling abroad, I applied for a visa required to enter the country I was going to. Easily. She passed the exam easily. Seasonal. The restaurant uses fresh, seasonal ingredients sourced from local farms. Reason. The reason he was late for the meeting was because he got caught in an unexpected traffic jam. Season. Japan has 4 seasons, and you can enjoy beautiful scenery in each season. Reasonable. Although the food at the restaurant is of high quality, the prices are very reasonable. Reasonably. He behaved reasonably in that situation. Easy. It is a very easy thing. Beach. We went to the beach with my family during summer vacation. Each. The teacher gave individual advice to each student. Reach. He stretched his arm to reach for the dictionary that was high up on the bookshelf. Speech. She gave a wonderful speech. Teach. Since retiring, he has been passionate about teaching mathematics to young people at a local university. Breed. The farm is raising a new breed of sheep that is more resistant to the cold. Exceed. This month's sales were outstanding, far exceeding our initial forecast. Feed. A rancher's daily routine is to get up early every morning and feed the horses and cows. Indeed. His plan was very bold, but it really had the potential to succeed. Mislead. Exaggerated expressions in advertising may mislead consumers and lead them to make wrong decisions. Need. He tried to meet the needs of his friends in need as best he could. Precede. At formal dinners, soup usually precedes the main dish. Proceed. Now that we were ready, we decided to proceed to the next step as planned. Seed. He carefully planted flower seeds in his garden so that beautiful flowers would bloom in the spring. Speed. The speed of this car is fast. Succeed. He put in a lot of effort and finally succeeded as a global entrepreneur. Feedback. By incorporating feedback from customers, we have improved the quality of our products. Breathe. The basics of yoga begin with straightening your spine and taking deep, slow breaths. Believe. She has a strong belief that hard work will always pay off. Brief. He began the meeting by giving a brief overview of the project. Chief. He is the chief of police. Relief. He felt great relief that the problem that had been bothering him for so long was finally resolved. Briefcase. He put the important documents in his briefcase and hurried to the conference room. Briefly. At the beginning of the meeting, he briefly explained the purpose of the project. Fatigue. He fell asleep in his chair due to extreme fatigue caused by hard work every day. League. He plays in a baseball league. Antique. My grandmother's house is filled with very valuable antique furniture that is over 100 years old. Cheek. The mother kissed her child on the cheek. Leak. I noticed a water leak coming from the ceiling and immediately called a repairman. Peak. After several days, the climbers finally reached the peak of Everest. Seek. Sought a better educational environment and decided to move to the city. Speak. He spoke passionately to a large audience about the importance of protecting the environment. Technique. Through years of training, he has mastered the advanced techniques for creating intricate woodwork. Unique. The building has a unique style that beautifully blends tradition and modernity. Weak. His legs became weak from the long hours of exercise and he could barely walk. Week. This week is very busy. Weekday. He works from morning until night on weekdays and cherishes spending time with his family on weekends. Weekend. He often goes camping with his family on weekends to relieve the fatigue of the weekdays. Weekly. The magazine is published weekly and brings you the latest news. Weakness. He overcame his weakness. Appeal. The charity made a worldwide appeal for help for the disaster-stricken areas. Deal. He handled difficult situations calmly and made big business deals. Feel. He felt the cold wind on his skin and realized that winter was coming. Ideal. He pursues the ideal image of a leader and works hard to improve himself every day. Meal. The time he spends with his family sitting around the dinner table enjoying a leisurely meal is something he treasures more than anything else. Real. The stories she told were detailed enough to make them seem real. Reveal. He finally decides to reveal the secret he's been hiding for years to only his best friend. Seal. He put the confidential documents in an envelope and sealed it so that no one could open it. Steal. Unable to bear the hunger, he stole an apple from a market stall. Steel. The structure of a modern skyscraper is supported by a strong steel frame. Unreal. The beautiful oasis that suddenly appeared in the middle of the desert was an unreal and unbelievable sight. Wheel. The wheel of the car went flat. Wheelchair. He injured his leg in an accident and has since used a wheelchair to get around. Field. As an agricultural expert, he spends his days out in the vast fields observing the growth of crops. Yield. With the proper use of fertilizer, this year's wheat yield was 1.5 times higher than last year's. Cream. He likes his coffee with lots of cream and sugar. Dream. I had a wonderful dream yesterday. Extreme. Winters in the area are extremely cold, with temperatures sometimes dropping below -30 degrees Celsius. Scheme. He developed a highly complex and sophisticated fraudulent scheme to acquire his wealth. Scream. I heard a sudden scream. Seem. Seems scary at first glance, but he's actually a very kind person. Stream. The water in the small stream that flows down the mountain slope was surprisingly cold and clear. Team. Our team won the game. Theme. The theme of the meeting is the environment. Streamline. Companies streamline complex manufacturing processes to cut costs. Extremely. The temperature at the summit is extremely low, so you need to take thorough measures to protect yourself from the cold. Bean. For her health, she grinds a lot of beans into her coffee every morning. Between. A beautiful stream flows between the two villages. Clean. On weekends, she cleans the whole house to refresh herself. 15. She is 15 years old. Gene. Recent research has identified genes involved in the development of specific diseases. Green. She is wearing a green dress. Keen. He has a keen eye for observation and notices even the smallest changes that others might miss. Lean. He jogs every day, which gives him a lean physique with no excess fat. Machine. This modern machine can produce parts much faster than previous models. Mean. To understand the true meaning of the word, you need to consider the context. Routine. That is my daily routine. Scene. It was a very beautiful scene. Screen. The screen of that TV is large. Sunscreen. To protect my skin from the strong summer sun, I always apply sunscreen before going outside. Teen. The teen years are a crucial time for establishing one's identity. Teenager. The teenagers were enthusiastically discussing popular music. Meantime, while waiting for the ambulance, he continued to treat the injured. Meanwhile, while the older brother was preparing dinner, the younger brother helped clean the living room. Jeans. On weekends, he enjoys his DIY hobby while wearing comfortable jeans. Asleep. He was reading a book on the sofa and before he knew it, he was asleep. Cheap. This store offers high-quality clothing at very cheap prices. Deep. This lake is very deep. Keep. He tries to eat a balanced diet every day to stay healthy. Leap. He took a powerful leap to jump over the puddle. Sheep. Sheep are grazing on the hill. Sleep. I slept well last night, so I feel great this morning. Sweep. Her daily routine is to sweep the front door with a broom every morning. Deeply. He is deeply reflecting on his mistake. Decrease. By introducing an efficient system, we were able to significantly decrease work hours. Increase. The new marketing strategy has been successful, and sales have been steadily increasing. Lease. To keep initial costs down, he decided to lease office supplies. Peace. After a long period of conflict, peace has finally returned to the border area. Peace. He finally put the last piece of the puzzle into place and completed it. Police. To ensure the safety of citizens, the police patrol the city. Release. The film production company announced that it will release its highly anticipated new film worldwide next month. East. The sun rises in the east every morning and sets in the western sky. Least. He finds time in his busy schedule to go to the gym at least once a week. Beat. He practiced harder than anyone else in order to beat his rival. Compete. Top athletes from around the world compete at the Olympics, aiming for the gold medal. Complete. After several years of research, he finally constructed a complete system of theory. Concrete. We need concrete solutions to the problem, not just abstract discussions. Defeat. No matter how difficult the situation, he never accepted defeat. Delete. To free up space on my computer, I deleted old files that I no longer need. Eat. In order to stay healthy, it is essential to eat a nutritionally balanced diet. Fleet. The country deploys a powerful naval fleet to protect its vast territorial waters. Greet. Every morning when she enters the office, she greets her colleagues with a bright smile. Heat. To beat the harsh summer heat, many people head to the sea or the mountains. Incomplete. The submitted report was incomplete and lacked data. Meat. To stay healthy, he is trying to eat less meat and more vegetables. Meet. We decided to meet at a cafe in front of the station to discuss the details of our new project. Neat. His desk is always neat and tidy, and he is very efficient at his work. Receipt. In order to settle expenses, you will need to keep the receipt issued by the store. Repeat. Please do not repeat the same mistake. Retreat. Troops temporarily retreated from the front line to minimize casualties. Seat. The theater seats were fully booked, and there were no tickets left for the day. Sheet. I put a clean sheet on the bed. Street. This street is crowded. Suite. We stayed in a luxurious suite at the hotel to celebrate our wedding anniversary. Sweet. I like sweet cake. Treat. He rescued an injured stray cat and had it properly treated at the veterinary clinic. Completely. The heavy rain completely soaked his clothes. Treatment. A new method of treatment for the disease was established, and many patients were saved. Pizza. I enjoy ordering a big pizza and watching a movie with friends on weekend nights. Beneath. He picked up the pen that had fallen beneath the desk. Achieve. After much hard work, he finally achieved his goal of breaking the world record. Believe. She believes that no matter how difficult the situation, Hard work will always pay off. Leave. He decided to leave the company he had worked for many years to start a new career. Perceive. He is very good at perceiving subtle changes in the atmosphere around him. Receive. On her birthday, she received a thoughtful gift from a friend who lives overseas. Relieve. Light exercise and stretching are effective in relieving shoulder stiffness caused by desk work. Retrieve. He rushed to retrieve an important document that he had accidentally thrown in the trash. Sleeve. Before starting work, he rolled up his shirt sleeves to get himself ready. Achievement. After many years of research, he achieved a historic achievement in the scientific community. Evening. What are you doing this evening? Cheese. I ate cheese with my wine. Disease. Scientists are constantly researching new treatments for this seemingly incurable disease. Ease. He took a deep breath to ease his tension before beginning his speech. Expertise. She has extensive expertise in cybersecurity. Freeze. On winter nights when the temperature dropped below freezing, the water in the bucket froze solid. Please. Please look here. These books are very interesting. Cheeseburger. For lunch, he ordered a cheeseburger with lots of melted cheese and fries. Repair person. My washing machine broke, so I called a repair person to fix it. Apply. She applied to a famous university to fulfill her dream. Buy. He stood in line in front of the store since morning to buy the latest smartphone. Buy. The report must be submitted by 5 p.m. on Friday. Buy. He waved to his friends at the station ticket gate saying goodbye. Comply. Companies are required to strictly comply with the new environmental protection regulations. Cry. The ending of the movie was so sad that he couldn't help but cry. Deny. He completely denied any involvement in the incident and claimed his innocence. Die. The old tree died, unable to withstand the severe winter cold. Dry. This towel is not dry yet. He signaled with his eye. Fly. I watched the bird fly in the sky. Fry. She fried fresh vegetables and chicken over high heat for dinner. Guy. He is liked by his neighbors as a kind and reliable guy. Hereby. I hereby declare that the contents of this document are true. Hi. He said hi as he passed by. Hi. The airplane is flying at a very high altitude above the clouds. I am planning to start a new project next month. Imply. His words indirectly implied that the current plan had failed. Lie. He told an obvious lie to escape responsibility. My. This is my book. Pie. She served freshly baked sweet apple pie for dessert. Rely. We rely on him to always help us when we are in trouble. Reply. He immediately sent a polite reply to his friend's email. Sigh. He sat in the chair and let out a sigh of relief after a hard day's work. Sky. Today's sky is very blue. Supply. The company supplies high-quality parts to markets all over the world. Tie. He carefully tied his necktie in front of the mirror to match his new suit. Try. It is important to try new things many times without being afraid of failure. Underlie. Poverty underlies the social issues that appear complex. Why? She couldn't understand why he was so angry. Via. He decided to fly from Japan to London via Dubai. Reliable. He is a very reliable staff member who completes any task perfectly and on time. Unreliable. That old used car is very unreliable for long trips because it breaks down frequently. Diagram. He created a clear diagram to explain how the complex machine works. Violence. We must not condone solutions involving violence for any reason. Violent. Violent conflicts broke out all over the city last night, resulting in many injuries. Dialogue. We had a long dialogue at the cafe. Violate. You must not violate someone's privacy for any reason. Anxiety. He feels strong anxiety ahead of his important presentation tomorrow. Society. We need to build a better society where diverse values are recognized. Variety. The supermarket has a rich variety of fruits collected from all over the world. Dial. He turned the radio dial to find his favorite music program. Trial. It was a fair trial. Scientist. Many scientists are researching new technologies to curb climate change. Appliance. The kitchen is equipped with new appliances, such as a refrigerator and a microwave. Compliance. The company is in full compliance with safety regulations. Science. He majored in natural science at university to unravel the mysteries of the universe. Client. The lawyer fought with all his might in court to protect the rights of his client. Giant. It is a tree like a giant. Bias. A referee should be impartial, but he seemed to have a bias toward a particular team. Diet. He tries to maintain a balanced diet to keep himself healthy. Quiet. The library was very quiet, providing an environment where one could concentrate on study. Quietly. Since the baby was sleeping, he left the room quietly to avoid making any noise. Subscriber. The video channel exceeded 1 million subscribers this month. Library. He goes to the library every day to concentrate on his studies in a quiet environment. Guidance. He steadily improved his skills under the guidance of a veteran instructor. Provider. The company is the largest internet service provider in the region. Rider. The motorcycle rider is wearing a helmet and practicing safe driving. Tidy. She made the living room perfectly tidy in preparation for her guests. Acquire. He acquired fluent foreign language skills through living abroad. Attire. Attendees are required to appear in formal attire for the party. Buyer. In the real estate market, buyers currently have an advantage over sellers. Desire. He has a strong desire to travel the world and experience new cultures. Entire. He was so hungry that he ate the entire pizza that was served. Fire. On the night of the camp, they sang songs around the fire. Flyer. He handed out flyers in front of the station to promote the newly opened cafe. Hire. Due to business expansion, the company decided to hire 5 new engineers. Prior. Prior notice is required when attending the meeting. Require. Solving this complex puzzle requires high concentration and patience. Supplier. The manufacturer procures high-quality parts from a reliable supplier. Tire. She got tired from the long drive and took a break at a service area. Wire. This wire conducts electricity. Entirely. The failure of the plan was due to a lack of preparation, and is entirely my responsibility. Retirement. After retirement from the company he had worked for many years, he went on a trip around the world. Iron. He carefully smoothed out his wrinkled shirt with a hot iron. Hygiene. To maintain health, it is important to observe basic hygiene, such as washing hands and gargling. Cycle. Economic expansion and recession progress while repeating a certain cycle. Recycle. To protect the environment, it is recommended to recycle resources such as plastic and paper. Hiker. Many hikers gathered on the mountain trails over the weekend for the fresh air. Microphone. The singer gripped the microphone and sang with all her soul for the fans in the venue. Microwave. In the busy morning, he warmed up frozen food in the microwave and ate it. Microscope. The scientist used a microscope to observe cell structures that are invisible to the naked eye. Mileage. This hybrid car is very fuel efficient and recorded an incredible mileage. Island. The beautiful island is popular with tourists who come for the blue sea and rich nature. Silence. The library was enveloped in deep silence out of consideration for the readers. Silent. The entire venue was enveloped in a deep, silent atmosphere as everyone waited for the next words. Silently. He sat in a corner seat of the library and immersed himself silently in reading. Pilot. He is a pilot of a passenger plane. Highlight. The highlight of the trip was seeing the magnificent waterfall up close. Highly. He is highly valued for his work. Diamond. He chose a diamond with the finest brilliance for the engagement ring. Climate. Climate change on a global scale has become a serious environmental problem in recent years. Primary. Family environment is a primary factor for the healthy growth of a child. Timer. She set the oven timer for 30 minutes to bake the cake. Finalize. After months of negotiation, he finally finalized the details of the contract. Finally. After years of research, he finally succeeded in developing a new drug. Final. That is our final decision. Designer. She is a famous fashion designer. Diner. The old diner on the corner is busy with many people until late at night. Minor. It is a very minor problem. Refinery. There is a huge oil refinery in the Bay Area to process crude oil into gasoline and other products. Tiny. Using a microscope, you can observe tiny microbes that are invisible to the naked eye. Desirable. To build good relationships, it is desirable to have an attitude of respecting others' opinions. Environment. A safe and rich educational environment is essential for children to grow up healthily. Virus. To prevent computer virus intrusion, the latest security software should always be installed. Inquiry. The police have launched a full inquiry to identify the exact cause of the fire. Isolate. Those suspected of infection were temporarily isolated to prevent the spread of the virus. License. He finally became able to drive alone after obtaining his driver's license. Crisis. The government launched new measures to overcome the unprecedented economic crisis. Bicycle. For his health, he commutes every day by bicycle along the coast. Icy. Due to last night's cold snap, the road surface is icy and slippery. Vitamin. Taking a sufficient amount of vitamins from your diet is essential to maintain your health. Entitle. Employees who have completed a certain period of service are entitled to take long vacations. Title. The title of the book is simple, but it attracted the interest of many readers. Vital. For the success of the team, close communication among members is a vital factor. Item. He put the last item on his shopping list into the basket and headed for the register. Frighten. The sudden clap of thunder frightened the small children playing by the window. Lighter. He took a lighter out of his pocket to start the campfire. Writer. She is a famous writer of novels. Arrival. Because the plane's arrival was significantly delayed, he was kept waiting at the airport for hours. Rival. He is my biggest rival. Survival. In the harsh wilderness, securing food and water is the top priority for survival. Private. It is a private matter. Driver. He is a careful driver. Highway. The opening of the new highway significantly shortened travel time between cities. Advisable. It is advisable to check the local security situation before traveling abroad. Advisor. He is a financial advisor. Advisor. He consulted a financial advisor to get professional advice on investments. Advisory. As a strong typhoon is approaching, the weather agency issued a heavy rain and high wind advisory. Surprisingly. I heard the exam was very difficult, but the results were surprisingly good. Describe. She described the beautiful scenery she found during her trip to her friend in detail. Prescribe. The doctor prescribed appropriate medication to relieve his symptoms. Subscribe. He subscribes to an economic magazine annually to get the latest business information. Abide. All citizens have a duty to abide by the laws of the country. Aside. He called his friend aside to discuss something important. Beside. She sat beside her sick friend and nursed him all night long. Decide. He chose to decide his own path at a major turning point in his life. Divide. He divided the large pizza into 8 equal slices to share with his friends. Guide. Thanks to the experienced guide, we reached the summit safely. Hide. He hid his face with both hands out of sheer embarrassment. Inside. It is very cold outside, but inside the heating is on and it is warm. Pride. He finishes each product carefully, taking pride in his work as a craftsman. Provide. The school provided students with the latest learning tablets. Ride. He likes to ride his bicycle along the coast on a sunny day. Side. He must make a careful decision about which side to take. Slide. He slipped on the wet floor and slid all the way to the wall. Wide. He opened his eyes wide to get a good look at the opposite bank of the river. Guideline. Please follow the new guideline. Widely. The new technology is now widely used in industries all over the world. Sidewalk. For safety, he avoided the roadway and walked toward the station on the well-maintained sidewalk. Besides. He can speak Spanish and French besides English. Knife. He cut vegetables with a knife. Life. He decided to start a completely different new life in a new land. Wife. He reserved her favorite restaurant to celebrate his wife's birthday. Lifeguard. The lifeguard is constantly monitoring the safety of the people swimming in the sea. Lifestyle. A lifestyle with a balanced diet and exercise is essential to maintain health. Lifetime. Witnessing that magnificent scenery became a lifetime memory for him. Oblige. The law obliges all citizens to pay their taxes by the set deadline. Alike. The twin brothers sound so much alike that you can't tell who is speaking over the phone. Bike. I refresh myself by riding my bike on mountain paths on weekends. Dislike. He has always struggled with crowds and strongly dislikes noisy places in the city. Hike. Over the weekend, they went for a hike in the nearby mountains in search of fresh air. Like. He looks very much like his father and like him enjoys playing sports. Strike. The labor union declared that it would go on a full-scale strike starting next week to demand higher wages. Unlike his sociable older brother, the younger brother is shy and prefers to spend time alone. Likely. It is likely to rain this afternoon as the clouds have become thick. Unlikely. Since he is a very cautious person, it is unlikely that he would take such a reckless gamble. Likewise. When she expressed her approval at the meeting, he likewise indicated his agreement. Aisle. Aisle seats on planes are preferred by many passengers because they are easy to move from. Compile. He compiled the latest data from various regions for the new project. File. He saved important contracts and categorized files so they would be easy to find later. Mile. It is 1 mile to the station. Pile. There is a pile of half-read books stacked on the desk. Smile. Her bright smile always cheers up the people around her. Style. He has his own style. Tile. He arranged tiles with his favorite design on the kitchen wall. While. He checked his schedule for the day while drinking coffee. Child. That child is very clever. Mild. This winter has been very mild compared to usual years. Wild. He studies wild animals. Childhood. He spent his childhood in a rural village surrounded by abundant nature. Wildlife. The national park protects rich wildlife, including rare birds and animals. Whilst. She finished cleaning the room whilst listening to music. Climb. He climbed the steep rock wall carefully step by step. Crime. The police are doing their best to uncover the truth behind that heinous crime. Prime. He achieved his greatest accomplishments during the prime of his life. Time. He made a detailed plan to use his limited time effectively. Timeline. A detailed timeline was created to keep the project on track. Timely. Thanks to his timely advice, we avoided a major loss. Timetable. He created a detailed timetable to manage his daily schedule efficiently. Sometimes. He is usually very quiet, but sometimes he speaks his mind passionately. Assign. The teacher assigned homework to the students to be completed over the weekend. Decline. Along with the economic downturn, the company's sales began to decline slowly. Define. Please define that technical term. Design. She designed new furniture that combines both usability and beauty. Dine. They dined at the best restaurant in town to celebrate their wedding anniversary. Fine. It is a very fine day today. Line. He used a ruler to draw a straight line on the paper. Mine. A large amount of high-quality coal used to be extracted from that old mine. Redesign. The app's interface was completely redesigned to meet user demands. Resign. He resigned from the company he had worked at for many years to start a new challenge. Shine. The sun after the rain peeked through the clouds and shone brightly on the wet road surface. Sign. He signed his name at the end of the document to make the contract official. Wine. He drank red wine for dinner. Reminder. He set a reminder on his smartphone so he wouldn't forget the meeting time. Assignment. He was given an important assignment as the leader of the new project by his boss. Consignment. The shop sells items on a consignment basis, paying fees only for what sells. Behind. He was in a hurry and left his important documents behind on the desk. Bind. He used a thick rubber band to bind the loose documents together. Blind. He has been blind since birth but is blessed with a talent for music. Find. He finally found the keys he thought he had lost deep in his coat pocket. Kind. He has a very kind personality and cannot leave people in trouble alone. Mind. He organized the situation in his mind before making a decision. Remind. She reminded him not to forget the time of tomorrow's meeting. Wind. A strong wind is blowing, and the trees in the garden are swaying violently. Pipe. Water is leaking from the pipe. Stripe. The boy went out wearing his favorite blue and white stripe patterned shirt. Type. What type of music do you like? Wipe. She hurriedly wiped the table to clean up the spilled coffee. Admire. I sincerely admire her courage in facing difficulties and her tireless efforts. Expire. My passport will expire next month, so I need to renew it. Inquire. He inquired with customer support about the details of the new product. Inspire. Her enthusiastic speech strongly inspired many young people in the audience. Retire. After retiring from the company he worked at for years, he is enjoying his hobby of gardening. Firefighter. Firefighters rescued people trapped inside the burning building. Wireless. Advances in wireless technology have made internet access available almost everywhere. Requirement. English proficiency is a mandatory requirement for the application. Firework. On the night of the summer festival, the audience cheered at the spectacular fireworks coloring the night sky. Advice. He followed his mentor's advice and decided to specialize in international law. Device. A smartphone is a versatile device that can be used for communication and entertainment. Ice. He put plenty of ice in the glass to cool his throat. Nice. It is a nice day today. Precise. Precise data entry is essential to perform complex calculations accurately. Price. The price of the product rose sharply as the balance between supply and demand collapsed. Rice. Japanese people eat rice as a staple food. Slice. Please slice the bread thinly. Twice. He checked the calculations twice to ensure there were no errors. Vice. Gambling was a vice that he found very difficult to overcome. Precisely. He followed the experimental procedures precisely as written in the manual. All right. He fell down but fortunately wasn't hurt, and replied that he was all right. Bite. Extremely hungry, he took a large bite of his sandwich. Bright. Bright sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. Cite. You need to appropriately cite reliable sources when writing a paper. Delight. He was delighted by the unexpected gift from his daughter and beamed with a smile. Despite. The game started as scheduled despite the heavy rain. Excite. It excites me. Fight. He continued to fight until the end, even in difficult situations, to defend his beliefs. Flight. Our scheduled flight was cancelled due to bad weather. Height. The building is over 300 meters in height and can be seen from anywhere in the city. Invite. She invited her close friends to her birthday party. Light. Since the room was dark, he pressed the wall switch to turn on the light. Might. He used all his might. Night. I can see stars at night. Polite. He is trusted by those around him because he treats everyone with a polite attitude. Quite. His new house was quite larger than he had imagined. Rewrite. He rewrote the conclusion of his report following the professor's suggestions. Right. He thought carefully to find the right path he should follow. Sight. The view from the summit was a sight more magnificent than anything I had ever seen. Site. This location is the site plan for the construction of a new library. Slight. There was a slight mistake in his plan, but it was within a correctable range. Spite. He intentionally provided false information out of spite for his rival. Tight. These shoes are a bit too tight, making my feet hurt. Tonight. He is looking forward to reuniting with his friends at the party tonight. White. She is wearing a white dress. Right. He wrote down the key points of today's meeting in his notebook so he wouldn't forget them. Slightly. Adding salt made the soup taste slightly better. Excitement. The venue was filled with excitement. Sightsee. They visited Kyoto on their vacation and went to sightsee at famous temples. Lightweight. This new laptop is very lightweight and convenient to carry. Alive. He was in a major accident, but was miraculously found alive, relieving his family. Arrive. Although the flight was delayed, he managed to arrive by the start time of the meeting. Derive. We learned that many English words derive from Latin or Greek roots. Dive. He dove into the sea from the boat to fully enjoy the highly transparent water. Drive. He commutes to work by car, driving for an hour every morning. Live. After graduating from university, he is living alone in the center of London. Survive. He survived the harsh environment in the desert and miraculously made it out alive. Advise. The doctor advised him to rest. Arise. The meeting was urgently postponed because an unexpected trouble arose. Comprise. This team is comprised of 5 members with different areas of expertise. Prize. He was recognized for his many years of research and won a globally prestigious prize. Revise. Before submitting, he revised the report content several times to ensure there were no typos. Rise. The sun slowly rose in the eastern sky, and a new day began. Size. It is the right size for me. Surprise. That was a big surprise. Wise. He is experienced and can make wise judgments in any difficult situation. Wisely. He used his limited budget wisely and bought only what was necessary. Away. He took a vacation and traveled far away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Convey. It can sometimes be difficult to convey gratitude through words alone. Delay. Bad weather caused a delay in the flight. Display. He displayed his new work. Essay. For a university assignment, she wrote an essay about inequality in modern society. Gay. He is in a very gay mood. Gray. The sky is a gloomy gray. Lay. He laid the book on the desk. Pay. I paid for the product. Play. Children are playing outside. Pray. Every night, she silently prays for health and peace for her family. Ray. A ray of light shone in. Say. Whatever he says, my decision will not waver. Spray. To help alleviate the heat, I sprayed the plants in the garden with water from a hose. Stay. We decided to stay at a nearby cafe until the rain stopped. Survey. The government conducted a large-scale survey on the life satisfaction of its citizens. Today. Today is a wonderful day. Tray. The waiter deftly carried the tray of drinks and placed it on the table. Underway. The new stadium construction project is currently well underway. Way. I looked up the quickest way to my destination on my smartphone. Weigh. At the airport counter I had my checked baggage weighed. Payable. This invoice is payable within 30 days of the date of issue. Layoff. The recession led to a massive layoff at the auto plant. Layout. To create a magazine that is easy to read, it is important to consider the layout and balance between photos and text. Able. He is able to do it by himself. Cable. I am looking for a charging cable. Disable. For security reasons, some features have been temporarily disabled. Enable. New technologies enable us to instantly connect with people across great distances. Label. Please put a label on the box. Stable. He is currently in stable condition after surgery and is on the mend. Table. He is eating at the table. Unable. He hurt his throat and was unable to speak at the meeting yesterday. Tablecloth. She laid out a clean white tablecloth for dinner. Labor. The construction of the gigantic pyramid required the labor of a huge number of people. Neighbor. I'm on friendly terms with my neighbor who lives next door, and we always exchange greetings. Neighborhood. This neighborhood is safe and very popular with families. Baby. The baby is sleeping soundly in the room. Maybe. It might rain tomorrow or it might be sunny. Paycheck. He was thrilled when he received his paycheck from his first part-time job at a clothing store. Nature. For him, spending time away from the city and surrounded by abundant nature is the best kind of relaxation. Nature. For him, spending time away from the city and surrounded by abundant nature is the best kind of relaxation. Lady. She is a kind lady. Stadium. The stadium where the final was held was filled with over 50,000 spectators. Radio. I listened to the radio. Layer. When you look at the cross-section of the cake, you can see that the cream and sponge are layered beautifully. Mayor. The newly elected mayor has pledged to improve the educational environment. Player. He is the best player on the team. Agency. He works at an advertising agency. Agent. He works as an agent specializing in negotiating contracts for athletes. Major. He is majoring in economics at university. Vacancy. The apartment currently has no vacancies and is on a waiting list. Vacant. In the middle of the city, there is a vacant piece of land that has been abandoned for many years. Baker. Every morning, the fragrant smell of bread baked by a local baker wafts through the air. Maker. The shoes are carefully made by skilled craftsmen. Taker. At first, there was no one willing to take on this challenging project. Bakery. The fragrant smell of freshly baked bread wafts from the bakery on the corner every morning. Vacate. He has to vacate the apartment by the end of this month as his lease is ending. Available. The material is available online to anyone. Unavailable. The person in charge is out of the office, so the details are currently unavailable. Tailor. He ordered a suit from a famous tailor that would fit him perfectly. Daily. To stay healthy, he makes sure to exercise daily. Failure. He learned from his past failures and finally succeeded the next time. Payment. Credit cards and electronic money are used for payments for online shopping. Famous. The old castle is world famous for its beautiful gardens and historical value. Container. At the port, huge containers loaded with cargo to be transported all over the world are lined up. Trainer. He received guidance from a trainer at the gym and was able to build muscle efficiently. Rainy. On rainy days, I like to relax at home and read. Trainee. He is a new employee and is currently undergoing training as a trainee on site. Capable. He was a very capable leader and led his team to success. Stapler. I fastened the documents together with a stapler to keep them from falling apart. Staple. Rice is a staple food in many countries. Paper. He photocopied 10 papers as materials for the meeting. Paperback. He bought a lightweight, portable paperback to read on the go. Paperwork. The procedures at the government office required a large amount of paperwork and took a very long time. Payroll. As the company grew in size, a new system was introduced to manage payroll. Adjacent. The hotel is adjacent to the station, making it very convenient for tourists. Basis. Claims that are not based on scientific basis are difficult to gain credibility. Basic. That is a basic technique of cooking. Basically. The plan is basically the same as the previous one. Tasty. The restaurant's signature dish is visually vibrant and very tasty. Educational. The museum has educational exhibits that teach children the joys of science. Operational. Repairs were completed and all the machines in the factory were operational again. Organizational. Achieving company goals requires strong organizational skills. Racial. Many people are involved in activities to eliminate racial discrimination. Accommodation. Travelers were happy to find comfortable accommodation. Administration. He works in the university's administration department, providing student support. Application. He submitted his application form yesterday to apply for a new job. Appreciation. Deep appreciation for works of art leads to a richer life. Association. The association has long supported the conservation of endangered species. Authorization. Entry into this area requires formal authorization from an administrator. Calculation. He demonstrated the ability to quickly solve complex mathematical calculations in his head. Cancellation. Due to bad weather, the event I was looking forward to has been cancelled. Celebration. A grand celebration was held at the hotel to mark the company's 10th anniversary. Certification. To work in this profession, you need to obtain certification recognized by the government. Collaboration. The collaboration between the two brands has resulted in an innovative product. Combination. The combination of red and blue is beautiful. Communication. Good communication is the key to success. Compensation. The company paid sufficient compensation to the victims of the accident. Complication. The surgery was successful, but careful follow-up is required to prevent postoperative complications. Concentration. To solve complex problems, you need to clear your mind and maintain a high level of concentration. Confirmation. I received a final confirmation by email to make sure there were no errors in the reservation details. Congratulations. Upon receiving his promotion, his colleagues showered him with congratulations. Consideration. Consideration for the feelings of others is the basis for smooth human relationships. Consultation. He decided to seek professional consultation before making any major decisions. Conversation. I met someone by chance while traveling and had a fun conversation about our common hobbies. Cooperation. Cooperation among all team members is essential for the success of the project. Corporation. He works for a large corporation. Creation. This magnificent sculpture is a masterpiece that took the young artist 3 years to complete. Decoration. She brightened up the party venue with her handmade decorations. Dedication. Her dedication to her work is highly appreciated by her colleagues. Demonstration. They held a peaceful demonstration in the square. Destination. After a long journey, they finally arrived at their final destination. Determination. She continued to pursue her dreams with strong determination, never giving in to any difficulties. Documentation. Accurate documentation is required at each stage of the project. Donation. He made a large anonymous donation to a local orphanage. Education. High-quality education greatly expands children's future possibilities. Evaluation. The company conducts a rigorous evaluation of employee performance every 6 months. Examination. He studied hard for more than 10 hours every day in preparation for the difficult national examination. Expectation. Expectations and predictions from those around the new manager are higher than ever. Expiration. I checked the expiration date of my card and went through the renewal process. Explanation. His explanation was very logical and easy for everyone to understand. Formation. The rocks were formed naturally over a long period of time spanning millions of years. Foundation. A healthy democracy requires an unshakable foundation called education. Generalization. Generalizations that judge the whole picture based on only a few examples should be avoided. Generation. We have a responsibility to continue protecting this beautiful nature for the next generation. Graduation. He is set to get a job at a local company after graduation. Hesitation. Faced with a golden opportunity, he made his decision without a moment's hesitation. Identification. When entering the building, you will be asked to show identification to prove your identity. Illustration. The vivid illustrations on the book's cover caught the reader's eye. Imagination. Having a rich imagination is essential for generating new ideas. Implementation. Making a plan is important, but the most difficult part is actually implementing it. Implication. His casual remark contained important implications regarding his future plans. Indication. The darkening sky is an indication that heavy rain will soon fall. Inflation. Due to inflation in recent years, people's living costs have increased significantly. Information. The internet is overflowing with a huge amount of information. Innovation. Technological innovation has the power to fundamentally change the way we live our lives. Inspiration. The artist was inspired by the scenery he saw during his travels. Installation. The installation of the new air conditioner took about an hour. Interpretation. The interpretation of this old poem varies greatly depending on the reader. Intonation. She not only has perfect pronunciation, but also speaks English with natural intonation. Investigation. Authorities have begun a full-scale investigation to determine the cause of the accident. Invitation. He received a wedding invitation from a friend and gladly replied that he would attend. Legislation. New environmental protection legislation is due to come into effect next month. Limitation. No matter how talented you are, there is always a limit to your physical strength. Location. The restaurant is in a great location with a view of the sea. Medication. He is taking the medication prescribed by his doctor correctly and is in good health. Modification. In order to meet user requests, some modifications were made to the app design. Motivation. He is highly motivated and works hard at his rigorous training every day. Nation. The nation continues to develop against a backdrop of diverse cultures and histories. Negotiation. After lengthy negotiations, they finally reached an agreement on terms that were acceptable to both parties. Nomination. His achievements were recognized with this year's top award nomination. Obligation. Once a contract is signed, both parties have a legal obligation to fulfill their promises. Observation. Scientists conducted detailed observations to record the results of their experiments. Occupation. I filled out the occupation section of my resume with a detailed description of my current job. Operation. A new system was introduced to ensure smooth factory operations. Organization. She is a member of an international organization that supports children in developing countries. Orientation. An orientation was held for new students to explain the campus facilities and course content. Participation. Active participation in local cleanup activities leads to the creation of a livable city. Population. The city's population has grown rapidly in recent years. Preparation. He made careful preparations for tomorrow's important presentation. Presentation. She gave a good presentation. Publication. His latest novel is scheduled for publication by a major publisher next month. Qualification. He has the necessary professional qualifications for the job. Recommendation. With strong recommendations from his mentor, he began his career as a researcher. Recreation. Going camping with his family on the weekend is his favorite recreation. Registration. After purchasing a new car, I registered it at the city hall. Regulation. For safety reasons, strict speed regulations are in place within this area. Relation. He and I have a deeper relationship than just being coworkers. Relaxation. Soaking in a hot spring on the weekend is the ultimate relaxation for him. Renovation. The 50-year-old house was renovated into a modern home with the latest amenities. Representation. The organization serves as a representation for the voices of local residents. Reputation. The restaurant has a great reputation not only for its delicious food, but also for its excellent service. Reservation. I made a reservation at a popular restaurant for the weekend by phone in advance. Resignation. He took responsibility for the scandal and announced his resignation from his position as president. Situation. I am in a difficult situation now. Specification. The design drawings include detailed specifications of the materials to be used. Station. Every morning, he takes the nearest subway station to work. Telecommunication. In modern society, the development of telecommunication infrastructure is extremely important. Termination. In the event of breach of contract, the employee will be notified of immediate termination of the contract. Translation. He has translated famous foreign novels and made them bestsellers. Transportation. In urban areas, public transportation such as trains and buses is highly developed. Vacation. He left his busy daily life behind and spent a week on vacation on a southern island. Variation. Even if it is the same song, changing the conductor can result in great variation in the performance. Violation. Entering someone else's property without permission is a violation of the law. Recreational. The park is an important recreational area for local residents. Stationery. He bought his favorite stationery to go with his new planner. Relationship. Their good relationship has lasted for many years. Nationwide. A nationwide advertising campaign was launched to coincide with the launch of the new product. Patience. Successful fishing requires patience, waiting quietly until the prey is caught. Impatient. He became increasingly impatient when the person didn't show up at the appointed time. Patient. He continued to work patiently and finally passed the difficult exam. Spacious. The newly built apartment building has large windows and is very spacious. Ratio. The school has an ideal teacher-to-student ratio. Data. The data from this experiment is accurate. Database. He created a new customer database. Daytime. He works the night shift, so he sleeps during the day. Cater. The restaurant is flexible in catering to the needs of vegetarian customers. Freighter. A huge freighter carrying thousands of containers arrived at the port. Translator. As a professional translator, he translates foreign novels into Japanese. Waiter. The restaurant waiter took our order and brought the food efficiently. Caterer. We hired a reputable caterer to prepare the food for the party. Creative. He has a very creative perspective that is not bound by existing concepts. Native. She is a native speaker of English. Potato. I ate a potato for dinner. Tomato. He harvested large, ripe, bright red tomatoes from his vegetable garden. Patron. He is known as a patron of young artists. Waitress. She works as a waitress at a local diner to pay for her studies. Favor. She readily agreed to a small favor that a colleague asked her to do. Flavor. Adding this spice gives a unique flavor to your dish. Favorable. Market research has yielded very favorable responses to the new product. Favorable. Market research has yielded very favorable responses to the new product. Favorite. Of all the books he has, this old adventure novel is his favorite. Behavior. His gentlemanly behavior made a very good impression on those around him. Appraisal. The company conducts an appraisal once a year to fairly evaluate the performance of all employees. Crazy. He is so enthusiastic about his new project idea that people around him think he is crazy. Lazy. I like to spend Sunday afternoons lazy at home without going out anywhere. Gymnasium. After school, the students gathered in the gymnasium to practice basketball. Equation. I had trouble solving quadratic equations on my math exam. Occasion. To celebrate his 60th birthday, we arranged for the whole family to get together for a special occasion. Occasionally. I usually eat at home, but occasionally I enjoy eating out. Afraid. He is afraid of dark places and always sleeps with the lights on at night. 8. International aid is being sent in one after another to support the disaster-stricken areas. Decade. Over the past decade, he has grown his business globally. Fade. Because I had placed it in a sunny spot, the color of the curtains completely faded. Grade. He got the highest grades in all his subjects and won a scholarship. Parade. A huge victory parade was held down the main street to celebrate the winning team. Persuade. She persuaded her parents to allow her to study abroad. Shade. To avoid the strong sunlight, we rested in the shade under a large tree. Trade. The city has long flourished as a trade center for silk and spices. Unpaid. He has a lot of unpaid debt and is struggling to pay it off. Upgrade. He upgraded his computer's memory to improve his work efficiency. Trademark. Its bright blue logo is a well-known trademark of the company. Safe. This is a very safe place. Safely. Despite the severe storm, the plane landed safely at the airport. Safety. Safety is the most important. Age. He is the same age as me. Cage. A lion was lying leisurely in a large cage at the zoo. Engage. He is deeply engaged in a new project and is busy every day. Page. Open the next page of the book. Stage. She took her first steps as a singer and stood on a big stage for the first time. Wage. Labor unions are demanding wage increases to keep up with rising prices. Engagement. They invited their relatives to an engagement party. Bake. Her hobby is baking cookies and cakes for children on the weekends. Brake. The car in front of him suddenly stopped, so he quickly slammed on the brakes. Break. In between long hours of work, I decided to take a short break and have a cup of coffee. Cake. I ate a birthday cake with my family. Lake. The surface of the lake in the morning was as calm as a mirror, reflecting the surrounding mountains. Make. He fixed the broken toy and made it work again. Mistake. I made a careless mistake on the test. Sake. I did it for you for your own sake. Shake. He introduced himself by shaking hands vigorously with people he met for the first time. Stake. The company's future has a stake in the project's success. Steak. To celebrate his birthday, he ordered the biggest steak at the restaurant. Take. In order to get to my destination quickly, I decided to take the least crowded route. Wake. He has a habit of waking up every morning to the chirping of birds. Takeover. The giant corporation launched a hostile takeover of its rival. Detail. He reported the circumstances of the incident in great detail. Fail. No matter how much preparation you do, there will be times when you fail, but it's important to learn from those experiences. Jail. The man was arrested for theft and spent several months in jail. Mail. I checked the mail for today. Male. The male of the bird has very beautiful plumage to attract females. Nail. He used a nail to secure a frame for a family photo to the wall. Pale. He seemed unwell and his complexion was very pale. Rail. He held on to the rail for safety as he descended the stairs. Sail. They sailed across the sea by boat, Sale. The store is having a sale now. Scale. The project is being carried out on an unprecedented scale. Tail. When the owner returned home, the dog greeted him by wagging its tail happily. Tale. The old man told me a mysterious tale that he had once experienced at sea. Trail. We followed a narrow trail through the forest to the waterfall. Whale. From the boat, we were able to see a huge whale spouting water up close. Railway. This railway, which runs through mountainous areas, is famous for the beautiful scenery it offers from the windows. Salesman. A skilled salesman not only emphasizes the appeal of the product, but also listens to the customer's concerns. Salesperson. At that store, salespeople provide careful advice to each and every customer. Salespeople. Good salespeople have an accurate understanding of their customers' needs. Acclaim. His latest film has received high acclaim from critics around the world. Aim. He practices hard every day with the lofty aim of winning a gold medal. Blame. He doesn't do something cowardly like blaming others for his own failures. Claim. She strongly claimed primary credit for the discovery. Frame. I put my favorite photo in a frame. Game. We played a heated game of tennis. Name. What is your name? Same. I share the same opinion as him and fully support this proposal. Chamber. The king made important decisions in a secret chamber, deep within the castle. Framework. The basic framework for building a new business model has been completed. Ashamed. He regretted his lie so much that he was ashamed and could not hold his head up. Attain. After many years of hard work, he finally attained the title of world champion. Brain. He has an extremely clear brain that can perform complex calculations instantly. Campaign. Environmental groups are launching a global campaign to reduce plastic waste. Chain. To prevent his bicycle from being stolen, he secured it to a post with a strong chain. Complain. Even when he was dissatisfied, he never complained and continued working silently. Contain. This drink contains a wealth of vitamins that are effective in relieving fatigue. Crane. At the construction site, a huge crane was lifting heavy materials. Entertain. He entertained the party guests with his skillful storytelling and magic tricks. Explain. The teacher used diagrams to clearly explain how light refracts. Gain. He was able to gain valuable experience and knowledge through his new job. Grain. I felt a strong determination not to waste even a single grain of desert sand. Lane. To avoid the traffic jam, he changed to a bus that runs in a bus lane. Main. That is the main reason for this plan. Maintain. A balanced diet and sleep are essential to maintaining good health. Obtain. Obtaining personal information about others without their permission is prohibited by law. Pain. He hit his knee hard when he fell and felt a sharp pain. Plain. She explained complex theories in plain language that anyone could understand. Plane. A plane is flying in the sky. Rain. It is starting to rain. Remain. Even after the violent storm has passed, the scars of the storm still remain in the city. Retain. Even after the renovation, the old building retains its original beautiful appearance. Stain. I spilled coffee on my shirt and it left a brown stain. Strain. Long hours of desk work puts a lot of strain on the eyes and lower back. Sustain. He continued to sustain a high pace in the second half of the marathon and made it to the finish line. Train. I commute by train every morning. Ancient. The ruins have revealed evidence of advanced technology from an ancient civilization. Remainder. He decided to pack the remainder of his meal and have it for lunch tomorrow. Rainfall. This summer has seen significantly less rainfall than usual, raising concerns about drought. Danger. The fog is so thick and visibility is so poor that it is dangerous to drive without extreme caution. Stranger. I got lost in a strange place, but a kind stranger helped me. Dangerous. The old bridge is in danger of collapsing, making it very dangerous to cross. Raincoat. In case of a sudden downpour, he had a foldable raincoat tucked away in his bag. Mainly. This magazine is targeted mainly at young women. Entertainment. The theme park offers the best entertainment for everyone, from children to adults. Brainstorm. The whole team got together to brainstorm ideas for a new advertising campaign. Maintenance. Regular maintenance is essential to extend the life of a building. Painter. The famous painter creates beautiful landscapes with his unique sense of color. Arrange. He arranged the necessary materials and venue for next week's meeting. Change. I am looking for a change in my life. Exchange. Students from different cultures deepen mutual understanding by exchanging ideas. Range. This store carries a wide range of products, from affordable to luxury items. Rearrange. I rearranged the furniture over the weekend to redecorate my room. Strange. She became uneasy when she heard strange noises outside in the middle of the night. Arrangement. In order to create a travel schedule, we proceeded with arranging accommodation and transportation. Complaint. A complaint arrived from a customer. Constraint. Given the time and budget constraints, they achieved the best results. Paint. She painted the wall. Escape. To escape from his busy daily life, he goes to the mountains alone on weekends. Shape. The potter skillfully manipulated the rotating clay to create the beautiful shape of a vase. Tape. She taped the box shut. Base. He spent several months collecting data that would form the basis of his theory. Case. You should have extra food on hand in case of an emergency. Chase. Police gave chase to the fleeing criminal's car on the highway. Embrace. They were happy to be reunited after several years and embraced each other with great enthusiasm. Erase. He carefully erased the mistakes in his notebook with an eraser. Face. It is when we are faced with difficult realities that our true worth is tested. Misplace. He misplaced his house key somewhere and couldn't get in. Pace. He walked at a fast pace. Place. The old photograph was taken in a place that holds special memories for him. Race. He won the race. Replace. By replacing old parts with new ones, the machine's performance was restored. Space. We are learning about outer space. Trace. They found a trace of the animal. Vase. She arranged fresh flowers picked from the garden in a crystal vase. Baseball. He has loved baseball since he was a child and plays for a local team on the weekends. Basement. He converted the basement of his home into a workshop for his hobby of building things. Placement. The impression of a room can change dramatically with just the placement of furniture. Replacement. The light bulb burned out, so I replaced it with a new replacement that I had in stock. Pastry. The crispy texture of freshly baked pastry is irresistible. Taste. This soup is spicy and has a very deep taste. Waste. Food waste is one of the major challenges in modern society. Await. In the arrival lobby of the new airport, many people are eagerly awaiting the return of their families. Create. Artists find joy in creating new worlds from a blank canvas. Date. He wrote a date on his calendar for a reunion with a dear friend. Debate. There was a fierce debate in Congress over the new tax proposal. Estate. He inherited a vast estate from his grandfather, including vast tracts of land and a magnificent mansion. Freight. A huge cargo ship left the port loaded with a large amount of containers. Gate. He opened the gate of the house. Great. Yesterday was a great day. Hate. He has a strong hatred for discrimination and prejudice, and works to create an equal society. Inflate. To inflate the beach ball, he used a pump to inflate it. Late. He is so engrossed in his work that he often stays in the office late into the night. Mate. It is said that once penguins become mates, they will cherish that partner for the rest of their lives. Plate. I moved the food to a new plate. Rate. The country's rate of economic growth is accelerating year by year. Relate. He skillfully related his experiences into a story that anyone could relate to. Skate. In winter, you can see people enjoying skating on the frozen lake. State. He made an official statement about the new project at a press conference. Straight. Without any hesitation, she looked straight at the other person. Translate. He translated overseas papers into Japanese and introduced them to Japanese researchers. Update. To always have the latest information, I frequently update my news app. Wait. She sat on a bench at the station and quietly waited for her friend to arrive. Wait. This bridge has a limit on the weight of vehicles that can cross at one time. Skateboard. He practiced his skateboarding in the park and learned new tricks. Grateful. I am grateful for your help. Greatly. He was greatly surprised by the news. Lately. Lately, I've been so busy with work that I barely have time for my hobbies. Restatement. He used restatements to make his point clearer. Statement. He made a statement to the police. Faith. Even in difficult situations, he never lost faith in his friends who supported him. Faithfully. He has worked faithfully for the company for many years and has earned its deep trust. Behave. He always behaves calmly, no matter how much pressure he is under. Save. He saves a little bit of money from his monthly salary to fund his dreams for the future. Slave. He was forced to work like a slave from morning till night for the sake of the company's profits. Waive. He wanted a quick resolution and waived his right to damages against the other party. Wave. She continued to wave her hands wildly as the ship drifted away. Amaze. Her incredible memory amazed everyone around her. Gaze. He gazed intently at the beautiful starry sky outside the window. Phase. The project is now entering its final and most important phase. Phrase. That phrase is often used in English. Praise. His teacher generously praised him for his tireless efforts and excellent results. Raise. He quietly raised his hand to signal his opinion. Raw. He felt a strong sting in his mouth because he ate raw onions. Ba. I relaxed at a luxury spa over the weekend to heal my daily fatigue. Probable. Judging from the sky and the forecast, it is highly probable that it will rain in the afternoon. Probably. The sky looks suspicious this afternoon, so it will probably rain. Hobby. I refresh myself by immersing myself in my favorite hobby in between my busy work. Lobby. I waited for the person I was meeting in the hotel's luxurious lobby for a while. Obligate. The contract obligates the company to provide appropriate safety measures for its employees. Problem. It took me 30 minutes to solve the difficult math problem at the end of the test. Modify. We modified the app's design slightly to meet the user's requests. Product. This factory daily produces the latest electronic products delivered to consumers worldwide. Model. He spent a whole month completing that exquisite plastic model. Remodel. I remodeled the old kitchen to make it easier to use by installing the latest equipment. Moderate. To maintain health, it's more important to continue moderate exercise than overly intense exercise. Modern. The museum is characterized by a very modern design combining glass and steel frames. Periodically. An engineer performs inspections periodically to prevent mechanical failures. Periodical. He subscribes to several professional periodicals to get the latest scientific information. Body. Regular exercise is essential to maintain a healthy body. Audience. When the concert ended, the audience stood up and gave generous applause for the wonderful performance. Bother. When I'm focusing on work, I don't want anyone to bother me. Father. He is my father. Profitable. With the hit of the new product, the company had its most profitable year ever. Awful. It was an awful storm last night, and I couldn't sleep all night because of the sound of the wind. Profit. The company earned its highest profit ever this term due to the hit of the new product. Coffee. I drink coffee every morning. Photographer. A professional photographer used the latest camera to capture the model's beautiful expression. Biography. He read Steve Jobs' biography and was moved by his turbulent life. Photography. He is immersed in photography and always goes to the mountains with his camera on weekends. Progress. With the development of new technologies, the field of medicine is making progress at an incredible speed. Project. Many experts were gathered to ensure the success of the huge urban development project. Biological. She became interested in how living things work and is immersed in researching biological phenomena at university. Illogical. His argument lacks evidence and contains many illogical leaps, making it hard to accept. Logical. To get your point across, it is important to provide a logical explanation without becoming emotional. Psychological. For disaster victims, not only material support, but also appropriate psychological care is necessary. Logic. The key to a solution is building your logic based on facts without being swayed by emotions. Module. The spacecraft's landing module separated and descended slowly toward the lunar surface. Pocket. He put the key in his pocket. Locker. After gym class, I put my racket away in my locker. Soccer. Many students are working hard at soccer practice on the field after school. Democracy. We should cherish the principles of democracy, where we elect our representatives by voting. Document. The historian discovered a valuable document recording life at the time in an old storehouse. Occupancy. The occupancy rate of this hotel reaches 100% during the tourist season. Occupant. The new occupant of the building plans to open a cafe on the first floor. Occupy. This task is very time-consuming. Holiday. Tomorrow is a holiday. Qualify. He passed the rigorous exam and finally qualified as a lawyer. Knowledgeable. She is very knowledgeable about history and can answer any question instantly. Apologize. He sincerely apologized to his friend for breaking an important promise due to his carelessness. Apology. He deeply reflected on his rude attitude and offered her a sincere apology. Biology. He is interested in how living things work and is immersed in biology experiments using a microscope. Technology. With the advancement of AI, the technology that supports our lives is changing dramatically. Policy. The company introduced a new policy of being flexible with returns, under the slogan Customer First. Politics. To increase young people's interest in politics, voter education such as mock elections is being conducted in schools. Quality. This product is expensive, but its quality is very high and it lasts a long time. Solid. This table is made of solid oak and is very heavy. Knowledge. With the spread of the internet, we can instantly access a vast amount of knowledge. Column. I read the newspaper column every day. Voluntary. He participated in the litter-picking campaign of his own voluntary will, not because he was forced. Dollar. This pen is $1. Scholar. The renowned scholar has dedicated his life to researching ancient civilizations. Scholarship. Because her academic grades were excellent, she was awarded a full scholarship by the university. Acknowledge. He honestly acknowledged his fault and promised to improve. College. He went on to college to learn specialized knowledge to become an engineer in the future. Demolish. Demolition workers demolish the walls to tear down the aging building and build a new commercial facility. Polish. He polished his important shoes until they shone before heading to the interview. Volleyball. We enjoyed playing a game of volleyball in PE class, calling out to our teammates. Colleague. If you have any problems, it is best to consult with a reliable colleague at work. Follow. You should follow their instructions. Volume. Please turn down the volume of the radio. Drama. She always exaggerates minor troubles and creates drama herself. Accommodate. The new stadium can accommodate up to 50,000 spectators. Comedy. I watched a comedy at the movie theater for the first time in a while, and laughed until my stomach hurt. Phenomenon. The Northern Lights are a very mysterious and beautiful natural phenomenon seen near the North and South Poles. Prominent. He is one of the most prominent scholars in the field and gives lectures all over the world. Nominate. The committee voted unanimously to nominate her as the candidate for the next president. Dominate. The giant corporation uses its overwhelming financial power to dominate markets around the world. Kilometer. The next town is about 5 kilometers away from here. Common. A cold is a very common illness, but care is needed as it can worsen if left untreated. Commonly. This plant is commonly known by the name sakura in Japan. Promise. He visited the village again 3 years later to fulfill his promise that he would definitely come back. Comment. He left a comment on that article. Commerce. With the spread of the internet, companies around the world have come to engage in cross-border commerce. Economical. This car has good fuel efficiency and low maintenance costs, so it is very economical. Economic. The country achieved rapid economic development by nurturing new industries. Economically. This new engine has good fuel efficiency and is very superior economically. Economize. I decided to economize on household expenses by eating out less to save for future tuition. Economist. An economist predicted how the new tax hike proposal would affect domestic consumption. Economy. The government introduced a new economy policy to boost the business cycle. Monitor. He monitors the data on the screen. Honest. He is an honest person who admits his mistakes, and he is highly trusted by those around him. Honestly. He honestly admitted his mistake and apologized to the team members. Honor. He was awarded the highest honor by the country for his significant contributions. Electronically. These days, many contracts are signed and stored electronically rather than on paper. Chronic. He has suffered for many years from chronic back pain caused by work-related stress. Electronic. In modern business, electronic communication methods such as email are indispensable. Monument. A giant stone monument honoring a former hero stands in the center of the square. Opposite. His opinion was the exact opposite of mine, and the discussion remained at a standstill. Proper. Proper attire suitable for the occasion is required at ceremonial events. Shopper. The department store during the sale was crowded with many shoppers looking for bargains. Operator. An experienced operator was called in to fix the mechanical malfunction. Cooperate. To solve complex problems, it is essential for everyone to cooperate across departmental boundaries. Operate. To operate this new machine correctly, several days of special training are required. Properly. To use the machine safely, you first need to read the manual and operate it properly. Property. He purchased a small property in the suburbs with the money he earned by working hard. Tropical. During winter vacation, I want to forget the cold and relax on a warm tropical island. Topic. The topic of today's meeting is the environment. Copy. Please give me a copy of that document. Copier. I printed 50 copies on the office copier to prepare the meeting materials. Copyright. Posting text written by someone else on your blog without permission is an infringement of copyright. Opera. I went to see an opera last night. Popular. This cafe's pancakes went viral on social media and are very popular among young people. Sorry. I am sorry for being late. Borrow. I forgot my dictionary at home, so I decided to borrow one from my friend in the next seat for just an hour. Tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Impossible. It is nearly physically impossible to climb this high mountain in a single day without preparation. Possible. Depending on your effort, it is entirely possible to achieve a goal that seemed impossible. Possibly. It is possibly near impossible to finish the project in such a short time. Philosophy. He majored in philosophy at university to find the answer to the question, what is life? Gossip. She never listens to groundless gossip about other people's private lives. Process. In the process of making bread, it is important to knead the dough thoroughly and let it ferment. Prospect. With the prospect of success in a new market, the company decided to move forward with its overseas expansion. Pasta. I had homemade pasta with plenty of tomato sauce for lunch today. Foster. The organization is looking for foster families for underprivileged children. Diagnostic. The doctor used the latest diagnostic equipment to pinpoint the cause of the illness. Caution. Because the mountain path was slippery, the sign said caution in large letters. Bottle. I always carry a portable bottle for hydration. Bottom. I drank up the water that remained a little at the bottom of the glass. Pottery. She attends a pottery class as a hobby and made her own coffee cup. Exotic. The market was lined with exotic fruits that I had never seen before. Hypothesis. Scientists need to first form a hypothesis based on observational data before starting an experiment. Novel. He came up with one novel idea after another that overturned conventional wisdom. Province. He left the hustle and bustle of the city and began a quiet life in a northern province rich in nature. Poverty. He works to support underprivileged children and break the cycle of poverty. Positive. When trying something new, it's important to always have a positive attitude. Closet. To change my seasonal wardrobe, I organized my summer clothes and stored them in the large closet in the bedroom. Deposit. When renting a new apartment, I gave 1 month's rent to the real estate agent as a deposit. Job. He finds his new job rewarding and enjoys working every day. Object. During the undersea survey, the sonar detected a giant object thought to be a shipwreck. Obvious. It was obvious to everyone that she was lying from her trembling voice and wandering eyes. Obviously. His face was pale, and he was obviously feeling unwell to anyone's eyes. Watch. He looked at his wristwatch many times, waiting for the person he was meeting to arrive. God. Ancient people believed that a god of rain and thunder lived in the sky. Odd. Everyone was surprised by his odd behavior when he suddenly started dancing. Cough. He caught a terrible cold and suffered from a severe cough all night. Soft. This blanket is very soft. Fog. The thick fog made visibility poor, and I could only faintly see the lights of the car ahead. Jog. It is my daily routine to take a light jog in the nearby park for my health every morning. Block. A large truck was blocking the road for construction, so cars could not pass. Clock. The clock hanging on the wall of the room pointed exactly to 12 o'clock noon. Dock. A large cargo ship berthed at the harbor dock to unload its cargo. Knock. Someone knocked on the room door, so I replied, "Come in." Lock. You should firmly lock the front door. Evacuate. As a massive typhoon was approaching, residents in coastal areas evacuated to shelters on higher ground. Accuracy. In scientific experiments, the accuracy of data is one of the most important factors. Accurate. In scientific experiments, accurate data is essential to obtain reliable results. Accurately. Thanks to the weather forecast accurately predicting the typhoon's path, damage was kept to a minimum. Vacuum. Outer space is close to a vacuum, a state where almost no matter exists. Validate. Before officially announcing the new discovery, the scientist repeated the experiment many times to validate the results. Allocate. The company properly allocated the limited budget according to the importance of each department. Analysis. The economists performed an analysis of current market trends using the latest statistical data. Hospitality. Thanks to the warm hospitality of the hotel staff, I had a wonderful vacation. Reality. Chasing ideals is important, but sometimes it's necessary to face harsh reality and create a plan. Salad. For health, I make it a point to eat a salad with fresh lettuce and tomatoes at every meal. Valid. The expiration date for this coupon is the end of this month, after which it will no longer be valid. Gallon. At gas stations in the United States, fuel quantities are displayed in gallons rather than liters. Calendar. He entered all his meeting schedules into his smartphone calendar, so he wouldn't forget. Challenge. He is taking on a new challenge. Balance. Keeping a balance between work and private life is essential for maintaining health. Talent. She has displayed a talent for music since childhood and has won numerous competitions. Ally. The two countries formed a military alliance to face a common enemy and became encouraging allies to each other. Gallery. I went to a new art gallery on the weekend. Salary. By taking on a responsible position at the new company, he began to earn a higher salary than before. Allergy. He has a severe buckwheat allergy and always carefully checks the ingredients when eating out. Personality. Her bright and sociable personality is positively changing the atmosphere of the entire team. Valley. In the deep valley surrounded by mountains, there is a small river with crystal clear water. Family. He treasures his family. Amateur. He took amazing photos that went beyond the amateur level and won a prize in a contest. Damage. The car suffered severe damage in the accident. Grammar. To master English accurately, it is essential to correctly understand grammar as well as vocabulary. Camera. I took a photo with my new camera. Dynamic. Thanks to his dynamic leadership, the project accelerated all at once. Examine. The doctor examined the condition of the bones in detail, using X-rays to identify the cause of the symptoms. Manager. As the project manager, she constantly keeps track of the team's progress. Analyst. The market analyst predicted the future trends of stock prices based on the current economic situation. Analyze. Scientists analyze the vast amount of data obtained from the experiment to prove the correctness of their hypothesis. Animal. He likes animals. Explanatory. The manual contains detailed explanatory diagrams so that even beginners can understand. Manage. He managed his busy schedule well and finished all tasks within the deadline. Management. He is involved in the management of the company. Channel. He changed the television channel. Panel. A panel of experts gathered to exchange views on the new energy policy. Planet. Earth is the only planet in the solar system confirmed to support life. Manner. He always treats others in a polite manner, no matter how busy he is. Planner. As a wedding planner, she helps couples bring their ideal wedding to life. Mechanical. The watch doesn't use batteries. It operates solely on a mechanical system of springs and gears. Mechanic. Since there was a strange noise from the car engine, I asked a skilled mechanic for an inspection. Organic. For health, I try to choose organic vegetables grown without pesticides. Panic. When the fire alarm went off, the people inside the building fell into a temporary state of panic. Piano. She is good at playing the piano. Annually. A large music festival is held annually in October in this city. Annual. The annual parade was held on the city's main street, as it is every year. Manual. He read the thick repair manual from cover to fix the machine. Capital. London is the capital of the United Kingdom, and the center of politics and the economy. Appetizer. Before the main course, A cold tomato soup was served as an appetizer. Rapid. Technological progress is so rapid that products become outdated after only 6 months. Rapidly. Due to economic globalization, world markets continue to change rapidly. Apple. He makes it a rule to eat a fresh apple every morning for breakfast for his health. Happen. Something no one could have predicted happened, forcing a major change in the plan. Happy. He looks very happy. Unhappy. He feels very unhappy in his current work environment, where he cannot fully demonstrate his abilities. Happiness. Having been able to open his own shop, which was his long-time dream, he now feels the greatest happiness. Applicable. This discount system is applicable to everyone who can present a student ID. Applicant. Thousands of applicants from all over the world applied for the job at that popular company. Paragraph. The second paragraph of this essay contains the core part that the author wants to emphasize the most. Charitable. She donates to many charitable organizations and contributes to the local welfare. Narrative. The novel depicts a boy's growth using a compelling narrative style. Carry. He carried the heavy luggage by himself and climbed the stairs to the third-floor room. Barrier. A barrier was installed on the highway to prevent vehicle entry. Carrier. The airline is known as an LCC, a low-cost carrier providing cheap fares. Ambassador. He was appointed as the new ambassador to deepen the friendly relations between the two countries. Classify. The librarian accurately classified the newly arrived books by genre. Gasoline. The car was almost out of fuel, so I filled it up with gasoline at the nearest station. Fascinate. The beautiful architectural style and historical stories of the old castle fascinate the many tourists who visit. Capacity. This hall has a capacity to accommodate up to 500 people. Passage. The ship threaded its way through the icebergs and passed through a narrow passage in the sea. Castle. There is an old castle on the hill. Fasten. Please fasten your seat belt securely before the plane takes off. Passenger. When the plane arrived at the destination, the passengers started gathering their luggage all at once. Asset. Her language and communication skills are a great asset to our globally expanding company. Classical. He prefers listening to classical music, such as Bach and Beethoven, over modern pop. Classic. I like listening to classic music. Massive. Massive concrete breakwaters are built on the coast to prevent high waves. Basket. She filled a woven basket with fresh apples just picked from the garden. Basketball. It is his daily routine to play basketball. Aspect. Before starting the new business, he considered every aspect, from market research to funding. Disaster. The massive typhoon that struck the region caused a catastrophic disaster to the infrastructure. Master. After years of training, he finally mastered the skills of traditional craftsmanship. Enthusiastic. She is very enthusiastic about the new project and works late every day. Fantastic. The night view from the observation deck was fantastic beyond words. Plastic. Plastic materials can be molded into any shape by applying heat. Drastically. The government decided to drastically change the tax system to recover the economy. Enthusiastically. She works enthusiastically in volunteer activities and helps many people. International. He studies languages hard every day, dreaming of playing an active role on the international stage. National. As a representative of his country, he challenged the international competition with national pride. Fashion. She always incorporates the latest fashion and enjoys her own unique style. Passion. He has a strong passion for music. Internationally. This product is internationally acclaimed for its beautiful design. Compatible. It turned out that this new software is not compatible with older operating systems. Category. It belongs to a different category. Strategy. To win the competition in the market, the company developed a new strategy of introducing a breakthrough new product. Catalog. I chose a product from the catalog. Satellite. The moon is the Earth's only natural satellite, revolving around the Earth. Attitude. He approaches everything with a positive attitude. Battle. Both armies fought a fierce battle. Patent. He promptly applied for a patent to prevent others from imitating his invention. Status. In recognition of his years of achievement, he solidified his social status within the organization. Dissatisfy. Many residents felt deeply dissatisfied with the inadequate explanation and the unilateral decision. Satisfy. The food at the new restaurant exceeded expectations in both taste and portion, fully satisfying the customers. Ladder. Two plans were presented, and I thought the latter was more realistic. Matter. No matter how small the issue, examining it without overlooking anything is the key to success. Battery. His smartphone battery was about to run out, so he hurried to find a charger. Pattern. The cloth has an interesting pattern. Automatic. This door opens automatically just by approaching the sensor, which is convenient when you have a lot of luggage. Democratic. To increase organizational transparency, a democratic process where everyone can participate in decision-making is necessary. Dramatic. At the end of the match, a dramatic turnaround that no one had predicted was waiting. Automatically. The door opened automatically in response to the sensor. Dramatically. With the introduction of new technology, the factory's productivity improved dramatically. Mathematics. She majors in mathematics at university. Attribute. He attributed the team's success to the unceasing efforts of all its members. Traveler. For a traveler journeying around the world, interacting with local people is the greatest pleasure. Travel. He travels all over the world during his vacations to experience new cultures. Average. The temperature this winter was much colder than the annual average. Hazardous. Hazardous substances, such as acidic chemicals, are stored at the construction site. Hazard. Wearing a helmet is mandatory because there are many hazards lurking at construction sites. Casual. Since today is not an official event, casual attire without a tie is perfectly fine. Cab. As the rain got heavier, I hopped into a cab that was waiting at the station rotary. Grab. Since he was about to be late, he quickly grabbed a piece of breakfast toast and left the house. Lab. Scientists are working day and night to develop new drugs in a lab equipped with the latest facilities. Absolute. The king held absolute power over the country, and no one could oppose his decisions. Absence. No one in the class knew the reason for his long absence. Absent. He was absent from yesterday's meeting due to illness but returned in good health today. Attach. When sending my resume by email, I didn't forget to attach the ID photo data. Catch. He brilliantly caught the flying ball with his bare hands and received applause from the audience. Detach. He detached the camera lens from the body and carefully cleaned it. Dispatch. The government immediately dispatched the self-defense forces to rescue people in the disaster area. Match. He carefully chose the color of his tie to match his outfit for today. Attachment. Various attachments such as wide-angle lenses can be fitted to this camera. Ad. Ads for the new smartphone are posted everywhere in the city. Add. Adding just a little salt at the end of cooking enhanced the flavor even more. Bad. That was very bad news for him. Dad. Dad came home from work. Glad. He looked truly glad to be able to see his best friend after a long time. Mad. He was madder than ever because his important plans had been ruined. Pad. He wrote down the idea on a memo pad kept by his bedside so he wouldn't forget. Sad. He had a very sad look on his face because the trip he was looking forward to was cancelled. Badly. He was badly injured in the accident. Advocate. As an enthusiastic advocate for environmental protection, he calls for a reduction in plastic use. Advertiser. The advertiser launched a new campaign using social media to appeal to the youth demographic. Advertise. To widely announce the launch of the new product, they advertised extensively on TV and social media. Behalf. He delivered a speech at the anniversary ceremony on behalf of the president, who was hospitalized. Graph. He compiled the numbers into an easy-to-understand graph, so that the sales trends from last year could be grasped at a glance. Half. I cut the apple in half. Laugh. Everyone in the venue couldn't help but laugh out loud at his humorous joke. Staff. The hotel staff is very kind. After. After the movie ended, I discussed my impressions with a friend at a nearby cafe. Laughter. The entire venue was filled with warm laughter at his humorous speech. Afterward. They had a heated argument, but afterward they shook hands and reconciled. Craft. The artisan completed the beautiful furniture using the sophisticated craft he had developed over many years. Draft. He finished the first draft of his thesis and submitted it to his supervisor. Bag. He packed his travel essentials into a large duffel bag and left the house. Drag. She slowly headed to the station while dragging her heavy suitcase across the floor. Flag. The sailor looked through binoculars at the flag flying to check which country the distant island belonged to. Tag. As soon as he bought the new clothes, he cut off the price tag with scissors. Fragment. The archaeologist carefully excavated a small fragment of ancient pottery from the soil. Badge. The police officer presented the shiny silver badge on his chest to prove his identity. Attack. The enemy launched a sudden attack. Back. With strong backing from his friends, he decided to start a new business. Black. He was wearing a pitch-black coat that blended into the darkness of the night. Crack. The intense shaking of the earthquake caused a large crack in the wall of the old building. Lack. His plan is excellent, but he lacks the funds to put it into action. Pack. He packed his necessary clothes into a suitcase for tomorrow's trip. Rack. He put the magazines he had finished reading on the book rack in the corner of the room to organize them. Snack. Between afternoon tasks, I decided to have a light snack because I felt a little hungry. Stack. There was a stack of books on the library table that he had gathered for his research. Track. The police tracked the movements of the escaped criminal, using security camera footage. Actual. His theory is great, but whether it will be useful in actual situations is another matter. Actually. He looked unconfident, but actually he was a very highly capable person. Manufacture. They manufacture cars here. Manufacturer. The car manufacturer unveiled its latest electric vehicle to the global market. Factual. His report excludes subjective opinions and consists only of factual data. Background. She broadened her horizons by interacting with people from diverse cultural backgrounds. Backpack. He packed water and food for the hike into his backpack and set off. Accident. You must be very careful about car accidents on rainy days because the road surface is slippery. Maximum. The maximum capacity of this elevator is set at 10 people. Maximize. By managing your schedule efficiently, you can maximize results within a limited time. Access. Access to the island by land is only possible during low tide. Taxi. He took a taxi to the station. Action. We should take action right now. Attraction. The new attraction at the amusement park has lines that take several hours on weekends. Contraction. We can move our bodies by repeating the contraction and relaxation of our muscles. Distraction. To focus on his exam studies, he put his smartphone in another room to eliminate distractions. Interaction. Interaction with people from different cultures is a perfect opportunity to broaden your horizons. Reaction. After administering the new drug, the doctor carefully observed the patient's body for any reactions, such as side effects. Satisfaction. He finished all his work perfectly and left the office with a deep sense of satisfaction. Transaction. Using the bank's app, you can complete transactions like money transfers online without going to a branch. Practical. While learning theory is important, it is also crucial to acquire practical skills that are useful in daily life. Activate. To start using a new credit card, you need to call a dedicated number to activate it. Practice. To improve at the piano, practicing every day without fail is more important than anything else. Actor. He is a famous movie actor. Factor. A balanced diet is one of the most important factors for maintaining health. Factory. At this factory, precise electronic components are produced around the clock using the latest robots. Tactic. In the chess match, he secured a victory by employing clever tactics to exploit his opponent's openings. Active. She remains active in local volunteer activities, even after her retirement. Attractive. His proposal was very attractive, offering improved quality while keeping costs down. Interactive. The museum's exhibits are interactive, allowing children to learn by touching them. Actively. It is wonderful for society that young people actively participate in local volunteer activities. Actress. She fulfilled her childhood dream and became a famous actress active in the world of film. Satisfactory. The test results were satisfactory, and he decided on his further education with confidence. Fax. Before email became common, fax was the primary means for sending documents. Relax. I want to relax at home on the weekend. Tax. The government decided to raise the tax imposed on consumers to maintain public services. Abstract. He prefers to speak in abstract theories rather than giving concrete examples. Act. He acted quickly and without hesitation to help his friend in a difficult situation. Attract. The beautiful scenery attracts millions of tourists from all over the world every year. Distract. When smartphone notifications come during study, my attention inevitably gets distracted. Exact. Exact measurement is essential for obtaining accurate results in scientific experiments. Extract. I had to go to the dentist and get a badly decayed back tooth extracted. Fact. To judge whether his claim is correct, we first need to verify the objective facts. Impact. The widespread use of smartphones has had a dramatic impact on the way we communicate. React. He reacted calmly and without panic, even when faced with a sudden question. Subtract. If you subtract the discount from the total amount, the final payment is calculated. Exactly. What I was looking for were exactly the shoes with this design. Morale. As the game reached the midpoint, the team's morale surged thanks to the captain's encouragement. Shall. What time shall we meet? Album. She flipped through an old album and immersed herself in nostalgic family memories. Alcohol. He does not drink alcohol. Balcony. From the hotel room balcony, I could look out over the beautiful sea tinted by the sunset. Calculator. He took a calculator out of his bag to perform complex calculations quickly. Calculate. He calculated the cost needed to build a house and went to the bank to discuss a loan. Invaluable. The friends and experiences I gained while studying abroad are invaluable assets to me. Valuable. Valuable jewels passed down through generations are kept in that safe. Value. He considers the antique to have historical value and keeps it carefully stored. Evaluate. Investors carefully evaluate a company's financial status and future potential before deciding to invest. Damn. He realized he had forgotten his important keys and muttered "damn" under his breath. Exam. He studied hard for months and finally passed the difficult national qualification exam. Gram. In the cooking recipe, the amount of salt is recorded accurately in grams. Jam. The roads were in a terrible jam during the morning rush hour, so I was late for the meeting. Spam. So much spam arrives in my inbox every day that I strengthen the filter settings. Hamburger. He ate a voluminous hamburger with a thick patty and cheese for lunch. Pamphlet. The Tourist Information Center distributes free pamphlets introducing the city's highlights. Ample. This room has large windows and ample light streams in for reading. Example. He presented his own failure as an example for his juniors to avoid repeating the same mistake. Sample. Please try the sample of the product. Campus. In spring, colorful flowers bloom in full glory across the vast university campus. Champion. He won through the tough qualifiers and finally became the world champion. Championship. After years of rigorous training, he finally secured the world championship title. Camp. They spent the weekend setting up camp by the lake and enjoying nature. Lamp. He turned on the desk lamp in the dark room and started reading. Stamp. She put a stamp on the top right corner of the envelope before mailing the letter. Ban. The government enacted a law to completely ban smoking in public places. Can. I can speak English. Fan. I am a fan of baseball. Man. The man is walking in the park. Pan. She fried eggs and bacon in a pan for breakfast. Plan. He made a big plan to work abroad in the future and started saving money to prepare. Scan. The doctor performed an MRI scan using the latest equipment to examine the brain's condition in detail. Sedan. He purchased a comfortable four-door sedan to enjoy drives with his family. Then. There is clearly more snowfall this winter than in average years. Van. He loaded the goods into the van. Substantial. By introducing new insulation, we were able to achieve substantial savings on utility costs. Franchise. That famous fast food chain operates as a franchise all over the world. Mandatory. Participation in volunteer activities in that region is not mandatory, it is strictly voluntary. Handle. You must handle this fragile vase with extreme care when moving it. Memorandum. He created a memorandum summarizing the main points so as not to forget the meeting's content. Random. To ensure the fairness of the survey, the subjects were selected at random from the list. Abandon. Unable to give up his dream, he abandoned his stable job to pursue a path in art. Standard. That is the industry standard. Outstanding. His performance this term was outstanding, and he won the Employee of the Year award. Candy. When he loses concentration, he eats some sweet candy hidden in his desk drawer to refresh himself. Handy. This multifunctional knife is very handy when camping. Having just one is very useful. Cancel. I have to cancel the meeting due to urgent business. Answer. She gave a precise answer to the difficult question without being flustered at all. Cancer. With advances in modern medicine, cancer, once considered incurable, can now be treated if detected early. Fancy. I was surprised by how fancy the interior of that high-end restaurant was. Substantially. By introducing new insulation, we were able to substantially reduce utility costs. Financial. To expand the company, financial support from banks is essential. Expansion. The company is opening new branches one after another, aiming for expansion into overseas markets. Advantage. He won a job in the overseas department by leveraging his great advantage of being fluent in languages. Romantic. He prepared a romantic dinner for her. Transit. The cargo is currently in transit from the overseas port to the warehouse. Branch. A branch of the large tree in the park broke and fell onto the road during last night's gale. In. He walked to a nearby convenience store to buy bread and milk. Band. The famous rock band is performing a concert tonight. Brand. Attracted by the quality and design, she has been a loyal user of this bag brand for many years. Command. He issued a command to his subordinates. Demand. Due to the summer heat wave, the demand for cold drinks and air conditioning is skyrocketing. Expand. Building on its success in the Asian market, the company plans to expand its business into Europe. Grand. From the mountaintop, we could view the grand scenery of nature spreading below. Hand. He wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty and immersed himself in the work, becoming covered in mud. Land. When the plane safely landed at the destination airport, a round of applause broke out from the passengers. Sand. White sand spreads along the beach. Stand. To uphold his beliefs, he took a firm stand without fearing criticism from those around him. Understand. He read the textbook over and over to deeply understand the meaning of the complex mathematical formula. Handbook. New employees were distributed a handbook that details the company's rules and philosophy. Landlord. Since the faucet in the apartment broke, I immediately contacted the landlord to request a repair. Grandmother. I think the apple pie my grandmother makes is the most delicious in the world. Landscape. From the observation deck, you can see a beautiful natural landscape that changes with the seasons. Sandwich. I made a sandwich for lunch myself, filled with plenty of fresh vegetables and ham. Advance. The advance of technology has made surgeries that were once impossible now feasible. Chance. He seized a perfect chance to restart his life and took a new step forward. Dance. She dances gracefully to the music. Enhance. Planting colorful flowers in the garden helped to further enhance the beauty of the entire house. Finance. He consulted with a finance expert to raise funds for starting his new business. Glance. He cast a quick glance at his watch to see if he would make it to the train. Advancement. Thanks to the advancement of medical technology, diseases once considered incurable are becoming treatable. Aunt. My aunt is a very good cook and bakes me a homemade pie every time I visit. Grant. The government provided a special grant to support the original projects of young researchers. Pant. He rushed up the stairs and sat down on the spot, panting for breath. Plant. He decided to plant new flower seedlings with the arrival of spring to enrich his garden. Hang. He hung the newly purchased painting on the wall, changing the room's atmosphere. Angle. He moved around looking for the angle that would make the building look its best for the photo. Anger. He felt strong anger at the unfair treatment but tried to remain calm. Angry. He felt an uncontrollable angry emotion because his efforts were not recognized at all. Language. To deeply understand a foreign culture, one should first learn the language spoken in that country. Blanket. On a cold night, he fell asleep covered in a warm wool blanket. Banker. My brother works as a banker, advising local businesses on loan consultations every day. Bankruptcy. The company carried huge debts and finally filed for bankruptcy in court. Bankrupt. Burdened with huge debts, the company finally filed for bankruptcy and became effectively bankrupt. Banquet. At the end of the conference, a grand banquet was held to welcome attendees from all over the world. Bank. I sat on the bank of the river and got lost in thought while watching the water flow. Rank. After years of effort, he finally rose to the highest rank in the organization. Tank. Huge stainless steel tanks for storing chemicals are lined up at the factory. Thank. I thanked him. Sanction. The international community decided to impose economic sanctions against the country threatening peace. Anxious. He is spending his time feeling very anxious about what the result of tomorrow's final interview will be. Cap. He went out wearing a cap. Clap. When the performance ended, a loud clap of applause erupted from the audience. Gap. A cold wind is coming in through the gap in the door. Map. When traveling in an unfamiliar place, a map app on your smartphone is essential. Nap. To improve work efficiency in the afternoon, I took a 15-minute nap after lunch. Snap. He snapped his fingers as if he had just thought of something. Tap. He was rhythmically tapping the desk with the tip of his pen while thinking. Trap. He fell into a trap. Wrap. She carefully wrapped the fragile items in newspaper before putting them in the box. Capture. The photographer brilliantly captured the moment a wild lion aimed for its prey. Laptop. He opened his laptop at the cafe and started working while drinking coffee. Captain. He is a captain who overcomes rough seas with calm judgment and is deeply trusted by his crew. Adapter. When going on an overseas trip, I prepared an adapter to match the shape of the local electrical outlets. Chapter. From the third chapter of this novel, the story takes a sudden turn. Collapse. Due to the severe earthquake, old wooden buildings collapse one after another. Perhaps. Perhaps it will rain tomorrow, so you should take an umbrella with you. Adapt. She studied the local language hard to quickly adapt to life in a foreign country. Class. I have a math class in the afternoon. Gas. I always check if the gas in the kitchen is turned off before going to bed. Glass. Please pour water into the glass. Grass. It's wonderful to lie down on the soft grass in the park and look at the sky on a sunny afternoon. Mass. All matter in the universe has mass corresponding to its size. Pass. The only pass to cross the mountain range is closed by snow during the winter. Classmate. He is still on good terms with his high school classmates and meets them once a year at a reunion. Passport. When traveling abroad, you must not forget your passport to prove your identity. Password. To protect your account from unauthorized access, you need to set a complex password. Ask. He got lost, so he asked a passerby for directions to the nearest station. Mask. He always wears a cold mask when dealing with others to hide his true feelings. Task. Finishing this complex project within the deadline is an extremely difficult task. Cast. The film's success was thanks to an excellent cast that perfectly matched the characters. Fast. He fasted from sunrise to sunset as part of a religious observance. Last. These shoes are very durably made and will last for several years even with intense exercise. Past. He reflected deeply on his past mistakes and pledged to live honestly from now on. Fast. From the airplane window, a vast landscape of the Sahara Desert stretched out as far as the eye could see. Cash. He used a credit card for payment because he had no cash in his wallet. Crash. The car slammed into the wall in the fog and crashed with a loud noise. Flash. Along with a sudden clap of thunder, a sharp flash of lightning tore through the dark night sky. Trash. He cleaned his room and threw all the accumulated unnecessary documents into the trash bin. He made an appointment to meet his friend at the station ticket gate exactly at noon. Cat. My cat loves to curl up and sleep on the sunny windowsill. Chat. We enjoyed a chat over coffee. Fat. He is careful not to consume excess fat from his diet for the sake of his health. Flat. The area had no undulations, and flat land stretched out as far as the eye could see. Hat. To avoid the strong sunlight, he went out wearing a wide-brimmed hat low over his eyes. Rat. A rat ran across the room. That. He spoke passionately about how that book was the one that changed his life. Platform. As the train entered the platform, the waiting passengers began to move. Atmosphere. The restaurant had low lighting, creating a very calm atmosphere. Bath. I take a bath every night to soothe the day's fatigue. Path. Colorful alpine plants were blooming on both sides of the narrow path, leading deep into the forest. Athlete. He is an athlete aiming for the Olympics. Bathroom. Before going out, he washed his face and groomed himself in the bathroom. Have. He has a big dream of having his own farm in the future. While working as a teacher, he also puts effort into volunteer activities on weekends. Jazz. In that bar, pleasant live jazz music flows at night, creating a mature atmosphere. Whereas, the older brother is extroverted and has many friends, whereas the younger brother is introverted and prefers reading. If. Let's take a short break at the CAF. Prohibit. The school rules strictly prohibit the use of smartphones on campus. Liberal. He has liberal views. Exhibit. The museum has a special exhibit of precious artifacts from ancient Egypt. Distributor. The company is the sole distributor of popular overseas brands in Japan. Contribute. He participates in cleanups every weekend to contribute to local environmental conservation efforts. Distribute. After the disaster occurred, food and blankets were quickly distributed to people gathered at evacuation centers. Kitchen. He is cooking in the kitchen. Habitual. He is losing the trust of those around him because of his habitual tardiness. Situate. The new museum is situated on a small hill with a beautiful view of the sea. Humidity. Summer in Japan is very humid, and it often feels more muggy than the temperature actually is. Middle. He sat in the middle of the room. Consider. We should give more serious consideration to our future careers. Reconsider. He decided to reconsider from the beginning the proposal he had initially rejected. Considerable. Restoring the old Western-style building will take considerable time and money. Considerably. Thanks to new medication, his condition has improved considerably. Considerate. He is very considerate towards those around him, and is well liked by everyone. Video. I watched an interesting video. Difficulty. I experienced great difficulty with the exam. Difficult. This math problem was so difficult that no one in the class could solve it. Differ. Even siblings can have very different personalities and interests. Difference. The accumulation of small efforts will create a big difference in the future. Different. He has a completely different personality from his brothers, and is very sociable. Significance. Historians emphasize the historical significance of the old document. Significant. The development of new drugs is a very significant advancement in medicine. Significantly. The introduction of the new system has significantly reduced work time. Certificate. He passed the difficult national qualification exam and finally received his certificate. Scientific. His claims are based purely on speculation and lack sufficient scientific evidence. Specific. When giving instructions, you should be as specific as possible to avoid misunderstandings. Terrific. The audience was terrifically moved by her wonderful piano performance. Specifically. He explained it specifically. Differently. We see things differently from each other. Trigger. A small argument can trigger a major conflict between nations. Figure. He used statistical data to provide an accurate figure of future population trends. Originally. The building was originally built as a church but is now a museum. Original. This museum houses the world's only remaining collection of precious original documents. Digital. I bought a new digital camera. Individual. The teacher not only gave explanations to the students as a whole, but also gave individual instruction. Religion. He does not believe in any particular religion, but is interested in spiritual pursuits. Prestigious. His years of hard work finally paid off when he won one of the most prestigious awards in the world. Religious. He grew up in a very religious family and attended church every weekend without fail. Refrigerator. To prevent food poisoning in the summer, raw food should be put in the refrigerator immediately. Individually. The teacher taught the students individually, rather than all at once. Chicken. I made roast chicken for dinner. Ticket. I bought a train ticket. Sticker. The colorful stickers on his suitcase tell the story of how much he has traveled. Liquid. Mercury is a rare metal that remains liquid at room temperature. Particular. She is very particular about food and is particular about the ingredients. Particularly. This summer has been particularly hot, with record high temperatures hitting new highs in many areas. Vanilla. She likes freshly baked apple pie with vanilla ice cream. Kilogram. For the sake of his health, he aims to lose 3 kilograms in 1 month. Military. The country maintains a highly technologically advanced military force for national defense. Military. The country maintains a highly technologically advanced military force for national defense. Military. The country maintains a highly technologically advanced military force for national defense. Facilitate. The introduction of the new software is intended to facilitate smooth communication within the team. Ability. She has an amazing ability to solve complex problems in a short space of time. Availability. I inquired at the store about the availability of the latest models. Capability. He has sufficient capability to use the complex software. Flexibility. In today's rapidly changing society, flexibility of thinking that is not bound by stereotypes is required. Possibility. Scientists continue to explore the possibility of life on Mars. Probability. Statistical data shows that the probability of this plan succeeding is extremely high. Reliability. The greatest advantage of this engine is its high reliability, which means it will not break down even in harsh environments. Responsibility. As the leader, he is prepared to take full responsibility for the project's failure. Utility. He chose his furniture with an emphasis on practical utility rather than design. Village. He grew up in a small village. Illustrate. He illustrated complex economic theories using concrete diagrams to make them easy to understand. Facility. The new research facility is equipped with the world's most advanced measuring equipment. Liability. The company bears legal liability for damages caused by product defects. Stability. With political stability secured, foreign investment began to increase rapidly. Willingness. He is working with the utmost willingness to make new projects a success. Chilly. It was warm during the day, but as soon as the sun went down, a chilly wind suddenly started to blow. Really? He looked really surprised when he heard the news. Silly. He told silly jokes during the meeting, embarrassing everyone around him. Pillow. After he chose a pillow that was the right height for him, the quality of his sleep improved dramatically. Billion. The IT company's market capitalization finally surpassed $100 billion last year. Familiar. The melody of the song was somehow familiar and brought back nostalgic feelings. Unfamiliar. The back alleys of the city I visited for the first time were filled with scenes that were somehow unfamiliar. Familiarize. New employees first need to familiarize themselves with the company's rules and workflow. Immigrant. The city is home to many immigrants and has a diverse mix of cultures. Similar. Coincidentally, the new car we chose was a similar color and design. Similarly. The older brother is good at math, but the younger brother is similarly good at science subjects. Criminal. Police are tracking the whereabouts of criminals based on fingerprints left at the scene. Preliminary. Before conducting a detailed investigation, a preliminary check was carried out on site. Eliminate. The team improved profitability by thoroughly eliminating unnecessary costs. Unlimited. If you sign up for this plan, you can enjoy unlimited high-speed data communication. Image. The company has established a clean brand image through its environmental protection activities. Limit. That is my limit. Stimulus. To boost the economy, the market needs to be given a strong economic stimulus. Stimulate. The new tax incentives are intended to stimulate business investment. Clinical. The doctor calmly analyzed the patient's condition from a clinical perspective. Cinema. He is a big movie fan and always visits the local cinema on the weekends. Minimum. Employers are obligated to pay employees the minimum wage set by law. Minimize. Companies diversify their investments across multiple sectors to minimize risk. Innocent. Throughout the trial, he proved himself to be completely innocent of the incident. Administer. As a medical staff member, he administered the appropriate amount of medication to patients. Minister. As the minister in charge of environmental issues, he announced new policies. Administrator. As a school administrator, he is responsible for formulating the education budget. Administrative. She is in charge of administrative tasks at the company, such as budget management and human resources. Innovative. The company has developed innovative technology that has brought about major changes in the market. Minute. He used a microscope to observe microorganisms that were so tiny they could not be seen with the naked eye. Beginner. As a beginner skier, he practiced on gentle slopes, falling over many times. Dinner. Enjoyed a lavish dinner at a fine restaurant to celebrate their wedding anniversary. Inner. He values the time he spends listening to his inner voice through meditation. Winner. He is the winner of the tournament. Mineral. The natural water collected in this area is rich in minerals such as calcium. Itinerary. Created a detailed itinerary for us, down to the minute. Clinic. He had cold symptoms, so he went to a nearby clinic. Finish. The marathon runner mustered his final strength and finally finished the race. Mini. She bought a mini car, which is very compact and convenient for driving in the city. Condominium. He bought a newly built luxury condominium in a convenient location in the city. Opinion. It's important to have your own opinion, but it's equally important to listen to the opinions of others. Continue. Although it was raining heavily, they decided to continue the game. Discontinue. Due to rising raw material costs, the manufacturer decided to discontinue production of the product. Continuous. In factories, machines operate continuously to increase production efficiency. Singer. He is a famous singer. Typical. Eating pizza for lunch is typical for modern Americans. Typically. Winters in the region are typically dry with little rainfall. Recipient. She became the youngest recipient of the prestigious scientific award. Appearance. He always tries to maintain a clean and neat appearance when he appears in public. Spirit. He has a strong spirit. Mirror. Before going out, he checked in the mirror to make sure his clothes were in order. Irritate. The intermittent noises coming from the next room irritated his nerves as he tried to concentrate on his work. Theory. His claims are merely theory and have not yet been backed up by empirical data. Bacteria. Washing your hands is the easiest way to remove harmful bacteria that can cause illness. Cafeteria. University cafeterias are bustling with students during lunch breaks. Period. Many fossils from the period when dinosaurs lived have been discovered in this stratum. Managerial. She was promoted to department head in recognition of her outstanding managerial abilities. Material. Before a building can be constructed, strong building materials must be procured. Serial. The magazine features new serial novels by famous authors. Criterion. Academic achievement is one of the most important criterions in scholarship selection. Experience. Volunteering overseas was a valuable experience that he couldn't replace. Inexperience. He is ambitious, but his inexperience in the field sometimes leads to poor judgment. Serious. That is a serious problem. Seriously. He took it seriously. Interior. The interior of this historic building retains the luxurious decorations of the time. Superior. His outstanding skills were superior to those of any of his peers. Deteriorate. Without proper restoration, the historic building will continue to deteriorate. Series. I am watching the series of that drama. Hero. He is a hero of this town. Zero. The probability of failure is 0. Participant. The international conference attracted more than 1,000 participants from all over the world. Anticipate. We carefully anticipate how new technologies will change the market. Participate. He actively participates in local volunteer activities and deepens his interactions with his neighbors. Discipline. He has a strict discipline and practices every day. Electricity. The storm downed power lines, cutting off electricity to the entire city. Publicity. The new product receives significant publicity through a flashy advertising campaign. Listen. Please listen to me. Listener. He is a good listener. Whisper. In the library, she spoke in whispers so as not to disturb those around her. System. We introduced a new safety system. Assistance. After the disaster occurred, assistance was quickly sent to the affected areas from around the world. Distance. The emotional distance between the two gradually widened due to an accumulation of minor misunderstandings. Existence. Scientists are searching for evidence of the existence of life on atmospheric planets other than Earth. Resistance. The new reform proposals were met with strong resistance from conservative groups. Assistant. The professor hired a capable assistant to facilitate the research. Consistent. His words and actions are always consistent, and he is trusted by those around him. Distant. He gazed silently at the distant mountain range beyond the horizon. Consistently. Since his debut, he has consistently produced high-quality works. Mr. He politely addressed the stranger as Mr. Sister. She has 2 sisters. History. He pored over old documents in the library to research the history of his hometown. Mystery. The true nature of this huge shipwreck that sank into the deep sea is still shrouded in mystery. Artistic. She showed artistic talent from an early age and won many art exhibitions. Characteristic. His characteristic deep voice is unforgettable once you hear it. Optimistic. No matter what difficulties she faces, she always remains optimistic. Realistic. It's good to dream, but you also need to be realistic about budget and time constraints. Statistic. The government report presents some shocking statistics about youth unemployment. Statistics. The latest statistics released by the government show that the unemployment rate is gradually improving. District. The district, with its historic buildings, is very popular with tourists. Tissue. She had caught a cold and her nose was running, so she took out some tissue from her pocket. Initially. Although the negotiations were initially expected to be difficult, they proceeded surprisingly smoothly. Officially. The plan is still under consideration and has not been officially announced by the government. Additional. An additional payment is required. Traditional. They had their wedding in the traditional manner handed down from their ancestors. Initiative. Although he was a young employee, he took the initiative to make the new project a success. Beneficial. Regular daily exercise is beneficial not only for your physical health, but also for your mental well-being. Initial. Some problems are expected to arise in the initial stages of planning. Official. The government has officially announced that a new tax system will be introduced from next month. Acquisition. The company expanded its market share by acquiring rival companies overseas. Edition. The library has recently received an edition of valuable books. Admission. It is extremely difficult to gain admission to this prestigious private university. Audition. She participated in a public audition to star in her dream musical. Commission. The government has established an independent investigative commission to uncover the truth behind the corruption cases. Competition. Healthy competition in the market improves the quality of services and lowers prices. Composition. The complex composition of the piece made a deep impression on the audience. Condition. He continued training under strict conditions and finally won the tournament. Definition. I checked the dictionary for the exact definition of the word to avoid any misunderstandings. Edition. It is a new edition of the book. Electrician. To fix the wiring problem in my house, I asked a veteran electrician to fix it. Exhibition. The museum hosts special exhibitions showcasing contemporary art. Mission. He is working on a mission to save the forest. Musician. He is a professional musician. Nutrition. Balanced nutrition is essential for living a healthy life. Opposition. The opposition parties express strong opposition to the government's proposed tax increase. Permission. With his parents' permission, he decided to go on a solo trip abroad during the summer vacation. Petition. Residents have filed a petition with thousands of signatures to oppose the demolition of the park. Physician. He is an excellent physician and is deeply trusted by local residents. Politician. The politician made an earnest appeal for new economic policies ahead of the next election. Position. He holds an important position in the company and shoulders great responsibilities. Recognition. He received recognition for his many years of achievements from the government in the form of a prestigious award. Repetition. Repetition of simple tasks can sometimes reduce concentration. Submission. For thesis submission is this Friday, and students are busy preparing. Technician. A complex piece of machinery broke down, so a specialized technician was called in to fix it. Tradition. In this village, festivals based on traditions that have been passed down for hundreds of years are carefully preserved. Transition. As society transitions to digitalization, new employment forms are emerging. Transmission. Hand washing and wearing a mask are recommended to prevent transmission of the virus. Tuition. In recent years, university tuition fees have skyrocketed, and an increasing number of young people are struggling with student loan debt. Additionally, in addition to the main dish, we also ordered a side dish. Traditionally. In this region, special dances are traditionally performed during harvest festivals. Conditioner. She always uses a conditioner after shampooing to prevent damage to her hair. Efficiency. The introduction of the latest machinery has dramatically improved the factory's production efficiency. Proficiency. After studying abroad for several years, she has acquired near-native English proficiency. Efficient. This new engine uses energy much more efficiently than the previous model. Inefficient. The old management system was highly manual and inefficient. Insufficient. Due to insufficient preparation time, the project did not proceed as planned. Sufficient. In preparation for a disaster, you should stockpile enough food and water for at least 3 days. Efficiently. He makes a task list every morning to use his limited time efficiently. Ambitious. He started his own company at a young age, and has an ambitious goal of making it the best company in the world. Delicious. The home-cooked meal she cooked for me was the most delicious I have ever eaten. Suspicious. He was walking around in the middle of the night with a large bag, and was stopped by the police as a suspicious person. Issue. This is a very important issue that we will face in the future. Political. He threw himself into political activism to bring the voices of young people to national politics. Citizen. Every citizen has the right and the obligation to vote in elections. Little. Every day he continues to work steadily, little by little towards his goal. Literature. He majored in British literature at university, and is researching Shakespeare. Literature. He majored in British literature at university, and is researching Shakespeare. Literally. His story was so amazing that it literally left me speechless. Literary. She was blessed with literary talent and won the New Writer's Prize at the tender age of 20. Critical. He expressed critical opinions about his boss's plan, and called for improvements. Criticize. He only criticizes the opinions of others and never offers any alternatives of his own. Criticism. Her new novel has received harsh criticism from experts. Critic. As a well-known film critic, he evaluates new releases with a keen perspective. City. He decided to leave the quiet countryside and work in the bustling city. Committee. A committee of experts was set up to consider new educational policies. Pretty. The garden is filled with colorful and pretty flowers. Equivalent. Passing this exam is considered equivalent to the academic ability of a university graduate. Activity. Through after-school club activities, students learn the importance of teamwork. Creativity. For an artist, a rich creativity that is not bound by existing frameworks is an essential quality. Productivity. As a result of introducing the new management system, the factory's productivity improved dramatically. Civil. As the conflict escalated, great care was taken to avoid civil casualties. Deliver. The delivery company delivered the order package on schedule. River. A beautiful river flows through the center of the city, making it a place of relaxation for the citizens. Delivery. The product I ordered online was delivered earlier than expected. Dividend. The company's performance was strong, and large dividends were paid to shareholders. Visible. The fog cleared and the distant mountains became clearly visible. Visitor. The museum receives many visitors from all over the world on weekends. Prison. He was arrested for robbery and sentenced to 5 years in prison. Prisoner. The prisoner was released from prison after more than a decade and became a free man. Visit. I plan to use my summer vacation to visit some old temples in Kyoto. Physical. He makes sure to get regular physical exercise to stay healthy. Physics. Einstein laid the foundations of modern physics and fundamentally changed our view of the universe. Busy. He is extremely busy from morning to night preparing for a new project. Visual. The presentation materials make extensive use of graphs and photographs, making them very visually easy to understand. Decision. When making important decisions in life, you should take your time and think things through calmly. Division. The company established a new sales division to develop overseas markets. Provision. In preparation for disasters, it is necessary to secure emergency provisions such as water and food. Revision. Errors were found in the content of the textbook, so a major revision was carried out in preparation for the publication of the next issue. Vision. Great leaders have a clear vision for the future of their organization. Pitch. He made an enthusiastic pitch to investors to convey the appeal of his project. Rich. He became very rich from that business. Switch. He turned on the electric switch. Which. Faced with two options, he seriously considered which one to choose. Bid. The company submitted a bid to win the airport construction work. Forbid. His doctor forbids him from strenuous exercise to avoid straining his heart. Kid. The kid is playing happily. Rid. He threw out everything unnecessary and rid the room of everything. Midnight. He was so absorbed in his work that before he knew it, the clock had struck midnight. With. Even when faced with difficulties, he faced them with courage. If it rains tomorrow, the field trip will be cancelled. 50. I will turn 50 years old this year. Gift. He gave me a wonderful gift. Lift. He used all his strength to lift the heavy load from the ground. Shift. Factory employees work in 2 shifts, day and night. Big. She is working hard to realize her big dream for the future. Dig. He dug deep with his shovel into the corner of the garden in search of treasure. Pig. Pig is playing on the farm. Signature. To complete the contract, we will need your signature at the end of the document. Signature. To complete the contract, we will need your signature at the end of the document. Signify. Her silent nod signified her acceptance of the proposal. Signal. Although it was foggy, we could clearly see the signal coming from the lighthouse in the distance. Bridge. The huge suspension bridge serves as an important bridge connecting the 2 islands. Kick. He exploded in anger and kicked the empty can in front of him with all his might. Pick. Picked a basket full of fresh strawberries from her garden. Quick. He was going to be late, so he walked quickly to the station. Sick. He had a severe headache and felt nauseous, and was sick today and took the day off work. Stick. To avoid getting lost, he placed a stick in a tree at the corner as a landmark. Thick. The book was very thick, and it took me more than a month to finish reading it. Trick. He showed a magic trick. Picture. To preserve the memories of his trip, he took pictures of the beautiful scenery with his camera. Quickly. He wrote the report quickly to meet the deadline. Picnic. The weather was nice, so my family and I went to the park and enjoyed a picnic on the grass. Contradiction. His testimony today contradicts that of yesterday and contains obvious contradictions. Fiction. All characters and organizations appearing in this story are fictional and have no relation to real people or organizations. Prediction. Based on the latest data, the Japan Meteorological Agency has issued a prediction that this summer will be hotter than usual. Restriction. To prevent the spread of infectious diseases, the government imposed strict restrictions on entry from overseas. Victim. Police interviewed the victim of the fraud case in detail. Victory. They finally achieved victory. Fix. I tried to fix the broken faucet myself, but it only made things worse. Mix. Please mix the eggs and flour well. Fixture. This lamp is fixed to the wall as a fixture in the room. Mixture. The cake is made from an exquisite mixture of flour, sugar, and eggs. Contradict. His testimony today directly contradicts what he said during his previous police interview. Predict. Economists predict a gradual economic recovery in the second half of next year. Restrict. Due to the water shortage, local governments have asked residents to restrict watering their gardens. Strict. My father was very strict about etiquette and forbade talking during meals. Strictly. Smoking is strictly prohibited in this area and violators will be fined. Bill. After eating at a restaurant, he asked the waiter to bring him the bill. Drill. Used a powerful electric drill to make a hole in the wall. Fill. She filled up the glass with cold water to quench her dry throat. Fulfill. Fulfilling contractual obligations is the foundation of trust in business. Grill. On a sunny Sunday, he grilled meat and vegetables in his garden. Hill. From the top of the gentle hill, you can get a panoramic view of the entire village. Ill. He suddenly started feeling ill last night and has been in bed all day today. Kill. He used medicine to kill the pests. Pill. He took the pill prescribed by his doctor with water to cure his cold. Skill. He has a high programming skill. Spill. He carelessly spilled his coffee on the table. Still. It was raining heavily outside, but inside the house it was surprisingly still. Thrill. He rode a roller coaster and experienced a thrill like he had never experienced before. Till. He used a tractor to carefully till the soil in his field in preparation for harvest. Until. He stayed in the office and continued working until the job was finished. Will. It will probably rain tomorrow. Illness. She was forced to cancel a trip she had been looking forward to due to a sudden illness. Filter. He replaced the coffee filter. Guilty. He was found guilty in court of years of fraud. Silver. He is wearing a silver ring. Civilian. Ensuring the safety of unarmed civilians in conflict zones is a top priority. Brilliant. The young genius mathematician presented a brilliant solution to a difficult problem that no one had been able to solve. Build. He dreams of one day building a house of his own design. Milk. I drank milk for breakfast. Film. On his days off, he likes to watch his favorite old films at home. Gym. To stay healthy, he goes to the gym every day after work. Him. I met him last night. Skim. When she's short on time, she schemes newspaper headlines for information. Swim. I swim in the river. Symbol. The dove is a symbol of peace. Simple. The problem is very simple. Simplify. The complicated manual has been simplified and rewritten for beginners. Implement. The government quickly implemented new economic policies to promote economic recovery. Simply. It is simply a difficult thing. Symptom. He complained of typical cold symptoms, sore throat and fever. Begin. When starting a new project, the entire team reaffirmed their goals. Bin. When throwing away trash, recyclable and non-recyclable items should be separated into the correct bins. Grin. He gave a grin of satisfaction. Skin. On sunny days, you should apply sunscreen to protect your skin from UV rays. Spin. A figure skater performed a breathtakingly fast spin on the ice. Thin. As we approached the summit, the air became thinner and we began to feel short of breath. Twin. The twin brothers have identical facial features and are indistinguishable on first meeting. Violin. She has been practicing the violin since she was a child and is now a professional violinist. Win. He endured the rigorous training and finally achieved his long-awaited victory at the national tournament. Within. To be successful, it's important to believe in the possibilities that lie within you. Indicator. The trend in unemployment rate is one of the important indicators for judging a country's economic situation. Indicate. The latest survey results indicate growing concern about environmental issues among young people. Industry. The country has achieved remarkable economic growth thanks to the development of the automobile industry. Indoor. The facility is equipped with a large indoor tennis court for fun even on rainy days. Index. I used the index at the back of the book to quickly find the information I needed. Windy. The road along the coast was very windy and difficult to walk on. Window. Please open the window of the room. Infant. The infant was sleeping peacefully in his mother's arms. Inference. The detective inferred the perpetrator's motive from the little evidence left at the scene. Influence. Through social media, she has a huge influence on young people's fashion and lifestyles. Injure. The violent collision left him with a back injury and forced him into hospital. Injury. He was involved in a violent collision during a rugby match and suffered a serious shoulder injury. Incoming. He quickly picked up the receiver to answer the incoming call. Income. He is trying to increase his monthly income by starting a side job. Input. He input the data. Incident. Police have launched an investigation into a violent incident that took place in the park last night. Principal. The principal objective of this project is to reduce costs. Principle. He firmly rejected injustice, following his own beliefs and principles. Insight. The scholar offered sharp insight into the complex problems facing modern society. Institute. The government has instituted new training programs to promote youth employment. Instance. He cited several concrete success instances to support his claims. Instrument. From an early age, he was able to play multiple instruments with perfection. Integral. Good communication is an integral part of a team's success. Integrate. Immigrants integrate into local society. Printer. I bought a new printer. Winter. Winter is very cold. Internet. The Internet is now an essential infrastructure for information gathering and communication. Interview. I prepared for tomorrow's interview. Intern. During his summer vacation from university, he gained work experience as an intern at an IT company. Internship. In preparation for her future career, she took part in an internship at a law firm during her summer vacation. Interest. He has had a strong interest in astronomy since he was a child. Invoice. When you receive the product, please check that the enclosed invoice is correct. Inch. He moved 1 inch forward. Convince. Through persistent persuasion, he finally succeeded in convincing his client. Since. Has been working at the same company in this city since he graduated from college. Hint. He gave me a good hint. Print. Please print the document. Bring. Please remember to bring a copy of the report that each of you has prepared to tomorrow's meeting. King. He is the king of that country. Ring. She is wearing a beautiful diamond ring on her finger. Sing. She sings very well. Spring. The harsh winter is over and spring has arrived, bringing with it the blooming of colorful flowers. String. He used a strong nylon string to secure his luggage. Swing. Children are playing on the swing. Thing. That is a very strange thing. Wing. A bird's wing has evolved for flying. Single. He is single now. Finger. She ran her finger across the map and confirmed her destination. Extinguisher. A fire extinguisher was placed near the kitchen in case of a fire. Distinguish. He has excellent hearing and can distinguish subtle differences in sound. Wrinkle. He wrinkled his brow deeply and thoughtfully tried to solve a difficult problem. Drink. He drank a cold drink. Ink. My fountain pen ran out of ink, so I replaced it with a new cartridge. Link. Click this link. Pink. She likes pink flowers. Sink. A huge luxury cruise ship collided with an iceberg and slowly sank to the bottom of the ocean. Think. To solve the difficult math problem, he closed his eyes and thought deeply. Distinction. There is a clear distinction between successful people and unsuccessful people in their daily habits. Distinct. When the fog cleared, the two islands visible in the distance revealed distinct shapes. Chip. When he fell, he chipped the rim of his precious teacup. Clip. He used a large office clip to hold the scattered papers together. Equip. The school has equipped classrooms with new computers so students can learn the latest technology. Lip. His lips were dry from nervousness, so he continued his speech, moistening them with his tongue several times. Ship. A large ship left the port. Slip. He nearly slipped on the icy road and fell. Strip. Before repainting, the old paint needs to be stripped cleanly. Tip. He gave a generous tip in recognition of the excellent service at the restaurant. Trip. He tripped over a tree root that was sticking out into the road and nearly fell. Equipment. The Research Institute is equipped with the advanced equipment required for cutting-edge scientific research. Shipment. You will be notified by email as soon as your ordered items are ready for shipment. Description. Based on witness testimony, police prepared a physical description of the suspect. Prescription. After his consultation at the hospital, he picked up his prescription medication at the pharmacy. Subscription. To stay up to date, he signed up for a paid subscription to Economic News. Descriptive. The novel's descriptions of the scenery are so descriptive that the scenes seem to come to life before your eyes. Adhere. Adheres firmly to any smooth surface. Appear. Appeared before our eyes. Beer. For him, the best way to relax is with a cold beer after work. Career. He began his career as an educator at a small elementary school in his hometown. Cashier. He works as a supermarket cashier and handles the checkouts for many customers every day. Cheer. The crowd gave a huge cheer to the team that pulled off the comeback victory. Clear. The sky is very clear and beautiful. Dear. He is very dear to me. Disappear. She blended into the crowd and quickly disappeared from sight. Ear. He is listening with both ears. Fear. Fear of failure can sometimes dampen your motivation to try new things. Gear. Before going camping, I checked all the necessary gear, such as tents and sleeping bags. Hear. I could hear the church bells ringing in the distance. Here. I've lived here for over 10 years and I really love the atmosphere here. Interfere. When parents interfere excessively with their children's relationships, it hinders their growth. Mere. Solving the problem will require more than mere efforts. Fundamental reform is required. Near. The shop is near the station. Peer. Appreciation from peers is very important to young people. Rear. We loaded our luggage into the rear seats of the car and got ready to go. Severe. This winter has been hit by an unusually severe cold wave, causing damage all over the country. Steer. The captain used the huge rudder to steer the ship through the storm to safety. Unclear. The instructions were unclear. Volunteer. He does volunteer work on weekends. Year. He undergoes a medical checkup once a year to check the state of his body. Nearby. I was thirsty, so I bought a cold drink at a nearby convenience store. Clearly. He explained the problem clearly. Merely. He refused to admit his fault and insisted that it was merely bad luck. Nearly. My homework is nearly finished. Sincerely. He deeply regrets his mistake and has sincerely apologized to the victim. Yearly. The charity publishes a yearly report on its activities. Weird. In the forest at night, I heard a weird cry I had never heard before. Dismiss. His boss quickly dismissed his proposal, saying it lacked concrete evidence. Kiss. The mother gave her child a kiss. Miss. He regrets missing an important meeting. This. I have every confidence that this new project will be a success. Fiscal. The government has released its fiscal outlook for next year's budget. Disk. He saved important data on the disk. Risk. He made a decision to take a risk involving a large amount of money. Assist. As a volunteer, he assists elderly people with carrying heavy loads. Consist. Our team consists of 5 members with different areas of expertise. Exist. Scientists believe that extraterrestrial life exists somewhere in this vast universe. Insist. He insisted that he was right and refused to apologize. List. Before going shopping, I made a list so I wouldn't forget what I needed. Resist. He couldn't resist the sweet temptation and finally gave up on his diet. Twist. The story had an unexpected twist at the end that surprised readers. Wristwatch. He still treasures the old wristwatch he inherited from his grandfather. Dish. My mother served her specialty pasta on a large, colorful dish. Fish. His hobby is to go to the river on his days off and spend his time leisurely fishing. Wish. When she spotted the shooting star, she secretly wished in her heart for her future success. Dishwasher. To streamline post-meal cleanup, he bought a state-of-the-art dishwasher. Admit. He readily admitted his mistake and apologized to everyone. Bit. He seems to have been a bit unwell since last night. Commit. He committed his entire life to the cause of helping the poor. Fit. These shoes fit my feet perfectly and I can walk in them for long periods without getting tired. Hit. The new song was a huge hit upon its release, reaching #1 on the charts. I was looking for the book and finally found it under the desk. Kit. He checked his first aid kit in preparation for a weekend hike. Omit. When preparing the report, I decided to omit unimportant details. Permit. By law, unauthorized operations are not permitted in this area. Quit. He decided to quit his longtime job to pursue a new dream. Sit. My hobby is to sit on a park bench and enjoy reading at my leisure. Split. He used an axe to split a large piece of firewood in two for the campfire. Submit. The assignment report must be submitted to the Secretariat by next Monday. Transmit. This radio allows you to transmit signals over long distances. Commitment. To be successful, a strong commitment to your goals is essential. Fitness. To stay healthy, he goes to the gym every morning to improve his fitness. Witness. Police are looking for witnesses who were close by to witness last night's accident. The cat wagged its tail. Give. He gave his wife a beautiful necklace for her birthday. Privilege. Meeting with the president is a special privilege given only to a select few. His. This is his car. Business. He started his own business at a young age. Businessman. He is a capable businessman who travels all over the world conducting business negotiations. Businessperson. A competent businessman is able to quickly read changing market trends. Debit. Instead of using a credit card, I used a debit card, which allows the money to be immediately debited from my bank account. Celebrity. He became a global celebrity overnight due to the hit movie. Medical. If you are not feeling well, you should seek professional medical advice rather than self-diagnosing. Dedicate. He dedicated his entire life to helping underprivileged children. Medicine. When you are unwell, it is important to follow your doctor's instructions and take the prescribed medicine correctly. Editor. As an editor at a newspaper company, he carefully checked the manuscripts that arrived. Credit. The credit for the brilliant invention went to her, the team leader. Edit. Before broadcasting, any inappropriate comments must be edited. Federal. In the United States, federal laws apply nationwide separate from state laws. Already. By the time he arrived at the venue, the meeting had already started, and most of the seats were taken. Already. By the time he arrived at the venue, the meeting had already started, and most of the seats were taken. Ready. He was in a ready state to depart at any time and was waiting for the contact. Ready. He was in a ready state to depart at any time and was waiting for the contact. Steady. He did not panic even in difficult situations and maintained a steady attitude. Steady. He did not panic even in difficult situations and maintained a steady attitude. Altogether. His explanation was altogether different from what I had heard beforehand. Leather. I like leather bags. Together. We worked together as a family to solve this difficult problem. Weather. I refrained from going out because the forecast predicted the weather would get worse on the weekend. Weather. He thought carefully all night about whether he should accept the new job. Definite. He has very definite plans for his future. Definitely. He was definitely convinced that the plan would succeed and was full of confidence. Definitely. He was definitely convinced that the plan would succeed and was full of confidence. Deficit. The government is under pressure to take measures to eliminate the ballooning fiscal deficit. Preference. I like coffee, but I have a preference for tea. Reference. When he prepared his resume, he listed his former boss as a reference. Effort. Success requires effort. Negative. There was a lot of negative reaction from within the team about the change in plans. Irregular. His heartbeat was irregular, so the doctor recommended a detailed examination. Regular. He tries to do regular exercise. Regularly. I go to the gym regularly. Regulate. The government strictly regulates financial transactions to prevent market turmoil. Educate. Properly educating the younger generation is crucial to the future of the nation. Register. He registered his name and address at the reception desk to take a new course. Register. He registered his name and address at the reception desk to take a new course. Schedule. He keeps an eye on the clock as he keeps up with his minute-by-minute pack schedule. Reschedule. Due to a sudden business trip, I rescheduled my dentist appointment that was scheduled for tomorrow to next week. Mechanism. I understood the mechanism of the clock. Recognize. When I met him for the first time in a long time, he had changed completely, but when I heard his voice, I immediately recognized him. Reckon. Based on current progress, he reckoned that the project will take another 3 weeks to complete. Secondary. His main interest is work, but his hobby of gardening also plays an important, albeit secondary, role in his life. Second. He was second in the race, but he renewed his personal best. Decorate. For the birthday party, we decorated the living room with colorful balloons. Redecorate. To change my mood, I decided to spend the weekend redecorating my room. Secretary. As a company secretary, she manages her boss's schedule perfectly. Consecutive. The team showed overwhelming strength, winning 5 consecutive league games. Executive. As the company's executive, he is responsible for making important business decisions. Umbrella. He always keeps a folding umbrella in his bag in case of sudden rain. Celebrate. A grand parade was held throughout the city to celebrate the team's victory. Elephant. The sight of a huge herd of elephants moving across the savannah is an overwhelming sight. Telephone. He is talking on the telephone now. Elegant. She attracted the attention of the party guests with her elegant demeanor. Delegate. He decided to delegate his work to a trusted subordinate. Eligible. Only those with at least 3 years of work experience are eligible to take the professional qualification exam. Intelligence. Advances in artificial intelligence are dramatically changing the way we work. Delicate. This pottery is very delicate and needs to be handled with great care. Element. Hydrogen is one of the most abundant chemical elements in the universe. Developer. As a real estate developer, he planned to build a new residential area in the suburbs. Relative. The definition of success changes relative to the environment in which one finds themselves. Relatively. This winter, relatively warm days have continued compared to last year. Relatively. This winter, relatively warm days have continued compared to last year. Irrelevant. His question was completely irrelevant to the topic at hand. Relevant. To move the discussion forward, let's stick to what is relevant to this issue for now. Elevator. The building is so tall that you need a high-speed elevator to reach the top floor. Elevator. The building is so tall that you need a high-speed elevator to reach the top floor. Elevate. In recognition of his achievements, he was promoted from manager to department head. Television. The family is watching television after dinner. Develop. The company is developing new software to meet market needs. Development. The government has injected funds to promote the economic development of the region. Teller. He requested a cash withdrawal from the teller at the bank counter. Fellow. He has started a new research project in collaboration with his fellow university colleagues. Yellow. The light turned yellow. Chemical. This factory produces a variety of chemical fertilizers to help crops grow. Seminar. Next month, a seminar will be held featuring experts on the latest digital marketing topics. Chemistry. He majored in chemistry at university and is working on the synthesis of new compounds. Demonstrate. A public demo was held to demonstrate the usefulness of the new product. Memorize. He tried to memorize the entire script in preparation for the actual speech. Memory. He still cherishes the memory of the beautiful scenery he saw during his trip. Memory. He still cherishes the memory of the beautiful scenery he saw during his trip. Academic. He chose to devote himself to academic research at the university rather than to practical work. Premise. The entire argument is based on one false premise. Memo. To make sure I didn't forget what was discussed in the meeting, I wrote down the important points on sticky notes and stuck them on my desk. Benefit. This new law will provide significant benefits to low-income families. Penalize. The judges penalize players who broke the rules by giving them heavy point deductions. Enemy. The two countries had been at war for many years, but they finally cooperated to confront a common enemy. Amenity. The condominium is well equipped with amenities such as a gym and a pool. Renovate. He renovated his old home and reopened it as a cafe. Departmental. Before starting a new project, A departmental meeting is held to decide on the division of roles. Penalty. The player who broke the rules was given a severe penalty, an ejection from the game. Tenant. The newly completed high-rise building is already filled with many tenants. Tennis. I like playing tennis on the weekend. General. He has a general knowledge of a wide range of subjects rather than specialized knowledge. Generous. He gave generously to help the poor without regard for his own profits. Generator. In preparation for power outages, the hospital is always equipped with emergency generators. Generate. This wind farm has the capacity to generate electricity for the entire region. Energy. He has enough energy. Any. Please do not hesitate to ask me if you have any questions, no matter how trivial they are. Many. Many people gathered at the venue to catch a glimpse of his lecture. Anybody. Is there anybody there? Anyhow. I don't know what the outcome will be, but I intend to do my best anyhow. Anytime. If you have any problems, please feel free to contact me anytime. I'll be happy to help. Anything. I haven't eaten anything since this morning. Anyone. Is there anyone who can help me? Anywhere. With a passport and a credit card, you can go anywhere in the world. Anyway. He knew he would be opposed, but he pushed his opinion through anyway. Anyway. He knew he would be opposed, but he pushed his opinion through anyway. Genuine. This diamond ring is not an imitation, but a genuine item that comes with a certificate of authenticity. Menu. I looked at the menu at the restaurant. Venue. A famous hotel has been chosen as the venue for next month's international conference. Episode. The latest episode of the drama ended with a shocking conclusion. Weapon. Although they hoped for a peaceful resolution, they were ultimately forced to take up weapons to defend themselves. Discrepancy. A large discrepancy was found between the figures on the books and the actual stock count, so an investigation was conducted. Pepper. She sprinkled black pepper over the dish to enhance the flavor. Separately. They work in the same building, but their job roles are separately assigned. Separately. They work in the same building, but their job roles are separately assigned. Separate. Separate the egg yolks and whites before starting to cook. Era. Due to the spread of the internet, humanity has entered a new era where information sharing happens instantly. Terrible. Last night's massive earthquake has caused terrible damage all over the city. Clarify. To avoid misunderstanding, he clarified his intentions in detail once more. Verify. At the bank counter, I was asked to verify my identity by showing my ID. Paraphrase. There was too much technical terminology and it was difficult to understand, so he paraphrased it into easy-to-understand words. Parallel. These two lines are parallel, so no matter how far you stretch them, they will never intersect. Primarily. The company is primarily in Tokyo. Experiment. In science class, we conducted an experiment to observe how plants grow towards the light. Ceremony. The graduation ceremony was held as scheduled in a solemn atmosphere. Therapy. He is receiving therapy from a professional physical therapist for rehabilitation of his injury. Comparison. Rather than comparing yourself to others and feeling down, think about how you can improve from who you were yesterday. Imperative. Rapid vaccine distribution is imperative to prevent the spread of infection. Familiarity. Having lived in the area for many years, he has a strong familiarity with the surrounding terrain. Popularity. The singer gained explosive popularity among young people through social media. Similarity. The two paintings look similar at first glance, but there are many similarities when you look at the details. Characterize. This author's work is characterized by a unique style that offers a sharp portrayal of the human psyche. Parent. His ill health was apparent to everyone. Parent. He is a good parent. Apparently. Since the window is open, apparently he has already gone out. Apparently. Since the window is open, apparently he has already gone out. Embarrass. When his mistake was pointed out in front of everyone, he blushed and became embarrassed. Merit. This new proposal has many merits that are worth considering. Error. He had an error in his calculation. Terrorist. The terrorist was arrested. Territory. That is their territory. Charity. She is doing charity work for the poor. Marriage. Their marriage is very happy. Generic. Instead of buying an expensive brand name drug, I bought a cheaper generic version with the same ingredients. Character. His sincere character is trusted by many colleagues. Character. His sincere character is trusted by many colleagues. Bury. He buried the treasure he used to cherish at the base of a large tree in the corner of the garden. Ferry. We boarded a large ferry with our car to cross to the island on the opposite shore. Marry. They are going to marry next month. Very. Seasoning for dishes varies greatly depending on personal taste and region. Very. It was very cold this morning, so I went out wearing a thick coat. Area. This area is safe. Variable. The weather in this area is highly variable, changing many times throughout the day. Librarian. I couldn't find the material I was looking for, so I decided to consult a librarian with specialized knowledge. Vegetarian. Due to health and environmental concerns, she follows a vegetarian diet, excluding all meat. Various. On weekends, various types of events are held around the park. Stereo. He has installed the latest stereo in his living room and enjoys music with the best sound quality. Narrow. We carefully drove along the narrow road, which was just wide enough for one car to pass through. Accessible. The museum is fully equipped with ramps and is designed to be wheelchair accessible. Specify. Please specify the color and size of the item accurately when placing an order. Unspecified. He was absent from the meeting due to unspecified reasons. Recipe. She baked a delicious cake using a secret recipe taught by her mother. Necessary. Daily effort and patience are necessary elements to achieve success. Unnecessary. Being a worrier, he often harbors unnecessary anxiety about problems that haven't happened yet. Necessity. In modern society, the internet has become a necessity for daily life. Message. A new message arrived from her. Vessel. The huge vessel is carrying a large amount of oil from the Middle East to Japan. Lesson. Today's lesson is fun. Messenger. The king sent his most trusted messenger to the neighboring country to deliver an important personal letter. Professor. The university professor presented his latest research results at an international conference. Aggressive. To beat its competitors, the company adopted a very aggressive pricing strategy. Excessive. Excessive alcohol consumption can cause serious damage to your health. Impressive. The audience was captivated by her impressive performance, which was unusual for a newcomer. Escalator. Since he had heavy luggage, he used the escalator instead of the stairs to move to the upper floor. Rescue. The team rescued the stranded person. Desperate. He continues to make desperate efforts to alleviate the food shortage. Investigate. A team of experts is conducting a detailed investigation at the scene to determine the cause of the accident. Estimate. I was given a rough estimate in advance of how much the repairs would cost. Festival. In the summer, the city hosts a grand festival featuring traditional music and dance. Contestant. The quiz shows contestants competed for cash prizes. Investor. Many individual investors bought shares in the startup, hoping for future growth. Investor. Many individual investors bought shares in the startup, hoping for future growth. Semester. He is studying hard in the library to improve his grades this semester. Semester. He is studying hard in the library to improve his grades this semester. Restaurant. This restaurant in front of the station has a good reputation. Yesterday. He checked the contents decided at yesterday's meeting in detail once more. Yesterday. He checked the contents decided at yesterday's meeting in detail once more. Western. He is interested in Western culture. Domestic. She prefers domestic trips around Japan's hot spring resorts to overseas travel. Specialist. He is a heart specialist. Specialize. The university professor specializes in research into medieval European history. Professional. He is a professional player. Special. He celebrated a special day today. Specialty. She is good at Italian cooking, and homemade pasta is her specialty. Depression. The recession deepened, and the whole country was plunged into a long period of depression. Expression. She has difficulty expressing her feelings in words, but she expresses herself through drawing. Impression. His sincere way of speaking made a very good impression on the interviewer. Possession. This old clock is one of the most treasured possessions that has been passed down through generations in my family. Profession. He fulfilled his childhood dream and took up the noble profession of medicine. Recession. The global recession has forced many companies to reassess their recruitment plans. Session. The next session of the meeting is at 1 o'clock. Pressure. The water pressure is high. Competitor. He always watches the moves of his biggest competitor regarding market share. Competitive. To survive in the global market, competitive pricing of products is essential. Metal. Car bodies are made of lightweight, durable metals such as aluminum. Settle. Was finally settled on terms that were acceptable to both parties. Settlement. After lengthy negotiations, the two parties agreed to an out-of-court settlement. Threaten. Threaten to reveal the secret to get his way. Letter. She wrote a long letter to her friend living far away, describing recent events. Sweater. On a cold winter day, he went out wearing a warm wool sweater knitted by his mother. Veteran. He is a veteran engineer with over 30 years of experience in the industry. Letterhead. To send an official invitation, I used a letterhead with the company's address and logo. Theoretical. His explanation is theoretically correct, but it often doesn't work when you try it in practice. Athletic. He is making the most of his athletic physique and playing for the university's rugby team. Cosmetic. The renovation of the old apartment was cosmetic rather than structural. Energetic. The new singer gave an energetic performance on stage. Genetic. Scientists are trying to identify the genetic factors that cause particular diseases. Method. He decided to introduce a new method to solve the problem efficiently. Ethics. The committee is responsible for ensuring that medical ethics are adhered to. Evidence. Police are looking for conclusive evidence to prove his innocence. Evident. Judging by his expression, it was evident that he was extremely disappointed with the outcome. Heavily. It is raining heavily. Revenue. Due to the spread of online advertising, the company's advertising revenue increased significantly compared to the previous year. Devastate. A massive earthquake struck the city, devastating many of its historic buildings. Level. He practices every day to bring his skills to a higher level. Ever. He felt an emotion unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Ever. He felt an emotion unlike anything he had ever experienced before. Forever. They wish to keep this beautiful scenery in their memories forever. Forever. They wish to keep this beautiful scenery in their memories forever. However. He did his best, but however, the result was not satisfactory. However. He did his best, but however, the result was not satisfactory. Never. He has never broken a promise and is highly trusted by his friends. Never. He has never broken a promise and is highly trusted by his friends. Whatever. Whatever happens, I will be on your side until the end. Whatever. Whatever happens, I will be on your side until the end. Whenever. Please do not hesitate to consult me whenever you are in trouble. Whenever. Please do not hesitate to consult me whenever you are in trouble. Wherever. He traveled everywhere in search of beautiful scenery wherever he went. Wherever. He traveled everywhere in search of beautiful scenery wherever he went. Whoever. Whoever the culprit is, they should be strictly punished according to the law. Whoever. Whoever the culprit is, they should be strictly punished according to the law. Heavy. He carried the heavy box containing many books upstairs by himself. Several. He saw several kinds of fruit in the refrigerator and wondered which one to eat. Everybody. Everybody knows it. Every day. It is a part of my everyday life. Everything. He understood everything. Everyone. I want to share this great news with everyone here. Everywhere. In spring, colorful flowers bloom everywhere in the park. President. The company's president announced a new vision for the next generation. Hesitate. If you have any problems, please don't hesitate to contact us at any time. Designate. The area has been designated as a special conservation area to protect the natural environment. Presenter. The television program presenter read the news in a calm tone. Presenter. The television program presenter read the news in a calm tone. Presence. He simply walks into a room and exudes a powerful presence that dominates the room. Pleasant. The weather was nice yesterday and the walk in the park was very pleasant. Present. He was present at the meeting but didn't say a word. Unpleasant. The room was filled with an unpleasant smell, like rotten food. Desert. He never deserted his comrades when they faced difficulties. Residence. The luxurious mansion was once the official residence of a famous author. Resident. Local residents are in favor of the proposed new park. Hesitant. She seemed a little hesitant about whether to take on the new job. Leisure. In between his busy work, he enjoys golf as a hobby during his leisure time. Leisure. In between his busy work, he enjoys golf as a hobby during his leisure time. Measure. The government took new economic measures to curb inflation. Measure. The government took new economic measures to curb inflation. Pleasure. She feels the greatest pleasure in sharing a delicious meal with her friends. Pleasure. She feels the greatest pleasure in sharing a delicious meal with her friends. Measurement. The latest digital equipment was introduced to take accurate measurements. Web. A spider is spinning a web. Sketch. To record his travel memories, he sketched the old church he saw on the street in his notebook. Stretch. Having been sitting for a long time, he stood up and stretched his body fully. Ahead. A steep mountain path lies ahead, so you need to be very careful. Bed. Sleeping in a clean bed at the end of the day is the best rest. Bread. He enjoyed freshly baked, fragrant bread and coffee for breakfast. Dead. He found a dead bird lying on the roadside and felt sorry for it. Embed. The designer decided to embed a video in the background of the new website. Head. As the head of the organization, he carefully listened to the opinions of the members. Instead, he decided to drink green tea for his health instead of coffee. Lead. With his excellent leadership, he led the team to victory and received praise. Read. To expand his knowledge, he makes it a rule to read books for at least an hour every day. Red. In autumn, the trees on the mountains are dyed in vibrant red, creating a beautiful view. Spread. The rumor spread throughout the town in an instant, causing confusion. Wed. They will wed next month. Headache. A series of problems just before the deadline is a major headache for project leaders. Headphone. I bought a pair of noise-canceling headphones so I could listen to music on the train. Headquarter. The multinational company has headquartered its operations in the center of a convenient city. Headquarter. The multinational company has headquartered its operations in the center of a convenient city. Deadline. He worked all night and somehow managed to meet the tight deadline. Bedroom. He keeps his bedroom as a simple and calm space. Spreadsheet. To manage the budget, I compiled all of my expenses into a spreadsheet. Chef. The main chef of the restaurant offers dishes that make use of local ingredients. Chef. The main chef of the restaurant offers dishes that make use of local ingredients. Left. He turned left. Theft. Police are investigating the theft of a National Treasure class painting from a museum. Egg. I ate an egg for breakfast. Leg. He fell during a soccer game and broke his right leg. Leg. He fell during a soccer game and broke his right leg. Segment. New marketing strategies are needed that focus on specific segments of the market. Pregnancy. During her pregnancy, she paid close attention to her diet and exercise to keep herself healthy. Pregnant. The whole family was delighted to hear the news that she was pregnant. Exit. In the event of an emergency, please move quickly to the exit marked with a green sign. Vegetable. By incorporating fresh vegetables into your daily diet, you can maintain a healthy body. Neck. He has a long neck. Tech. In today's society, the ability to use the latest technology is essential. Checkup. To maintain his health, he goes to the hospital for a comprehensive checkup once a year. Checkout. Please check out and pay at the hotel by 11 a.m. Lecture. The professor gave a lecture to the students on the current status of and countermeasures for environmental problems. Lecture. The professor gave a lecture to the students on the current status of and countermeasures for environmental problems. Architectural. The building is an architectural masterpiece that combines modern design with traditional style. Lecturer. The university lecturer explained the latest economic situation in an easy-to-understand way. Intellectual. She has an intellectual curiosity that makes her constantly seek out new knowledge through reading. Breakfast. In order to live a healthy life, I try to eat a nutritious and balanced breakfast every morning. Necklace. For the special occasion, she wore a pearl necklace inherited from her grandmother. Technical. This manual contains very technical details about repairing the machine. Flexible. He has a flexible way of thinking that allows him to adjust his plans to suit the situation, and he is relied upon by those around him. Excellence. He was awarded the scholarship in recognition of his academic excellence. Excellent. His excellent presentation helped us win the contract. Complexity. Expert knowledge is required to understand the complexity of the latest software. Excess. To stay healthy, excess salt and sugar should be avoided. Exercise. I do exercise every day. Reflexive. Pulling your hand back when you touch something hot is a typical reflexive behavior. Export. Fresh fruits harvested in this region are exported mainly to Asian countries. Expert. An expert in the field was called in to fix a complex mechanical malfunction. Expedite. A new system has been put in place to expedite the delivery process. FlexTime. Thanks to the company's introduction of FlexTime, it has become easier to balance work and childcare. Extra. He set aside extra time after school to study, aiming to prepare perfectly for the exam. Collection. He has a collection of stamps. Connection. We have an old connection. Correction. I found some typos in the report I submitted, so I made corrections in red pen. Direction. He checked the map but completely lost track of his direction. Election. In preparation for the next mayoral election, candidates are enthusiastically taking to the streets to promote their policies. Infection. The wound was thoroughly disinfected to prevent bacteria from entering and causing infection. Inspection. To ensure the safety of aircraft, rigorous inspections are carried out by skilled technicians before departure. Intersection. This intersection has had a high number of accidents, so new traffic lights have recently been installed. Projection. Based on past data, next year's sales projections are quite aggressive. Protection. To protect your skin from the strong sunlight, always apply sunscreen when going out. Reflection. As he gazed upon his own reflection on the water's surface, he reflected on his life so far. Section. Please read this section of the book. Selection. I chose from a wonderful selection. Sexual. She learned about sexual health. Collector. He is an enthusiastic stamp collector who collects rare stamps from all over the world. Director. The film director explained the intent of the scene to the actors in detail. Inspector. A fire inspector conducted regular checks to ensure the safety of the building. Projector. Slides were projected onto the wall using a projector in the conference room. Sector. He works in the IT sector. Spectator. Tens of thousands of spectators gathered at the stadium to catch a glimpse of the historic match. Unexpected. Unexpected news arrived during the meeting, surprising everyone. Defective. Upon inspection, it was discovered that some of the products contained defective parts. Effective. The new advertising campaign was so effective that sales soared. Objective. It is necessary to avoid bias and conduct an objective evaluation from a third-party perspective. Perspective. In order to understand different cultures, it is important to have a perspective that is different from your own. Perspective. Salespeople visited prospective customers with whom they could close a deal. Protective. It is an instinctive reaction for parents to be protective towards their children. Effectively. He made efforts to convey his opinions effectively within the limited time. Effectively. He made efforts to convey his opinions effectively within the limited time. Respectively. A and B are from Tokyo and Osaka, respectively. Respectively. A and B are from Tokyo and Osaka, respectively. Effectiveness. The expert team verified the effectiveness of the newly introduced system. Electrical. The storm caused power lines to be downed, causing electrical outages in the surrounding area. Electric. The number of electric vehicles running around town is increasing, and noise problems are gradually improving. Sex. Sex education is provided in schools. Next. The next train is coming. Text. He sent a short text. Textbook. He followed the example and scored a perfect shot with textbook form. Effect. Lack of sleep has a big impact on your work performance the next day. Collect. His hobby is collecting rare stamps from around the world. Connect. I connected the new printer to my computer and completed the setup. Correct. Please double-check that there are no errors in your calculations, and make sure they are correct before submitting. Detect. The latest sensors can detect minute amounts of harmful substances in the air. Direct. He asked me a direct question. Disconnect. Before starting any repairs, be sure to disconnect the power plug from the outlet. Effect. The new law has come into effect, but it will take time for its effects to become apparent. Elect. The people are seriously considering who to elect as their next leader. Expect. A good harvest is expected this year, and farmers are happy. Indirect. He avoided direct criticism and expressed his dissatisfaction in an indirect manner. Inspect. Before shipping, our staff thoroughly inspects the products to ensure there are no defects. Neglect. Neglecting to take care of the garden has allowed weeds to grow out of control. Perfect. That is a perfect answer. Protect. A new nature reserve has been established to protect endangered species. Reflect. The mirror is reflecting the sunlight. Reject. The proposed budget was rejected at the meeting because it was too unrealistic. Respect. He is polite to everyone and earns deep respect from those around him. Select. From a huge number of candidates, one person who was deemed most suitable was selected. Subject. He is knowledgeable in all areas of science, but particularly enjoys the subject of physics. Suspect. Police are pursuing a man in red who fled the scene as a prime suspect. Correctly. He checked many times to see if he had entered the numbers correctly using the calculator. Correctly. He checked many times to see if he had entered the numbers correctly using the calculator. Directly. Instead of listening to others' opinions, he decided to meet the person directly to confirm. Directly. Instead of listening to others' opinions, he decided to meet the person directly to confirm. Bell. The doorbell rang, signaling that a visitor had arrived. Cell. The human body is made up of trillions of tiny cells, each of which plays an important role. Farewell. A group of colleagues gathered together to throw a big farewell party for their retiring boss. Hell. The fierce battlefield with its constant bombings and screams was a scene reminiscent of hell on earth. Hotel. We stayed at a hotel in front of the station. Personnel. The company has launched a large-scale recruitment drive to fill its shortage of specialized personnel. Sell. He makes a living by selling the fresh vegetables he grows at the market. Shell. His hobby since childhood has been collecting colorful and beautifully shaped shells on the seashore. Smell. The sweet smell of flowers drifting from somewhere announces the arrival of spring. Spell. He couldn't spell the complicated English word correctly and had to rewrite it several times. Tell. Stop lying and tell me the truth about what happened. Well. He is in such good health that he plans to take part in tomorrow's marathon. Seldom. Rarely spends time relaxing at home on weekday evenings. Welfare. The government has introduced a new social welfare system to improve the quality of life of its citizens. Cell phone. In modern society, cell phones have become an indispensable tool for communication. Welcome. He welcomed his friend who came to visit from far away with a big smile and warm words. Helmet. When riding a bicycle, you should always wear a helmet for safety. Wellness. Recently, emphasis has been placed not only on treating illness, but also on maintaining physical and mental health through wellness. Elsewhere. He went elsewhere. Shelter. To protect themselves from the sudden storm, they sought shelter in a nearby cave. Shelter. To protect themselves from the sudden storm, they sought shelter in a nearby cave. Healthy. He never skips a balanced diet and exercise to maintain a healthy body. Wealthy. He succeeded as a businessman and is living a very wealthy life. Herself. She cooked by herself. Himself. He accomplished the difficult task by himself without anyone's help. Himself. He accomplished the difficult task by himself without anyone's help. Itself. The problem itself is the cause. Myself. I did it by myself. Self. He is exploring his own self. Shelf. He returned the book he finished reading to the shelf of the neatly organized bookcase. Shelf. He returned the book he finished reading to the shelf of the neatly organized bookcase. Yourself. Do it yourself. Help. If you see someone in trouble, it's important to extend a helping hand without hesitation. Helpful. His advice was very helpful. Else. If there is no other way, we need to ask someone else for help. Belt. A black leather belt goes well with that suit. Health. Even in the midst of busy days, you should not neglect to take care of your health. Wealth. He built up huge wealth. Healthful. Walking every morning is recommended as a healthy habit for both body and mind. Healthcare. In an aging society, the demand for high-quality healthcare services is increasing. Ourselves. We prepared by ourselves. Themselves. They cooked by themselves. Stem. The stem of a plant grows upward in search of sunlight. Them. I know them well. Embassy. He visited the U.S. Embassy in Minato Ward to apply for a visa. Assemble. On factory lines, many robots quickly assemble precision parts. Resemble. He bears a striking resemblance to his father, even walking the same way. Member. He is a member of this team. Remember. He still clearly remembers the fun memories he spent with his family when he was a child. Membership. I renewed my gym membership. Emphasis. Placed a strong emphasis on the importance of acquiring basic knowledge in his lectures. Emphasize. In his presentation, he emphasized the importance of quality control in this project. Empire. The ancient empire ruled over vast territories for hundreds of years. Contemporary. The museum displays contemporary works by artists living today. Temporary. This parking lot is temporarily closed due to construction. Temperature. It was very cold this morning, and the outside temperature dropped below freezing. Temperature. It was very cold this morning, and the outside temperature dropped below freezing. Exemption. Because he falls into the low-income bracket, he is granted a partial exemption from paying income tax. Empty. He was thirsty, so he drank the water in the glass and left it empty. Attempt. He attempted to climb Mount Everest but was forced to give up due to bad weather. Tempt. The sweet smell of dessert tempted her deeply as she was on a diet. Again. It's important not to give up after one failure, but to keep trying again until you succeed. Pen. He picked up his favorite fountain pen to write an important letter. Then. I'm going to the library first, then I'm going to meet my friend at the cafe. When. When she plays the piano, the room is filled with beautiful sounds. Yen. After returning from a trip abroad, I exchanged any leftover foreign currency for yen at the airport counter. Influential. He has very influential connections in the political world, and can sometimes influence policy decisions. Presidential. It was a presidential election. Residential. The area is a quiet residential area with few commercial facilities nearby. Intention. From the beginning, He had a strong intention to leave the company and become independent. Intervention. The central bank intervened in the foreign exchange market, putting a stop to the yen's depreciation. Adventure. He went on an adventure around the world with just a backpack to experience the unknown world. Adventure. He went on an adventure around the world with just a backpack to experience the unknown world. Venture. They embarked on a new business venture, knowing the great risks involved. Venture. They embarked on a new business venture, knowing the great risks involved. Century. This building was built in the 18th century and conveys the architectural style of that time to the present. Century. This building was built in the 18th century and conveys the architectural style of that time to the present. Agenda. The agenda for today's meeting includes a budget reduction plan. Dependable. He has never missed a deadline and is the most dependable member of the team. Expenditure. The government decided to increase expenditure on public works to stimulate the economy. Expenditure. The government decided to increase expenditure on public works to stimulate the economy. Tendency. He has a tendency to fidget unconsciously when he gets tired. Attendance. Attendance at today's seminar far exceeded expectations. Dependence. He is trying to become financially independent, but he still can't break free from his dependence on his parents. Independence. After many years of struggle, the country finally won its independence from other countries. Attendant. Flight attendants work to ensure the safety and comfort of passengers. Dependent. Children are dependent on their parents for a long time to survive. Independent. After graduating from university, he has been living an independent life without receiving any money from his parents. Tremendous. After a tremendous effort, he finally broke the world record. Gender. In modern society, everyone should be given equal opportunities regardless of their gender. Sender. The sender's name was written on the back of the envelope so that it would be clear who had sent it. Tender. She wrapped the injured small bird with a tender touch. Vendor. On weekends, many vendors selling food and miscellaneous goods gather in the park. Unattended. At the airport, any unattended baggage is immediately removed. Appendix. Detailed charts and data are provided in the appendix at the end of the report. Attendee. Detailed schedules were distributed to the attendees of the meeting in advance. Engineer. He is an excellent engineer. Engine. The car's engine stopped. Cleanliness. Maintaining high standards of cleanliness is essential in any hospital. Sensitive. She is very sensitive to other people's emotions and notices even the smallest changes. Density. As population density in urban areas increases, traffic congestion and housing shortages become serious. Apprehensive. He seemed a little apprehensive about whether he would be able to adapt to his new environment. Comprehensive. The report contains a comprehensive analysis of the current state of the market. Expensive. Living in the city center is very expensive with high rents and prices. Extensive. The earthquake caused extensive damage across a wide area of the city. Inexpensive. This store offers high-quality clothing at relatively inexpensive prices. Conventional. He doesn't like new methods and always sticks to conventional ways. Confidential. This document contains personal information about the client and must be treated confidentially. Essential. Mutual respect and trust are essential elements for building good relationships. Potential. Although he is still young, he has great potential to become a global player in the future. Attention. The teacher drew the student's attention to an important mathematical equation written on the board. Comprehension. The math problem was so difficult that it was completely beyond my comprehension. Convention. Every year at this time, an international convention is held, bringing together experts from around the world. Dimension. The sculpture shows completely different dimensions depending on how light and shadow hit it. Extension. I asked my boss if I could extend the deadline for the project by just 1 week. Invention. Edison's invention of the light bulb was a revolutionary invention that transformed people's lives. Mention. Made sure to mention his family, who have supported his success. Pension. After retiring, he is living a peaceful life while receiving the pension he has saved up over the years. Tension. As the tense negotiations continued, a tense atmosphere hung over the conference room. Identify. The police succeeded in identifying the culprit from the security camera footage. Misidentify. Because it was dark, he misidentified a passerby as the culprit. Centimeter. He measured the length of the board accurately in centimeter units to build the shelf. Representative. As a representative of her class, she submitted a request to the principal. Continental. Because this region is far from the sea, it has a continental climate with hot summers and very cold winters. Dental. He makes sure to get regular dental checkups to prevent cavities. Environmental. To stop global warming, environmental conservation efforts are needed on a global scale. Experimental. The laboratory conducts experimental attempts to develop new energy sources. Fundamental. Literacy, writing, and arithmetic are fundamental skills that underlie all learning. Gentle. She has a very gentle personality and treats everyone with courtesy. Mental. Long hours of desk work not only causes physical fatigue, but also serious mental stress. Rental. For the move, I reserved a rental truck large enough to carry large items. Gentleman. He is a true gentleman. Sentence. The judge gave the defendant a harsh sentence of 10 years in prison. Apprentice. He began his career as an apprentice to a skilled carpenter. Dentist. The pain from my toothache became unbearable, so I made an appointment to see the dentist after school. Mentor. He is not just my boss, but also a wonderful mentor who has shown me the way in life. Center. The center of the town is very crowded. Enter. He entered the room where the interview was taking place with a nervous look. Renter. The renter of the apartment visited the management office to process the contract renewal. Enterprise. Not afraid of risk, he embarked on a bold enterprise, a new IT business. Authentic. This restaurant serves authentic Italian cuisine, made with carefully selected ingredients. Incentive. To motivate employees, the company introduced incentives based on sales. Plenty. We need to store plenty of food to get through the winter. Central. It is near the central station. Entrance. The building's grand entrance is lined with beautiful marble columns. Entry. Entry to the venue is free. Envelope. He carefully folded the important letter and placed it in an addressed envelope. Bench. He sat on a bench in the shade of a park tree and rested while reading a book. Attend. He attended the annual international conference to grasp the latest industry trends. Bend. He bent down to pick up the key on the ground and reached for it. Defend. The lawyer defended the defendant, who insisted on his innocence with all his might. Depend. Our success depends on how much all team members can cooperate. End. He read to the end of the story and felt deeply moved. Extend. He decided to extend his stay by 1 week, because he wanted to travel more in this country. Friend. He is my closest friend. Intend. He intends to study abroad next year to deepen his specialized knowledge at a university overseas. Lend. Seeing his friend in trouble, he willingly lent him travel expenses. Pretend. He pretended to know nothing to hide his surprise. Recommend. He liked the restaurant's food very much, so he recommended his friends to go there too. Send. She sent a letter full of gratitude to her grandparents living far away. Spend. He spent a lot of time reading and studying to make it a meaningful vacation. Suspend. Operations of that line were temporarily suspended due to the risk of landslides caused by heavy rain. Tend. He tends to stay up late. Trend. That is the new fashion trend. Amendment. There was a heated debate in Parliament about amendments to the Constitution. Friendship. Their friendship has lasted for many years. Defense. The team has a strong defense. Expense. Introducing a new system is expected to be quite expensive. Fence. The cat jumped over the fence. Hence. He is still inexperienced and therefore needs support from those around him. Intense. Working under the midsummer sun was more intensely hot than I had imagined. Offense. Such behavior in public places is an offense to many people. Sense. Her instinctive sense told her that danger was approaching. Against. He pushed through the opposition of those around him and stuck to his beliefs. Accent. Her French is very fluent, but she still has a slight Japanese accent. Cent. He picked up a 50-cent coin. Consent. Before undergoing surgery, the doctor explained the risks to me and I signed a consent form. Event. The event was a success. Extent. Investigations are currently underway to accurately determine the extent of the damage. Invent. He invented revolutionary new tools to make everyday life more convenient. Percent. Sales increased by 10%. Prevent. Regular health checkups help detect illness early and prevent it from becoming serious. Rent. He decided to rent an apartment in a convenient location in the city center. Represent. As a representative of his country, he represented the country as the flag bearer at the opening ceremony of the Olympics. Tent. We slept in a tent while camping. Gently. She held the baby gently. Intently. He listened intently to the professor's lecture so as not to miss a single word. Strengthen. To strengthen team unity, we decided to hold a social gathering over the weekend. Lengthy. The discussion became complicated, and the meeting lasted far beyond the originally planned time, becoming lengthy. Length. The bridge's length is over 1 kilometer. Strength. He has great strength. Step. He walked up the stairs step by step until he finally reached the roof. Exceptional. She has exceptional talent in piano and has won international competitions. Receptionist. At the office entrance, a smiling receptionist guided visitors in. Exception. The general rule is that everyone must participate, but exceptions are permitted for health reasons only. Perception. She is too concerned about how others perceive her and is unable to act freely. Reception. After giving my name at the hotel reception, I was immediately shown to my room. Acceptable. The proposal is acceptable to all of us. Acceptance. She was able to become more positive by acknowledging and accepting her own shortcomings. Accept. He admitted his mistake and sincerely accepted the harsh criticism from those around him. Except. The store is open every day from 9 a.m., except Sundays. Depth. The lake is over 100 meters deep at its deepest point. Fair. He tends to become so absorbed in his work that he neglects his personal affairs. Air. Opening the window and letting in fresh air from the room is very refreshing. Aware. He is very aware of how his words affect those around him. Bear. She bears an unbearable amount of grief, but tries her best to look forward. Care. He always shows great care for the people around him. Chair. This chair is very comfortable. Compare. There's no need to feel down by comparing your weaknesses with other people's strengths. Dare. Dared to climb the dangerous cliff despite those around him telling him not to. Declare. The president, in a televised address, declared a national emergency. Fair. The judges were impartial and always gave fair decisions. Fair. Due to rising fuel prices, bus and taxi fares will be increased from next month. Hair. She has long hair. Pair. I bought a new pair of shoes. Prepare. I need to prepare for the test. Questionnaire. In order to improve our services, we asked our customers to fill out a simple questionnaire. Rare. It is very rare to see the bird in this area. Repair. When I brought my broken watch to the shop, a skilled craftsman repaired it perfectly within a few days. Scare. Don't scare me with things like that. Share. Don't keep your great ideas to yourself. Share them with your team. Bear. In case of a flat tire, I always keep a spare tire in the trunk of my car. Square. The vast square in the center of the city attracts many tourists. Stair. Instead of using the elevator, he ran up the stairs one step at a time to the 5th floor. Stare. He was so overwhelmed by the beauty of the scenery that he lost track of time and simply stared. Swear. He swears before his friends that he will never make the same mistake again. Tear. He was so frustrated that he tore the manuscript he had just finished in two. There. This is their car. There. He noticed his friend standing there around the corner and gave him a big wave. Wear. In the winter, he wears the warm woolen sweater his grandmother knitted for him. Where? I'm looking through brochures and considering where I should go on my next vacation. Careful. Be careful on the stairs. Therefore. There was a severe storm last night. Therefore, public transport schedules are severely disrupted this morning. Airfare. Due to falling fuel prices, airfares for international routes are scheduled to become slightly cheaper from next month. Warehouse. Before shipping, products are stored in large warehouses near the ports. Shareholder. A meeting was held with major shareholders gathering to decide the company's management policy. Aircraft. A stealth aircraft utilizing the latest technology was unveiled at an air show. Careless. He doesn't pay attention to details and always makes careless mistakes on tests. Airline. He booked a ticket for his overseas business trip with a major airline with a good reputation for service. Chairman. The meeting was moderated by a chairman, and all attendees were given the opportunity to express their opinions. Awareness. An awareness event was held to raise social awareness of environmental issues. Airport. After a long journey, he finally arrived at his destination airport and breathed a sigh of relief. Chairperson. To ensure the meeting proceeded smoothly, the chairman listened to the opinions of each attendee fairly. Airplane. He was looking out the window at an airplane flying across the blue sky, leaving a white streak behind it. Stairs. Because it was noisy downstairs, he went upstairs to read quietly. Concierge. I asked the hotel concierge to make a reservation at a popular local restaurant. Assess. Experts were called in to assess the damage caused by the floods. Bless. May God bless you and your family with health and happiness. Depress. Economic news has begun to depress many investors. Dress. For the award ceremony, he had to dress in formal attire. Express. It can be difficult to express your feelings in a foreign language. Guess. Try to guess how many candies are in the jar. Impress. Her performance was enough to impress even the harshest critics. Less. For good health, you should try to eat more vegetables and less sugar. Mess. My room is a complete mess and needs to be tidied up. Nevertheless. The task was difficult, but nevertheless she finished it on time. Possess. He does not possess the skills necessary for this technical job. Press. Please press the button. Stress. I feel work stress. Success. Hard work and perseverance are the keys to professional success. Unless. You cannot enter the building unless you have a permit. Yes. Yes, I will go. Congestion. During rush hour, urban roads are subject to severe traffic congestion. Question. He raised fundamental questions about the validity of the theory. Suggestion. At the end of the meeting, the new employee made a very sharp suggestion. Gesture. He tried to convey his intention to the person who did not understand his language by gesture. Successful. After many years of hard work, he finally made his business a successful one. Assessment. The expert team conducted a detailed assessment of the damage to the building caused by the earthquake. Pedestrian. At intersections without traffic lights, cars must give first priority to the safety of pedestrians. Desk. He is working at his desk. Desktop. He bought a powerful modern desktop PC to use at home. Arrest. Police finally succeeded in arresting a highly wanted criminal after years of pursuit. Breast. She held the newborn baby to her breast and cradled it tenderly. Chest. He keeps his precious mementos in a sturdy wooden chest. Guest. We welcomed a special guest. Invest. We decided to invest funds in new technologies for future growth. Request. I requested the materials from him. Rest. After strenuous exercise, it is important to get enough rest to allow your muscles to recover. Suggest. To break the deadlock in the meeting, he suggested an entirely new solution. Test. We have a math test tomorrow. West. The sun sets in the west. Investment. With an eye on future growth, we have decided to increase our investment in technology companies. Restroom. Before the movie starts, just to be safe, go to the restroom in the movie theater lobby. Fresh. Every morning, we prepare our dishes using fresh vegetables delivered from the market. Refresh. After a long day of desk work, I wash my face with cold water to refresh myself. Especially. I love sweets, but I am especially fond of chocolate. Especially. I love sweets, but I am especially fond of chocolate. Refreshment. During breaks in the conference, refreshments such as snacks and drinks were provided. Bet. He decided to trust his instincts and bet all his money on the horse. Cigarette. He stopped smoking cigarettes. Debt. As a result of his lavish lifestyle, he ended up with a lot of debt. Forget. No matter how busy you are, you should never forget to be grateful. Get. He went to the library to get the information he needed. Jet. He chartered a private jet for an urgent business trip. Let. Lets his children do what they want. Let. Lets his children do what they want. Net. The fish was caught in the net. Pet. To ease the loneliness of living alone, he started keeping a rescue dog as a pet. Regret. He now bitterly regrets not having studied more when he was younger. Set. The sight of the sun setting behind the horizon was breathtaking. Threat. Global warming is a serious threat to the future of humanity. Upset. She is very upset because she broke an important vase. Wet. I was caught in a sudden rain shower and my clothes got completely wet. Yet. He knows the flaws in the plan, but he still intends to go ahead with it. Getaway. The criminal group got into their getaway car and tried to escape the police pursuit. Network. He has an extensive network within the industry and is adept at gathering information. Breath. After a strenuous workout, he sat down on a bench out of breath. Death. He spent his life advocating for peace and passed away peacefully. Ethnic. The city is home to a diverse range of ethnic groups, maintaining its cultural diversity. Vend. He vends hot coffee and snacks from a small stall near the station. He makes it a rule to eat an apple every day for the sake of his health. He picked up the book on the table and began to read. Her. This is her bag. In. He packed all his old toys into a big box.